Sign up for Jeanette Rallison's newsletter and receive a free ebook of fame, glory, and other things on my to-do list. Sign up at www.JeanetteRallison.com.
The Cowboy and the Girl Next Door, a sweet enemies to lovers romance. While Away Ranch, Book 1. Written by Jeanette Rallison. Narrated by Katie Caruso and Kevin Liberty.
Chapter 1. Death never came at convenient times. Landon Wyle had already spread himself thin taking care of his own cattle, and now that his neighbor Cal Benton had passed away, Landon would most likely have to help out with his cattle as well. Landon owed him that much. The man had been a surrogate grandfather to him for as long as he could remember. Landon drove his pickup truck to the front of Cal's house. No, Landon realized with a pinch of pain. He had to stop thinking of it as Cal's place. This house and the Coyote Glen ranch belonged to the Bentons now. That would take some getting used to. Landon sat in the truck for a moment, going over what he needed to say to Jeff Benton, Cal's son. A few years ago, 2 of the Wiles' wells had gone dry, effectively cutting their water by 1/3. Some ill-thought-out state regulations made it illegal to drill new wells, so Cal had given them access to his front 2 wells. In exchange, the Wiles had baled his alfalfa for him all year. Hopefully, the Bentons would consent to some sort of an agreement regarding the wells. The Wiles needed that water. It felt almost wrong to talk business to people who were grieving. But matters needed to be settled. Landon pulled himself from his truck and strode toward the door. Cal's dog, a black and white border collie named Missy, trotted up to greet him. The dog was all tail wags and bounce, probably glad to see a familiar face. Landon petted her and gave her an extra few moments of scratching behind the ears. The poor thing must have no idea where Cal had gone, or why he hadn't come back. She used to follow him around like a shadow. Missy accompanied Landon across the porch to the doorstep. He wondered if Cal's family was letting the dog inside at all. Some folks thought dogs belonged outside. Landon gave her one more scratch before knocking. After a few moments, the door swung open, revealing a woman with long, strawberry blonde hair and pale green eyes. A pair of black jeans and an emerald green top hugged her curves. Kate Benton had turned into a beautiful woman. Perhaps he shouldn't be too surprised. When he'd last seen her at her grandmother's funeral 6 years ago, she'd been a pretty 16-year-old girl, the sort that gave off the impression of a fawn, doe-eyed and innocent. Kitty? The nickname hardly seemed to fit her anymore. Well, you've grown up. So they tell me. Her expression was reserved, too distant. She either didn't recognize him, or she was still holding a grudge from the last time she'd stayed with their grandparents. He held out a hand to shake hers. In case you don't remember me, I'm Landon from the While Away Ranch. She gave him her hand with a wry smile. I know who you are. You haven't changed that much. So, the grudge then. Good thing his business would be with her father and not her. Missy circled Kitty's legs, asking for attention. She patted the dog but kept her gaze on Landon. What can I do for you, Mr. Wyle? He was Mr. Wyle now. Apparently, spending summers as neighbors while she stayed on her grandparents' ranch wasn't enough to put them on a first-name basis. Call me Landon, he couldn't help but add. I'm sure it's nicer than some of the names you've called me. The phrase earned him a real smile. If you only knew. I can imagine. She didn't invite him in, just politely regarded him. But then he'd never told her why he was standing on her doorstep. I came to offer my condolences and see if there's anything my family can do for yours. Her gaze flicked to his ring finger. probably wondering if he was volunteering a wife's help. "Your family?" "My brother's a mean. He wasn't married. Too busy for that. Preston is a senior in high school. Dylan lives nearby." Dylan worked as a bank manager in Bisbee, something Landon only forgave him for because he came home on the weekends to do the While Away's books. "And Jackson and his daughter live with me at the ranch." Kitty's eyebrows lifted. "Jackson is married?" Did he detect disappointment in her question or only surprise? She'd had a thing for Jackson back when she was 15. "No," Landon said slowly, unsure of how much of Jackson's past to reveal. "He's single. Things didn't work out with his daughter's mother." "I'm sorry to hear that." Landon had completely forgotten his rehearsed speech. He found himself staring at Kitty and thinking about those long-ago summers when she'd stayed here. "It's nice of you to offer your help." She opened the door further. "Why don't you come in?" Well, that was some progress. He took off his hat and stepped into the home that was as familiar as his own. Changes were already present. None of Cal's boots littered the entryway. The usual clutter of spare gloves and miscellaneous paperwork on the coffee table had been cleared off. He followed Kitty into the living room and sat down. Missy positioned herself by his feet and then nudged his hand with her nose, a request for petting. Kitty sat on the couch across from him, tucking her bare, gold-painted toes beneath her. The paint matched her manicured fingernails. Cal had said Kitty went to school to be an interior designer. She looked the part of someone who was used to spending time with sophisticated things. She probably dined in fancy restaurants with men who wore Italian suits and had names like Gregory and Vincent. So very different from the girl who'd tromped around Coyote Glen in overalls and stained t-shirts, belting out country songs. Kitty turned her green eyes on him. "My parents are at the funeral home making some last-minute arrangements. They've already talked to the foreman, but I'm sure they'd appreciate your help selling Grandpa's cattle and equipment. That sort of thing." Her words were another painful reminder that Cal was really, truly gone. "Your family doesn't want to continue running cattle?" He'd been afraid this would happen. Kitty's father left Arizona when he went to college and had never come back for more than a short visit. That abandonment was something Cal never quite reconciled himself to, a thorn in his side that he'd talked to Landon about more than once. Kitty shrugged apologetically. "My parents like Seattle too much to move." "And you?" "I was never cut out to shoot pigeons, let alone the rest of it. I'm sure you remember that much about me." Oh, the pigeon incident. Back when she was 11 and he was 15, Landon was at her grandparents' house returning some tools, and he'd seen her head into the barn. She'd been holding a pellet rifle by the barrel like it was a walking stick, which was enough to make him wonder what other safety rules she was ignoring. He found himself following her into the barn to see what she was up to. As he stepped through the door, he heard a loud thunk. Kitty had propped an extension ladder up against one wall. The ladder hadn't been adjusted high enough to reach the rafters, and she scowled at the deficiency. The pellet rifle lay on the floor next to the door. He picked it up and checked to make sure the safety was on. Kitty saw him and brightened. "Good, you're here. I need someone to hold this while I climb." "Climb where?" There was nothing for her to do at the top of the barn except break her neck. Kitty lifted the sides of the ladder to make it longer. "Grandpa told me to shoot the pigeons in the barn, but that's cruel. So I'm clearing away their nests. That way, they'll leave, and Grandpa won't know I didn't shoot them." Still holding the pellet rifle, Landon ambled over to Kitty and put his hand on the ladder rung, not to steady it, but to keep her from going up. "Pigeons don't need nests to roost. They just need 2 inches of space to stand on. To get rid of them, you've got to kill them. And speaking of death, don't even think of climbing that ladder." As though proving his point, 6 pigeons, scared off by the noise of the ladder, landed on the rafters. They strutted about, heads bobbing. "I'll be careful," Kitty said. she wasn't getting the message. Pigeons are nothing but flying rats who eat other animals' feed and poop on the hay. Do you want the horses to get sick? She surveyed the barn, thinking. Okay, I'll hammer long nails through some boards so the spiky parts stick out, and then put those on the rafters. That way the birds won't have anywhere to stand. Yeah, except the only thing more dangerous than you climbing up to the rafters is you climbing up while holding nail-studded boards. So no, don't do that either. She huffed in exasperation. You think I'm old enough to use a gun but not old enough to use a ladder? Good point. You're not old enough to use either. He wasn't going to bother trying to reason with her anymore. He sauntered back toward the barn door, taking the gun with him. She put a hand on her hip. Are you going to tell on me? Nope. When he'd walked far enough that she was out of his way, he turned off the pellet rifle's safety, aimed at the nearest pigeon, and fired. The gun clacked and the bird toppled off the rafter without a flutter of protest. Kitty gasped. What are you doing? Your job. He aimed at another pigeon and fired. 2 for 2. Stop it, she cried. He aimed at another rafter and shot a bird perched there. I've got to take care of this before you do something stupid and hurt yourself. Stop it, she yelled again, this time coming toward him. Give me my gun. He took a few steps to his right to get a better view of the next pigeon. It's not your gun, it's Cal's, and he wants the birds gone. Go on back to the house. Only a few more birds were scattered around the barn. Wouldn't take him long. Instead of being sensible, she marched up to him, hand out. Give me the gun. He held it away from her. If she grabbed the barrel, she could end up making him shoot one of the horses. Or worse, her. Go on home, he said. This isn't a game. She stood there glaring at him, lips pursed, breaths coming too fast. Most likely when he raised the pellet rifle again, she'd try to yank it away from him. He sent her a firm stare to dissuade her from that notion. Guns aren't toys. If you grab this, I'll make sure you regret it. She clenched her hands, angry tears coming to her eyes. You're heartless. That's what you are, heartless. She spun on her heel, ran from the barn, and pointedly ignored him for the rest of the summer. But she hadn't broken her neck, so he'd considered it a win. Landon had forgotten about the pigeon incident until now. But Kitty hadn't. Apparently, it was one more grudge she was holding against him. He tapped his thumb against the hat in his lap. Certainly, Kitty must have some fond memories of the time she spent at Coyote Glen. She'd come every summer from the time she was 8 until she was 15. Ranching isn't just about keeping birds out of the barn. If I recall, you liked horseback riding and taking care of the calves. She ran her fingers along the edge of the couch, a simple motion that managed to distract Landon. I wish I could keep one of the horses, but my apartment complex wouldn't approve. I'll have a hard enough time taking Missy. When the dog heard her name, she deserted her post by Landon and trotted expectantly to Kitty. You're taking Cal's dog? Kitty scratched Missy's head. I can't put her in a shelter. She's a ranch dog. She's not going to be happy cooped up in an apartment. I'll find some way to give her enough exercise. Kitty was decided then. She'd rather hole up in some cramped apartment than live on 38,000 acres under a wide blue sky. A shame, really. Do you know when your parents are planning on selling Coyote Glen? My family would be obliged if you gave us a chance to make an offer before putting the place on the market. Landon's mind was already estimating how much money they'd need for a down payment on the place. The While Away was a profitable ranch, but their money was tied up in cattle, land, equipment, and the house. Coming up with a large amount of cash would take some time. Cal had always said he'd sell Coyote Glen to the Wiles if none of his family took an interest in it. But they hadn't worked out the details. Cal had been just 68 years old, too young for a heart attack. My parents haven't made any final decisions, Kitty said. But my Uncle Roger is a developer, and he's been saying for years that my father should turn the ranch into a golf course and retirement community. Landon let out an involuntary cough. What? He couldn't have heard her right. My mother's brother, Kitty said, as though Landon's question was about who Uncle Roger was. He thinks Coyote Glen is in a prime location to attract people who are looking to escape the cold. He wants to do something with a Western theme because the place is so close to Tombstone and Bisbee. Probably something ridiculous like caddies with cowboy hats. Landon could only stare at her for another moment. Are you pulling my leg? She shrugged apologetically. You know how slim profit margins are with ranching. My parents would make a lot more money going in with my uncle and developing it. When Landon didn't make any response, Kitty noticed the effect her words had on him, and her smile melted away. I'm sure whatever they do with the land, they'll make certain people don't bother your cattle. He finally found his voice. Your grandfather worked his entire life to build up this stock to produce the finest cattle possible. His whole world was this ranch, and your family wants to turn it into a Western-themed golf course? His words had come out too harsh. Kitty's expression hardened. You don't need to tell me what my grandfather valued. I'm well aware that Coyote Glen was his whole world. That's why he never visited us. He was always too busy with his cattle, 7 days a week, 12 months a year. Maybe if he'd retired when he was 65 like someone with a normal job. She put her fingers to the bridge of her nose and sighed. I guess what-ifs don't matter. Her hand dropped to her lap. I'm just saying I understand why my father isn't keen to change professions. Ranching was hard work, no doubt about it. Some days Landon was running from sunrise to sunset. But if Cal had wanted to take a vacation, he could have had his foreman cover for him. Landon didn't mention this. Pointing out that Cal could have visited if he really wanted wouldn't help anything. Landon leaned forward, lacing his fingers together. He had to think how best to word what he said next. Your grandfather and I had an arrangement. He planned to sell Coyote Glen to my family when he got too old to run it himself. Normally, that sort of agreement wouldn't matter so much. It's not as though I want to take another 400 head of cattle. But the truth of the matter is that we've been sharing wells with your ranch for years. It's our only water source for our front section. I can live without the extra land and cattle, but we need the water. She blinked her large green eyes at him. I'm sorry. Perhaps if you explain to my parents... She broke off uncertainly. He studied her expression, trying to read what her hesitation meant. Would telling them matter? Or will this bit of information just ensure that if they do consider selling, Uncle Roger will set the price higher? She showed no hint of taking offense at this accusation, which meant that Uncle Roger was indeed the sort of man who'd increase his price because he knew he had the Wyles over a barrel. Landon inwardly cursed himself for giving away that information so easily. The Bentons might have found documentation in Cal's effects that told them of his watering arrangement with the Wyle away, but they might not have. Kitty shifted on the couch, setting her feet back on the floor. My parents know how much you and your brothers did for my grandfather. I'm sure they'll do what they can to help you, but my uncle has them sold on the golf course idea. He offered to move down here to oversee the golf course and sell house lots. A golf course. That's what Landon's livelihood was going to be choked by. Caddies in cowboy hats. He hardly trusted himself to speak. Anything he said now, he'd likely regret later. My offer to help your family still stands. Give me a call if you need anything. He picked up his hat, rose to his feet, and nodded a farewell to her. Should be an interesting funeral tomorrow. I imagine it will be hard to bury your grandfather, what with him turning in his grave. Chapter 2. You told her what? Dylan asked. 3 of Landon's brothers were gathered in the kitchen, putting together dinner while he reported on his conversation with Kitty. Dylan was home for the weekend and had momentarily stopped chopping tomatoes to send Landon an incredulous look. "Turnin' in his grave," Jackson repeated as he added taco seasoning to the hamburger. "Sounds like something I would say, and then you would yell at me for." Jackson and Dylan might be identical twins, but their personalities were far from similar. Jackson had always taken advantage of his looks, dark hair, blue eyes, and easy smile, to get him into trouble with women and out of trouble with everyone else. Dylan was more serious and responsible. He had to be in order to be a banker, Landon supposed. These days, he was more comfortable in a suit than in a pair of Levi's. "You were supposed to build bridges," Dylan said, "not burn 'em." Preston, the youngest, snorted. At 17, he was still the shortest of the family, but gaining fast. Nearly 6 feet tall. He had dark hair like the twins, but he was the only one of his brothers to inherit their father's brown eyes. "Well, what did you all expect? If you wanted to sweet-talk the woman, you should have sent Jax over." "True," Jackson said, flashing his trademark grin. Landon grabbed a handful of silverware to set the table. "I thought Kitty's parents would answer the door. And besides, Jackson already had a stint sweet-talking Kitty. As I recall, it didn't turn out very well." The statement earned another grin from Jackson. "That all depends on your definition of very well." Preston's gaze bounced between Jackson and Landon. He'd only been 10 at the time of the infamous cattle drive and hadn't been there. "Oh? What happened?" Jackson winked. "One night, Landon caught us kissing." "She was 15. Landon plunked silverware near a plate and moved on to the next. "I had to keep Cal from killing you." "Didn't do a very good job," Jackson said. "I was eating dust as drag rider for the rest of the drive, and after he talked to Dad, I had to clean Cal's stables for months." Landon finished with the silverware and went back for glasses. "This time, just do us all a favor and stay away from the girl." "Why so touchy?" Jackson asked. Landon didn't have an answer for that. He had no reason to feel protective of Kitty anymore, so he just took the glasses from the cupboard and ignored the question. Dylan dumped the chopped tomatoes into a bowl. He was still dressed in his banker clothes, and his tie kept threatening to swing into the vegetables. "We'll just have to make the Bentons an offer they can't refuse." "You mean rough 'em up?" Jackson nodded, as though taking the idea into consideration. Dylan loosened his tie to remove it. "I mean, offer them enough money to put thoughts of receptionists dressed as old-time barmaids out of their heads." "How much would that be?" Landon pulled tortillas from the fridge. "Can your bank loan us the money?" "Actually, no," Dylan said. "It's against the bank's policies to make loans to family members. We'll have to apply somewhere else." More hoops to jump through. Landon suppressed a groan. "We'll need to figure out how to make the payments on a huge loan." It would be better to put down as much cash as possible. They had over $1 million in stocks and bonds, money they'd gotten from their parents' life insurance policies, but even that wouldn't be enough. "What's the emerald necklace worth these days? Maybe it's time to sell it." Besides the ranch, their parents had left one thing of value: their great-grandmother's necklace. Their mom wore it every year on her anniversary and birthday. It was a wild tradition. But with their parents gone, maybe it was time to sell it. Dylan shook his head. "We can't sell a family heirloom." "It's just a necklace," Landon said. Keeping the ranch watered was more important than a piece of jewelry. Dylan took the bowl of tomatoes to the table, still shaking his head. "We'll have to get a loan regardless, and Mom wouldn't want us to sell it. She wanted our wives to wear it on special occasions like she did." "Dylan's got a point." Jackson took food to the table. "Audrey's already looking forward to the day she's old enough to wear it on her birthday." Landon dropped the package of tortillas on the table with a defeated thud. How could he argue with that sort of loyalty to their mother's memory? Each of his brothers had their own way of grieving their parents' death. Ethan, their oldest brother, had stayed away from the ranch, and Landon had thrown himself into the work there, not giving himself time to dwell on the loss. Evidently, part of the twins' grief involved attaching meaning to their mother's wishes about the necklace. "Fine," Landon said. "We'll look into other options. After the funeral, I'll talk to Mr. and Mrs. Benton and see if we can convince them to sell." Hopefully, Landon would be able to meet their price.
Chapter 3. Kate sat stiffly in the pews beside her parents and her 14-year-old sister Libby. She had one goal for the afternoon: get through the funeral without leaving streaks of mascara running down her cheeks like racetracks. She should have bought the waterproof kind, but she hadn't expected to get so choked up. In the last 7 years, she'd only spoken to her grandfather during holiday video calls. Always polite small talk. As she sat in the chapel, emotion gripped her throat and made it hard to breathe. Not just grief, although that was there too. It was a feeling of deep disappointment. She'd always hoped that he would... She wasn't exactly sure what. Change? Soften? Apologize. Now none of that could happen. Her father was at the podium giving a tribute. He was the hardest working man I ever knew. True, some people called that being a workaholic and went to therapy for it. A petty thought. She shouldn't have petty thoughts at Grandpa's funeral. He was unfailingly honest. Her father paused. Sometimes brutally honest. Murmured chuckles went through the crowd. But you always knew where you stood with him. Yes, Kate had. She'd known exactly where she'd stood with him and what he'd thought of her. Instead of listening to the rest of her father's talk, which would undoubtedly bring on a torrent of tears, she gazed around the church. A few of the faces were familiar. Friends of her grandparents. She didn't know anyone by name except for the Wyles. They sat off to the side, near enough to the front pews that they were almost in the section reserved for family. "I imagine it'll be hard to bury your grandfather, what with him turning in his grave." Honestly, Kate still couldn't believe Landon had said that. But then the guy had always been too arrogant for his own good. He was the sort that never made a mistake, not when he was shooting pigeons, roping cattle, or getting her in trouble. He'd always been her grandfather's favorite, responsible, dependable Landon. When she was younger, she'd been in awe of his rugged good looks. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and a jawline you could write love songs about. Even all these years later, being in the same room with him made her feel as though her confidence and poise were a sham. She became a clumsy, awkward teenager again instead of a 22-year-old with a job at one of Seattle's premier interior design studios. Kate had some good memories of her summers in Arizona. Why did looking at Landon only bring back the bad ones? Or rather, the bad one. Well, perhaps that wasn't really a mystery. He'd been involved in her worst ranch memory. One foolish mistake on her part, but somehow it was so big it overshadowed every other lazy, contented day she'd spent on Coyote Glen. The ill-fated cattle drive. She'd begged her grandfather to let her go on one from the time she was 8 years old. Grandpa had always told her she was too young, and her parents had never wanted her to miss school for it anyway. Just after her 15th birthday, they'd both relented. After the calves had been branded, she could help take the cattle to the summer rangeland. 15 had been a time for firsts. It was the year she'd grown 4 inches, lost weight, and gotten contacts. It was the first time she liked the way she looked in pictures, and the first time boys at her school started paying attention to her. It was also the first time her mother made sure to pre-approve all of the clothes she took with her to the ranch, and made sure her shorts weren't too short. Since Kate had developed a figure, that sort of thing suddenly mattered. Kate hadn't known why her mother was so worried. The only guys she saw regularly during her summer stays in Arizona were the Wyle brothers. and they wouldn't have noticed her if she was on fire. They were all too old, too busy, and too handsome to pay attention to her. Well, except for Jackson. He'd been the most social of the brothers, and since he was only 2 years older, he didn't mind her tagging along if she agreed to help him with his chores. She'd been a good audience when he did questionable things like tying a rope to the barn rafters and swinging around the place like Tarzan. When she showed up at Coyote Glen for the cattle drive, Jackson did an actual double take. "Whoa, girl, what have you done with yourself?" She looked at her own clothes, wondering what he was talking about. "I threw on a pair of jeans and a t-shirt." "What do you mean?" "I mean you grew up." "It happens," Kate said. "I have an arrangement with Father Time." Jackson's gaze kept sweeping over her, but she didn't mind the way that felt. It was a compliment. "Father Time isn't as kind to some," he said. "Clearly, you're Daddy's favorite." Landon walked over to them, hauling a saddle. His shoulders seemed to grow broader every time she saw him, and the sun had streaked highlights into his blonde hair that would have made any girl envious. He had a shadow of stubble on his chin, a reminder that he was almost 20, so grown up, and if possible, even more handsome than his brothers. "Hey, those hay bales won't move themselves," Landon told Jackson. He gave Kate a polite nod. Then he stopped in his tracks and his gaze shot back to her. "I know," she said. "I grew a bunch and stopped wearing glasses. Half of Grandpa's men didn't recognize me." Landon shook his head. "And this is the year your grandfather decided you should travel with the ranch hands?" She wasn't sure how to answer that. "I'm 15. I'm old enough to help." "Right." Landon gave her a smile that seemed strained and not at all happy about her addition to the group. "See you later." As he walked away, he shook his head again and uttered, "Mercy, this is just what we need." She didn't understand his reaction and supposed he still thought of her as incapable of doing hard things, like shooting pigeons. She did fair enough on her first day. She worked well with the other riders, keeping the cattle moving in the right direction. None wandered off, darted away, or had any injuries. She had no unfortunate run-ins with Prickly Pear and wasn't even all that saddle sore. That evening they made camp not far from a road where Grandpa had some old corrals. His men had driven up trailers full of food, water, and equipment. While she was getting her horse ready for the night, Jackson strolled over. "Do you need help with that saddle?" "No, I've got it." To show him, she hefted the saddle from her horse's back and carried it to the equipment trailer. When she came back with a bucket full of supplies, he was still there. Jackson took the bucket from her. A perfect dimple flashed on his cheek. "You didn't just get pretty, you got strong, too. I suppose you developed those muscles beating away boys." She began using the curry comb on the horse's neck. "Sadly, I haven't needed many muscles for that task." Jackson took a brush to the horse's flanks. "I don't believe that. Not for a hot minute." "Well, you can believe it for hot minutes and cold minutes and lukewarmish in-between minutes. I've never even had a boyfriend." A few guys at her school talked to her, but nothing more. Maybe they still saw her as the awkward, slightly unpopular girl. Maybe she still was that girl. "Seriously?" Jackson asked. "What's wrong with the boys in Seattle?" She curried the horse's shoulders. "It's a mystery, although it might be my fault. The last time I tried to flirt, the guy ended up with a concussion." Jackson moved to the horse's other flank. "Flirting must be different in Washington." She sighed. "You know how sometimes a guy will tease a girl and then she smacks his arm playfully? Well, I was trying to do that, but I guess I smacked Andrew too hard because he jerked away from me, stumbled into a cafeteria chair, and hit the ground. He ended up going to the nurse's office and he never talked to me again." Instead of offering any sympathy, Jackson chuckled. "That guy was a wuss. Next time you want to flirt, try Rancher. We don't blow over in the wind." It was perhaps a mark of her naivete that she didn't realize he was talking about himself. But earlier in the day, Dylan had given him a hard time about some girl named Brittany. So Kate assumed he had a girlfriend. You mean your brothers? The idea was almost laughable since they were all so mature, aloof, and drop-dead gorgeous. I can tell how impressed Landon is with me. This morning while I saddled up, he told me my boots weren't proper riding gear. They were a fashion statement I'd regret by nightfall. Honestly, you'd think I'd showed up in stilettos. Jackson held out his hands, presenting himself. If you want to learn how to attract a guy without inflicting injury, look no further. I can give you flirting lessons. Right. Like that was a topic which could be taught as easily as horseback riding. You've never given a flirting lesson. That's where you're wrong. Andrew will be eating out of your hand. Eating out of her hand? Such lovely words. Kate curried the horse more slowly. Maybe flirting was something that actually had rules and techniques, and she'd just been too oblivious to figure them out. If anyone could teach her about the subject, Jackson could. The boy clearly had expertise. I'll tell you what, Jackson went on. Tonight, after everyone turns in, meet me behind the trailers for your first class. He smiled, all smooth charm, and left her to think over the proposition. And she couldn't do anything else but think about it. That night, when she left her tent, flashlight in hand, she wasn't sure Jackson would really be waiting behind the horse trailers. Most likely, he'd been joking about all of it. She padded through the camp, half convinced she was an idiot for not being able to tell when a guy was kidding. She rounded the corner of the horse trailer, and her flashlight beam found him reclining on a hay bale, staring at the sky. A blanket lay over the top of the bale, although she doubted it made the hay much more comfortable. "You came," she said. He sat up and patted the spot next to him. "Were you afraid I might be called away on business?" She took a few unhurried steps to the hay and plopped down beside him. "Right," he said. "We'll work on your walk later." "What's wrong with my walk?" "You need to show guys that you have confidence. Shoulders back, head up. You're a work of art, and men should admire you." "Wow," Kate said, awe rustling her voice. "You're so good at this. You can criticize my posture and still make it sound like a compliment. I definitely came to the right person for flirting advice." She put the flashlight on her lap, the beam pointing to her stomach. The night air chilled her cheeks and she shivered. She should have brought a thicker jacket. "Are you cold?" He reached over, took hold of the edge of the blanket near her, and draped it over her shoulder. Then he scooted closer, took the end near him, and pulled it across his lap. The two now sat so close their shoulders touched. "Better?" he asked. Kate nodded and didn't know what else to say. But then that was the whole root of the problem, not knowing what to say to guys. And Jackson's nearness was making her wonder if he was interested in her. But no, not when he had a girlfriend. His offer of help must be exactly what it seemed. "Lesson number 1, Jackson said. The come hither stare. Use it when you want a guy's attention. First, you just let your gaze slide over him, real casual-like." His eyes traveled over her while he talked, showing what he meant. Your eyes stop on his, then you give him a slow smile, like you can tell he's been waiting all his life to meet you. He gave her a knowing grin, one that hinted at all sorts of possibilities. Just when she wondered if he was going to lean over and kiss her, he straightened. "Okay, go ahead and try it on me." She shifted, swallowed, and tried to smile the way he had. "Turn up your sultry, pout your lips, like you're about to kiss someone." "You were supposed to pout when you kissed someone?" What?" Oh, he said, understanding. You still have virgin lips. I'd better teach you how to kiss then, too. She nearly squeaked in alarm. They'd gone from flirting to kissing? Of course, the idea of kissing Jackson wasn't completely unpleasant, because, after all, he was gorgeous, but still, kissing a guy with a girlfriend wasn't right. She leaned away. What about Brittany? Aren't you dating someone? She's not technically my girlfriend. Jackson dragged out the word technically. I don't want to limit my options. Besides, this is just practice. Like how you get your learner's permit before you get your driver's license. I'll teach you how to kiss right, so when Andrew finally comes to his senses, you'll leave him mesmerized. Mesmerized. That word had so much sway. Her life would be so much better if she could mesmerize guys. She scooted back toward Jackson. I guess practicing is never a bad thing. Jackson took hold of Kate's side of the blanket and tugged her closer. The blanket was hardly big enough to stretch across them both, and it pulled away from his side, leaving him uncovered. She took hold of the edge near him and held onto it so he would be warm too. It was the polite thing to do. The fact that his arm lay across her and hers lay across him, well, that was just what had to be done to keep warm. Jackson leaned over, his gaze lingering on her lips, and then his mouth gently pressed against hers. He hadn't been exaggerating when he said he knew how to mesmerize girls. He was really good at this. Jackson suddenly lifted his head. Only then did Kate hear the crunch of footsteps on the other side of the horse trailer. She startled, half standing up before she remembered that she and Jackson both held onto the edges of the blanket. She stumbled and fell sideways, pulling him to the ground on top of her. His weight pushed into her and the air went from her lungs. She wasn't sure which mortified her more, that she'd fallen or that she'd managed to take Jackson with her. Whoever was walking toward them would be on this side of the trailer in a few seconds. "Don't move," Jackson whispered. "Keep quiet." Her flashlight had fallen at her side. In one quick motion, he turned it off. In the dark, they had a chance of keeping hidden. Maybe the person would stroll right by without noticing them. Kate lay perfectly still. She was afraid to move a muscle in case the sound of shifting gravel gave them away. The footsteps rounded the trailer, and a flashlight beam spread out in front of them. "Please," she thought, "just keep moving." The footsteps paused. The flashlight beam swung in their direction and landed directly on them. Busted. The light silhouetted a pair of broad shoulders. She couldn't tell who it was until the man swore. "Jackson," Landon snapped. "Have you lost your mind? Get off that girl." Landon. Of all Jackson's brothers, he was the one she least wanted to be holding that flashlight. Why couldn't it have been Dylan, who would have just laughed about their predicament? As Landon marched over, Jackson shifted off Kate. Quicker than she'd thought possible, Landon grabbed hold of Jackson and hauled him to his feet. "What's wrong with you?" Landon barked. "The girl is barely 15. She's the last person you should—" "Lay off!" Jackson shook off his brother's grip. "This isn't what it looks like." Only then did Kate realize what it looked like. Jackson lying on top of her that way. She stood up, mortified. The beam of Landon's flashlight was too bright. She wondered if the whole camp could see it. "We weren't doing anything wrong," she said hurriedly. "He was just teaching me how to kiss." Jackson let out a resigned breath and dropped his gaze to the ground. She had not made this any better. Even in the dim light, she could see Landon's eyebrows raise. "He was teaching you how to kiss?" "Yeah," she stammered. "He was just showing me, sort of like a learner's permit, except with kissing." She knew her words sounded idiotic, but she was nervous. She stopped herself before blurting out, "Our clothes are still on." She didn't want Landon to think undressing had ever been under consideration. Instead, she added, "It didn't mean anything." "Oh, it does mean something," Landon said. "It means you're either too young to be unsupervised, or you're not smart enough to come up with a better excuse when you get caught." His chin tilted down in disbelief and his gaze raked over her. "Seriously, you're gonna go with a kissing learner's permit?" Her cheeks flamed in embarrassment. She'd started the day feeling so grown up, and now she felt small and stupid and awful. Jackson glared at Landon. "Leave her alone." Landon pointed a finger at his brother as though he could pin him with it. "No, you're going to leave her alone. So help me, if I see you within an arm's reach of this girl again, I'll rip your limbs off. That is, if there's anything left after Cal gets through with you." That was really too much. Kate coughed in indignation. "You have no right to threaten us." Landon turned back to her. "I'm not going to argue with you about this. In fact, let's just go talk to your grandfather." Landon was making way too big a deal out of a kiss, acting like they'd committed a crime. "What I do with Jackson is none of my grandpa's business, and it's none of yours either." Landon stepped closer to her, each bit of gravel sounding like it was being ground to dust under his boots. "You're on this cattle drive with my men, and that makes you my business." His men? Landon had made himself king as well as the morality police. The guy was only 19. It wasn't like he'd hired everyone. "You," Landon pointed at Jax again. "Get back to your tent. Dad is going to kill you if Cal doesn't do it first. You," his finger swung to Kate. "Come with me." Landon marched back toward camp without waiting to see if she followed. Jerk. He had no reason to be so upset about this. Jackson picked up Kate's flashlight and handed it to her. "Sorry I got you into trouble." All the spunk had drained from his voice. "It'll be okay." There wasn't time to say much else. Landon was heading straight to her grandfather's tent. She needed to go defend herself. But she really did think everything would be okay. Her grandfather would give her time to explain. She'd only kissed Jackson for a couple of minutes. Plenty of girls her age kissed boys. Besides, her grandfather liked Jackson. She didn't want to follow Landon, but she had no choice. The only thing more embarrassing than being hauled in front of her grandfather was having her grandfather hunt her down in the middle of the night in order to hear her side of the story. It was better just to go face him now. By the time Kate reached her grandfather's tent, he'd already come outside. He and Landon were walking away from the rest of the camp, probably to speak out of earshot. Her grandfather wore an old pair of sweats that he used as pajamas, and his thinning gray hair was mussed, which meant he'd been asleep. Instead of a flashlight, he carried an electric lantern that circled him and Landon in light. Time to go join that spotlight. When Kate caught up to her grandpa, Landon was relating that he'd been out looking for Jackson. He turned to her. "Do you want to tell him how I came upon the two of you?" This was so unnecessary. Kate crossed her arms. Her flashlight was on, but her beam had been swallowed by the lantern's reach. "We were kissing, that's all." Landon tilted his chin down. "He was lying on top of her, with a blanket wrapped around them." "We fell." Kate attempted a more detailed explanation, but in her nervousness, she left out the part about how the blanket had tangled them together. Her grandfather just gaped at her like she was making up a convoluted excuse. The shadows on his face had turned his eyes to coal and switched the lines at his mouth into slashes. "You're only 15, and we're taking a roll in the hay with Jackson?" Why was her grandfather mad about the hay? She was certain she and Jackson hadn't done anything to ruin it. "The hay is fine. We only sat on it for a little bit." This answer didn't appease him. His nostrils flared in anger. What kind of morals is that mother of yours teaching you?" Her mom was suddenly that mother? Kate didn't know how to answer. Her grandfather didn't wait for a response. "Is this what passes for normal in Seattle? Babies making babies? Well, you're not doing that sort of thing on my watch." "I wasn't," Kate sputtered. She didn't know what to say in the face of his anger. "All I did was kiss him." "Thank goodness Landon found you before anything worse happened." Her grandfather shook his head in disappointment. "You must have heard Jackson talking about his girlfriend earlier. I guess that didn't matter to you." Should she protest that Jackson had told her he was keeping his options open? Should she explain that he was just teaching her how to kiss? Landon had outright scoffed when she'd gone that route, and the last thing she wanted to do was seem easy and stupid. She couldn't bring herself to look at Landon now. She didn't want to see his facial expression of what? Pity? Smug satisfaction? Her grandfather switched the lantern from one hand to the other, a motion that made the shadows around them twist. "First thing in the morning, you're going back to Grandma. I don't have time to guard your tent, and I can't trust you out here anymore." And just like that, Kate had been judged and condemned. She hadn't stayed to hear more. She'd spun on her heel and stormed off to her tent while the words, "I can't trust you anymore," dug into her soul and kept burrowing. Angry tears filled her eyes. Her grandfather had obviously never trusted her to begin with, or he would have listened to her explanation. The next morning, as soon as she emerged from her tent, Landon fetched her to drive her back to Coyote Glen. Landon, the guy who'd been present for her humiliation. That was who Grandpa chose for the road trip home. Perhaps he thought Landon was the only one who wouldn't be susceptible to her wiles. Grandpa didn't even show up to tell her goodbye. She got into Landon's truck, folded her arms, and kept her head turned toward the side window. She wasn't going to look at him, let alone speak to him. After they'd been on the road a few minutes, Landon said, "Listen, I'm sorry about how this turned out. You're just a kid, and you don't know what you're doing. But one day, you're going to be glad I stopped you. Jackson's not old enough for this, and neither are you." She turned to Landon long enough to roll her eyes. "If you're about to give me the birds and the bees talk, you can spare me. Jackson and I were just sitting on the hay with the blanket wrapped around us, and when we heard your footsteps, I was startled, fell, and accidentally pulled him on top of me. We only stayed that way because we hoped if we didn't move, you wouldn't see us." Landon nodded, eyes on the road. "Well, that story is a tad better than the kissing learner permit one, but still a mite hard to swallow." She gritted her teeth. He was so annoyingly certain of himself. "Just do me a favor and never speak to me again." "Fine," he said. "I always do my best to oblige a lady." "Oh, I'm a lady now. I guess that's better than being that girl." What?" He probably didn't even remember what he'd said last night. Why should he? It wasn't burned into his soul like it was hers. "You told Jackson to stay away from that girl. You don't even remember my name, do you? You don't care about anyone else's name because everyone's beneath you." She was angrier at her grandfather than at him, but Landon was the one here, and he'd started the problem by ratting her out. Landon only raised an eyebrow in reaction. "Well, well, Kitty has claws." "My name isn't actually Kitty." He pulled his attention from the road to give her a blue-eyed gaze. "True, but Kate has claws doesn't have near the ring to it." So he did know her real name. Surprising, since no one on Coyote Glen ever used it. "I know you get straight A's," Landon continued, "and you're in track. I know all sorts of things, because Cal likes to brag about you. You might not feel it right now, but he loves you. She used to think he did, but not anymore. You didn't yell at someone you cared about the way he'd yelled at her. You didn't kick them off a cattle drive. The truth was that her grandfather had only ever treated her with cheerfulness when he was in a good mood and strained tolerance when he wasn't. He didn't actually love her. Kate stared firmly out the window again and refused to say anything else to Landon. Fortunately, he didn't give her any more advice on how to redeem her fallen life. When Landon pulled up to her grandparents' house, her grandmother was outside picking apricots. She met Kate's arrival with the forced cheer a person uses when trying to avoid awkwardness. "I'm glad to see you. I can use some help turning these into jam." And thus began Kate's lifelong hatred of apricot jam. Bad association. From then on, the flavor tasted like tangy sweetness mixed with disgrace. Kate had called her mother, told her what had happened, and threatened to hitchhike to Washington if her parents didn't bring her home immediately. She flew back to Seattle the next morning. When summer came, Kate got a job near home instead of going to the ranch. Ditto for all the following summers. Her grandfather never apologized, and Kate wasn't about to pretend, like he did, that none of it happened. But still, as the years went by, Kate had hoped for a reconciliation. She'd hoped he'd grow softer and more caring in his old age. She should have known better. Her grandfather had been as unrelenting as the Arizona rock that lined his ranch. And now she was sitting in a pew at his funeral, and nothing could change between them. Any words either of them wanted to say would be left unsaid. She wiped at the tears that ran onto her cheeks. It was best to leave all memories of Coyote Glen here in the desert. Best to let the past stay here with the cacti, the mesquite, and coyotes. She belonged in Seattle. Chapter 4. After the funeral, Kate's family went to the graveside service. Her father had been an only child, so the group was small. The sky was pale blue and endless. Even though it was the 2nd of September, the temperature was still in the high 80s, part of Arizona's perpetual summer. All the sunshine seemed a discordant contrast to the somber mood and black clothing. Her father took hold of her mother's hand, and his gaze drifted to the headstone that was inscribed with both his parents' names. At least they're together again. I'm sure Mom has missed him. Grandma had been the only one that could soften Grandpa, who could tease him into better moods or change his mind. Things might have been different if she hadn't succumbed to her stroke. If only Grandpa had found her sooner, or been able to get her to the hospital faster. He'd been out checking on fences, though, and Coyote Glen was a 25-minute drive from Bisbee. The stupid ranch. It had caused nothing but problems for her family. When the graveside service finished, the family drove back to the church where the entire congregation held a luncheon. One more thing to get through before Kate could go back to the house and help her parents sort through her grandfather's things. While the family sat at their table eating, Libby leaned over to Kate. In some ways, Libby was a younger version of Kate. She had the same strawberry blonde hair and green eyes, but she was never awkward or unsure of herself the way Kate had been at her age. "Don't look now, but Mr. Hot Cowboy is checking you out." Kate doubted that. She ventured a quick glance. Landon was indeed looking at their table. She was so used to him in jeans and a cowboy hat with 2 days' growth on his jaw that it was odd seeing him clean-shaven and in a suit. The clothing transformed him from rugged and windswept to sleek and sophisticated. Kate finished up her last bite of potatoes. Landon probably just wants to talk to Mom and Dad about the ranch. She'd told her parents he'd stopped by and offered to buy Coyote Glen. She'd also told them about the While Away Ranch's water issues. As she expected, her parents were sympathetic, but not sympathetic enough to change their plans. Her mother's gaze flicked over to the Wiles' table. "Landon is the blonde one, right? I can never keep all those brothers straight. Is he the oldest? Ethan is the oldest, Kate said. When he went to college, Landon took over the ranch. Ethan, Kate noticed, hadn't come home for the funeral. Her father cut through a piece of ham. Landon is the one who's been raising Preston, the youngest. Libby's eyes widened. What happened to their parents? Car accident, her father said. 5 years ago, some drunk college students hit them while they were coming home from a horse show. Libby had been too young to be affected by or apparently remember that piece of news, but Kate had felt sick for days. Preston was only 12 at the time, so the state granted guardianship to Landon, who'd been all of 21. During the next Christmas video chat, Kate's grandfather vacillated between grief and fury on the Wiles' behalf. He'd given a stern treatise on what should be done with teenage drunk drivers. Kate had wondered if he'd aimed those lectures at her since she was already an established person of ill repute. That's so sad. Libby glanced at the Wiles' table. Her attention immediately snapped back to her family. He's coming over here. So he was. As Landon drew closer, Kate noticed that his eyes were red-rimmed. She forgave him then, at least mostly, for his comment about her grandfather turning in his grave. Whatever else she thought about Landon, he genuinely cared about her grandfather. He tilted his head in greeting to Kate. Kitty? Hearing her grandparents' nickname for her was oddly comforting. A good memory from the past. Landon turned to her parents. I wanted to let you know how sorry I am for your loss. Cal was a great man. After my parents passed away, he checked in on us daily to see if we needed anything. We came home from their funeral and his men were fixing our fences. He did things like that for us all the next year. He even went to Preston's basketball games. Kate was glad to hear this, glad that her grandfather was generous to his neighbors. But another part of her asked, why didn't he ever come to see me run track? Really, Kate had to stop feeling this way, jealous and resentful. Being in Arizona seemed to bring out the worst in her. She would be glad when this week was over and she could go back to her old life, where she didn't feel like a petulant 15-year-old. If there's anything you need help with, Landon added, just let me know. He pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to her father. Her father slid the card into his pocket. I appreciate that. He probably would have said more, but Landon's brothers decided to join him. The group of them walked over, looking like the new spring line in someone's suit catalog. One had to appreciate their genetics. All of them were tall and muscular. Dylan introduced himself and gave his condolences. Preston said a few words and then Jackson did the same. He held a little girl's hand, who looked to be about 6 years old. Her long, dark hair was held back by a headband, and she had an angelic face. When Landon told her that Jackson had a daughter, Kate had imagined a toddler or a baby. Now, she couldn't help but do the math. Jackson was 24. If he had a 6-year-old, that meant his daughter was born when he was 18. 18. So young to be a father. And his girlfriend must have gotten pregnant not long after he'd given Kate kissing lessons. Her grandfather had never mentioned that Jackson had a daughter, but then, besides the news about Mr. and Mrs. Wiles' death, her grandpa never said much about his neighbors' personal lives. He considered that sort of thing gossip. His updates had been more along the line of who helped him vaccinate cattle. We're going to miss Cal, Jackson said. He was a good friend and an even better neighbor. Whenever I was in a pinch, he was the first to help out. Kate always assumed her grandfather gave Jackson the same scolding he'd given her, and figured Jackson held the same resentment. But no. Grandpa had been a good friend and neighbor to him. Had it just been Kate? Had he been loving toward everyone else but her? Her head was starting to hurt. She wanted to go home, but she and her parents still had to meet with Grandpa's lawyer to go over his will. Kate was a beneficiary, which meant she had to sign documents. She hadn't given a lot of thought to what her grandfather left her. It was hard to think of profiting from death. Landon nodded at Kate's parents. "We won't keep you. I know you need to get to the lawyer's office." Her mother smiled politely. "How did you know that?" "I'm going too," Landon said, as though surprised they weren't aware. "I've been named in the will." On the drive to the law firm, Kate's mother said, "It's nice that Dad left something for Landon in his will." Kate was peering out the window at Bisbee. Houses perched on the sides of the city's steep hills like mountain goats, balancing precariously. Above them, patches of lonely green brush dotted the red mountains. This scenery had been a familiar part of her childhood, and this was probably the last time she'd ever see it. The thought brought a lonely pang to her chest. "I bet he'll get Marigold," Libby said. Marigold was Grandpa's favorite horse, a prize-winning cutter who was pregnant by another champion. Grandpa had high expectations for the foal. "He probably left Landon some farm equipment," their father said, "and that's fine. He'll put it to good use, and we won't have to worry about selling it off ourselves." Their mother relaxed a bit. "That's probably it." Libby perked up. "Then can I keep Marigold?" "No," her parents said in unison. Her mother added, "We'll find a good home for her." Their father nodded. "A horse with her pedigree and skills should go for at least 15,000, maybe closer to 25. Under his breath, he added, "That'll pay for Libby's first semester of college." Libby scooted up in her seat, pulling her seatbelt with her. "I don't graduate high school for 4 years. Can we keep her until then?" "Boarding horses is expensive," her mother said. Libby's shoulders fell in dramatic disappointment. "But you said that once you inherited the ranch, you'd have enough to pay off your debts with plenty left over." Kate took hold of her sister's elbow, motioning for her to sit back in her seat. "It's disrespectful to talk about spending Grandpa's money right after his funeral." Libby returned to her seat with a thud. "I'm not being disrespectful. Having Grandpa's horse would help me remember him." Her bottom lip quavered. "He loved Marigold. So every time I rode her, I'd think of him." Kate immediately regretted snapping at her sister. "Sorry, Libs. That's a sweet thought. I wish we could keep her." Libby didn't reply. Apparently, she'd decided to sulk about her horselessness. "I'm glad you want to remember Grandpa," their father said. "But we won't actually see any money until we develop the land. Until then, we need to put away what we can in your college fund." Libby sighed, still dramatic. "How expensive is college?" Their father adjusted the sun visor. "Expensive enough that we're still paying off your sister's degree." That's where the bulk of her parents' debts had come from. Kate's tuition. During her senior year of high school, they'd found her wistfully flipping through brochures for the New York School of Interior Design. They'd encouraged her to apply, despite the $53,000 yearly tuition. When Kate protested that her meager savings wouldn't cover the rent in New York, let alone that sort of tuition, they'd told her that they believed in her talent and thought she should learn from the best. They'd agreed to pay for it all. Kate planned on paying them back once she had her own design business. She wanted to prove to them and herself that their faith in her had been well spent. Their mother turned in her seat to better see Libby. "I'm sure you'll be able to find something else of Grandpa's to help you remember him. Something that's not alive." Libby shrugged. "Maybe." Kate only wanted a few things of her grandmother's. One of the quilts she'd helped make, the red mixing bowls that brought back memories of baking cookies, and maybe a few books. Not things likely to be mentioned in the will. The lawyer's office was in a newer area of town, a brick building with arched windows and colonial posts that tried for an air of stateliness. The family went inside, and the receptionist showed them into a room with a long cherry wood table, large enough for a dozen people. Only Landon sat there. He still wore his suit and looked as at home in it as any businessman. If she hadn't known better, she would have thought he was a part of the law firm. "Mr. Wagner will be with you in a minute," the receptionist said, and left the room. Her heels clicked off down the hallway. Kate and her family sat across the table from Landon and silently waited. Libby scrolled through her social media. The girl couldn't be away from it for long. Their father leaned toward Landon. "Kate told us about your offer to purchase Coyote Glen. I wish we could help you with your water situation, but I talked to my brother-in-law and he doesn't seem to think there's anything we can do. A golf course needs a lot of watering." A muscle twitched in Landon's cheek, revealing his annoyance. "You know Cal wouldn't want his home turned into a golf course. Don't his wishes count for anything?" Kate felt a twinge of guilt. Her grandfather would have hated the idea of a golf course. If her parents felt any of that same guilt, they didn't show it. Her mother sent Landon a tolerant smile. "We need to do what's best for our family. I'm sure you understand that." "I do understand," Landon said. "How much will it take to buy Coyote Glen? If this is just about money, you must have a price. What is it?" Her father let out a slow breath. "I could get back to you with a figure, but I guarantee you won't like it." The door opened, and a tall, elderly man with graying hair walked into the room carrying a stack of paper. "I'm Miles Wagner, Calvin's lawyer and executor of his will. Glad to meet you folks. Wish it were under better circumstances." He sat down, still offering condolences, and passed out copies of the will, one for everyone but Libby. She was only here because driving back to the ranch to drop her off would have taken too much time. Mr. Wagner finished with the papers. "Wills are written in legal language that's long and sometimes difficult to understand, so I'll just give you the basics. After Calvin's wife died, he changed his will. I'm assuming he told you of the changes?" "No." A hint of wariness entered her father's tone. "Dad never mentioned that." "Oh." Mr. Wagner drew out the word. He shifted in his chair, but when he spoke again it was with the same calm professionalism. "Well, the basics are that your father put his money, home, and all ranch assets into a trust, which I'm to oversee for a year. He left a modest stock portfolio, the household items, and his personal effects to you." Her father held up a hand to stop the lawyer. "Wait, what was that about the trust?" Mr. Wagner flipped through a few pages of his copy of the will. "The land, cattle, home, and ranch equipment were left to Kate, with the provision that in order to inherit them she must live on the ranch and keep it profitable for a year's time." The news hit Kate like an unexpected splash of cold water. Her grandfather had left Coyote Glen to her? Why? It was supposed to go to her father. Shock made it hard to concentrate on the lawyer's next words. "She isn't allowed to sell land, equipment, or other assets during that time. She may sell livestock, but at the end of the year her number of cattle can't be down more than 10%. Mr. Wagner checked a figure on one of the papers. "Cal had been culling his herd the last few years, so currently the number is 348. Kate will need to have at least 313. She isn't allowed to take gifts of cash, livestock, or equipment from outside sources to make the ranch profitable, and no one is allowed to live on the property with her except a qualified foreman. The reasoning is that she needs to be involved with the ranching herself. To be considered qualified, the foreman must have worked on a ranch for at least the previous 5 years. If at any time within the year Kate vacates Coyote Glen or is unable to keep the ranch out of debt for 3 consecutive months, the trust and all its assets will go to Landon Wyle." Kate's mouth dropped open. The air seemed to have left her lungs without any thought of returning. "What?" she finally managed. Her mother looked from her father to the lawyer, blinking in disbelief. "That can't be right. How could that be legal?" Mr. Wagner folded his hands over the table. "People make all sorts of stipulations where trusts are concerned. Technically, Kate won't inherit for a year. Until then, my office will oversee the ranch's books to make sure everything is in order. After the will's terms are met, she'll be able to keep or dispose of the land and assets as she sees fit." He flipped through another page. "I also need to let you know about a provision leasing water rights to the While Away Ranch for the duration of the year. As listed in Section 7, the cost for that transaction will be $1. He slid a paper to Landon. "I'll need to collect payment and have you sign this." Landon smiled brightly, pulled out his wallet, and handed a dollar bill to the lawyer. "I'm much obliged." He took the pen Mr. Wagner proffered and clicked the top. Turns out Cal's wishes do count for something after all. Kate's stomach turned over on itself. This was not how things were supposed to go. Her parents were already grief-stricken, and now both were growing pale with the added pain of this blow. "Why would Grandpa do this?" she asked. "Why would he make me stay at Coyote Glen for a year? I have a job." Shock turned into panic. "I can't raise cattle. I don't know how to do that." It was a punishment. That's what her grandfather had left her. Kate's eyes flew to the lawyer. If Grandpa planned to cut his own family from his will, why didn't he just do it outright? Instead, he wanted me to live out in the middle of nowhere, failing, so that after a year I'd feel extra horrible about losing the family ranch? She thought of her position at the interior design firm, her clients, her ordered life, in the way a dying person sees her life flash before her eyes. Kate's boss told her that she showed so much promise, she would be moving up the ranks quickly. "You could make driftwood and seaweed look glamorous," she'd said more than once. And now Kate was going to have to quit her job in order to run cattle for a year. Mr. Wagner adjusted his glasses, clearly uncomfortable at the tension in the room. "Normally I don't comment on my client's motivation, but Calvin told me he wanted the ranch kept in the family, and he knew his son preferred another profession. He felt if Kate gave ranching a try, she'd like it. But if she didn't, his property should go to someone who did. In this case, Mr. Wyle." Kate's father was not one to lose his temper easily, but a red flush crept up his throat. "You don't have to move here," he told her. "I wouldn't let Grandpa bully me into changing careers, and I'm not about to let him force you into it." He turned to Mr. Wagner, his back rigid with determination. "We'll fight this. My father couldn't have been in his right mind when he made this will. You said he changed it after my mother died. He must have been grief-stricken, and he didn't know what he was doing." Mr. Wagner was nonplussed, almost pitying. "It's certainly your prerogative to contest the will. However, retaining lawyers is expensive and will most likely not end in the result you want. The documents were legally filed, and Calvin had years to change them if he wanted." Kate's father waved a hand in Landon's direction. "The way this trust is set up, all Mr. Wyle has to do is sabotage the ranch to make it unprofitable for 3 straight months, and he'll inherit the whole thing. You can't tell me that sort of arrangement would stand in a court of law." Landon grinned. "I would never sabotage Coyote Glen. I don't have to. Kitty already admitted she doesn't know how to raise cattle." He slid the signed document back to Mr. Wagner. "Is that all you need from me?" Landon was entirely too pleased about this. Had he and his brothers influenced Grandpa, perhaps made comments that her family didn't deserve to inherit? How could her grandfather have turned his estate into some sort of contest? Mr. Wagner picked up Landon's paper and tucked it into a file. "That should do for the present. I'll contact you a year from today concerning Coyote Glen." His gaze turned to Kate, Sooner, if Miss Benton decides not to pursue her claim on the property. Her father narrowed his eyes at Landon. You know what that land is worth, and you know it isn't rightfully yours, but you're willing to take it from us anyway. Landon scooped up his copy of the will. Like you said before, I've got to think about what's best for my family. I'm sure you understand. As he stood to go, he nodded at Kate. You should listen to your dad and not let your grandfather bully you into ranching. I'm sure you're a wonderful interior decorator. Not a chance. She refused to let him win like this. She wouldn't allow him to take the ranch and leave her family with nothing. I'll stay at Coyote Glen, she said, and I'll make sure the place turns a profit. Landon still seemed entirely too cheerful, so she added, How hard can it be to keep cows alive? That's what Grandpa hired a foreman to do. Landon's grin grew. Right. As they say, ignorance is bliss. He waltzed out of the room with an extra bounce in his step. Some of Kate's confidence left at the same time he did, and she stared at the door while the ramifications unrolled in her mind. What had she just gotten herself into? She was going to be stuck on a ranch in the middle of nowhere, Arizona, for an entire year. Despite Mr. Wagner's assurance that her grandfather had wanted her to give ranching a try, she knew he'd rewritten his will to be spiteful, not just to her parents, but to her, too. After the cattle drive, she'd refused to spend summers in Arizona, so he'd sentenced her to a year here. He'd known she wouldn't have another choice. Her design projects, her friends, and that guy from her apartment building she flirted with. All of it would have to be put on hold. Goodbye, chic office. Hello, pitchfork and cattle chute. I'm sorry, Jeff. Mr. Wagner's words drew Kate's attention back to her parents. Her father, who'd always been so strong, the rock of the family, had put his elbows on the table and buried his face in his hands. Her mother rubbed his back consolingly. It'll be okay. We'll get by. I was his only child, her father muttered. You'd think I would be his favorite, but obviously I wasn't. Neither parent looked at Kate. She felt as though she'd stolen her father's inheritance, that somehow this added pain was her fault. She couldn't stand to see him so broken. After the year is through, I'll sign over the ranch to you. It should be yours, not mine. Her father lifted his head from his hands. So much gratitude shone in his eyes. She knew she'd made the right decision. Really? You'd do that for us? Kate nodded. We'll call it payment for my tuition. The land and cattle were worth 10 times that amount, but her parents' happiness mattered more. Her father reached across the table and put his hand over hers. You're the best daughter ever. Hey, Libby protested. It's not my fault Grandpa didn't leave me anything. Kate's father squeezed her hand. Once the development pays out, we'll make sure you have enough money to start your own design business. Kate smiled. That was a financial windfall she could enjoy. One that felt like a prize, not a punishment. Now all she had to do was make sure she didn't lose the ranch.
Chapter 5. So let me get this straight, Jackson said as he perched on the old black family room couch. Landon had called his brothers together for a meeting before Dylan headed back to Bisbee. Our strategy, Jackson continued, is to make sure Cal's granddaughter fails at ranching, so you'll inherit Coyote Glen? Jackson had already changed out of his suit from the funeral and was back in jeans and a t-shirt. Doesn't sit right with me. Seems like we ought to be helping Kitty. That's what Cal would want. No, that's not our strategy. Landon had only told his brothers that Kitty was bound to make all sorts of mistakes. He hadn't even gotten to his thoughts on strategy yet. If we're talking about what Cal would want, Dylan put in, Cal wouldn't want our ranch to fail. Dylan, for once, wasn't checking his watch and reminding them all that he needed to head back to his apartment in town. He sat next to Jackson, looking out the picture window at the front pastures, green patches set against the backdrop of red mountains. Cal didn't leave Coyote Glen to Jeff Benton because he knew his son would sell it. Kitty'll do the same. Dylan shook his head. It's just a shame Cal didn't sell us the place beforehand and leave the money to his family. Landon tossed his tie on the couch and loosened the top buttons of his shirt. Cal didn't sell it to us because he hoped Kitty would take to ranching. Right, Dylan said. It's clear how much she loved the ranch by the fact she hasn't stepped foot on it since she was 15. Maybe we shouldn't offer to share our equipment like we did with Cal. To succeed in business, you've got to use the leverage you have. Preston took a handful of Doritos from a bag on his lap and flipped one into his mouth. We should tell everyone about the Benton's golf course ambitions and how Kitty'll put our ranch out of business. People won't want to help her. She won't put us out of business, Landon assured him. Even if we can't use Cal's wells, we can still haul water in. That'll be such a hassle, Jackson said. And expensive, Dylan added, which means that it will cut into both your time and your profits, not to mention the wear and tear it'll put on your trucks. Preston scowled. You don't mess with a man's truck. Agreed, Dylan said. Hauling in water isn't a long-term solution. Landon didn't like the direction this conversation was taking. Yesterday, I offered to help Kitty with anything she needs. I'm not going to go back on my word now because of the will. Preston crunched another chip. You're just saying that because Kitty is single and pretty. If Cal had left the ranch to his son with the same agreement, you and Jax would happily see Coyote Glen go down in flames. We need those wells, so we can't be nice about this just because our opponent is a woman. She's not our opponent. Jackson leaned back and put his feet on the old wooden trunk they used as a coffee table. She's our neighbor and our friend. More of a friend to some of us, Dylan said with a knowing look that verged on a smirk. Jackson picked up a Dorito and threw it at Dylan, nicking the side of his face. Kitty and I are past history. She's not my type anymore. Yeah, Dylan snorted. She's too smart for him now. She might not fall for that I'm offering kissing lessons line. Landon raised his hands to change the subject. Somehow, talking about the way Jackson had kissed Kitty still irritated him. The whole thing had become a joke to his brothers. But that was because they hadn't been there when Cal chewed out Kitty. They hadn't driven her home and seen her eyes swollen from crying. We don't need to do anything to make sure Coyote Glen doesn't turn a profit, Landon emphasized. I don't believe for a minute that a city girl interior designer is going to last 1 month, let alone 12 on a cattle ranch that's almost half an hour from the nearest small town and an hour and a half from Tucson. She'll be stir-crazy by next week. All we have to do is sit back, wait, and then offer to pay a fair price for the land if she agrees to give up her claim on the ranch. Win-win all around. We'll have water, Cal's family will be compensated, and we won't have to worry about golf carts spooking our cattle. Preston made a grumbling sound in the back of his throat. I think you're underestimating how greedy some folks are. And you're forgetting how hard ranch work is. Landon leaned over and ruffled his younger brother's hair. Maybe we need to give you more chores after school. Preston chomped on a chip sullenly. Oh, you'll give me more chores? And I already know which ones. You'll send me a Coyote Glen to help out little Miss Blue-Eyed and Clueless. I saw how you were looking at her at the funeral. Her eyes are green, Landon said, and I was only looking at her to see how she was holding up. Uh-huh. Jackson clearly had his doubts. Does this mean you're having second thoughts about Angelina? Landon had never had first thoughts about her. Angelina had gone to high school with him and now worked in a Bisbee clinic that specialized in livestock. Although another vet worked with her, she always seemed to be the one who showed up when Landon put in a call. And it was becoming clear that she wanted to help him out with more than just an occasional cow with pink eye. He'd taken her out to dinner a time or two to thank her for her help, and she'd invited him to her last office party. Angelina and I are just friends, Landon said. And you and Kitty are just opponents, Preston said. Try to remember that.
Chapter 6. Kate didn't think much about running the ranch the first week and a half after her grandpa's funeral. She and her parents had to sort through decades of her grandparents' possessions. Fortunately, Dwayne Hughes, the foreman, oversaw a lot of the day-to-day tasks of running Coyote Glen. He was a middle-aged man who may or may not have had hair underneath his hat. His skin was so tan it seemed to be made of leather, and he constantly had a wad of chewing tobacco in his cheek. He lived in a small house on the other side of the front pastures, the foreman's cottage. Kate had never stepped foot inside it. When she'd spent summers in Arizona, she'd seen Mr. Hughes as someone who had no patience, imagination, or sense of humor, and she'd kept out of his way as much as possible. Now she had to work with him 5 days a week. During their stay, Kate's father helped her clean the barn, showed her how to feed and water the livestock, and gave her a crash course in reattaching barbed wire to fence posts. But her family couldn't stay long. The will limited the time she could have visitors. And besides, her parents needed to get back to their jobs, and Libby had to return to school. On the morning of her family's departure, Kate went outside to see them off. Her father gave her a long hug. "Love you. Thanks for your help. You'll be fine. Just call me when you have questions." Her mother hugged her next. "Your father hasn't worked on the ranch in 25 years. Ask Dwayne your questions. That's what you're paying him for." Kate's father pulled the car key from his pocket. "Cattle haven't changed since I was a teenager. They still eat the same stuff and give birth the same way." Her mother motioned for Libby to get in the car and Mock whispered, "When your father lived here, no one used spreadsheets or smartphones. The internet was just a wispy thing made of chatboards and cat memes." She gave Kate another hug and kissed her cheek. "Thanks for doing this for us. I'm sorry we've turned you into a ranch hand for a year." "You didn't do that," Kate said. "Grandpa did." "Well, we appreciate your work," her mother emphasized. "Remember, at the end of this, you'll have money to start up your own design business." The reminder should have made Kate happy, but any future plan seemed so far away, blotted out by desert hills, red rock, and a hot Arizona sky. Libby took one last selfie with a background of Palo Verde trees and distant hills. "I wish I could stay. Horseback riding is way more fun than homework. Besides, Preston Wyle is hot." "He's too old for you," Kate said. "And if he's anything like his brothers, he's nothing but trouble." Libby sighed meaningfully. "Sometimes the trouble is worth it." "I doubt that." Really, it was a good thing Libby never came to spend summers at Coyote Glen. She was nothing but confidence and flirt. She would have given Grandpa fits. As Libby got into the back of the car, she sent Kate a knowing look. "If you run into any of that sort of trouble with Preston's hot older brother, I want details." Kate didn't bother asking which brother. They all qualified. The car started up and headed toward the drive that led to the main road. Kate waved bravely until they pulled out of sight, and then she was alone. She felt as though she'd been dropped off on an island, a desert island, filled with cattle. She hardly had time to wallow sufficiently in self-pity before Dwayne strolled up with a list of chores for her. Time to start her stint as ranch boss. She fed the horses and chickens, gathered eggs, and drove out to the bull pasture. Since the bulls were kept away from the cows for most of the year, they didn't have as much grazing land and needed extra feed. Then she checked a stretch of fence in the back sections for loose wire. While she did that, she picked up litter that trespassers had left behind and contemplated how much she hated both trespassers and shrub brush. Missy accompanied Kate as she worked, head cocked in question as though she wasn't sure why Kate was still here and was hoping someone better would come along. That was Kate's first day on her own. The next morning, when she went outside to face her responsibilities, Dwayne was already waiting for her with a new litany of tasks. You can't help with fixing well pumps or patching irrigation pipes, so I'll handle those. After you feed the animals, check the water tanks and spread manure on the garden. He pointed to a small mountain near the barn. Even at this distance, the unpleasant scent drifted over every time the breeze picked up. Kate stared at the manure pile grimly. A wheelbarrow, shovel, and hoe lay nearby. Wouldn't using a tractor be faster? Yep, but the small tractor's hydraulics are out. Still waiting for a part. He nodded to the side of the barn where the tractor stood surrounded by buckets like it was a sick patient. Then the shovel it was. Okay. She would have preferred to try her hand at patching irrigation pipe. All of it goes on the field? He nodded. The animals eat the plants and then fertilize them too. That's the beauty of the circle of life. Kate did the first 2 chores and started in on the last. She learned 3 things while shoveling. First, the circle of life smelled awful and got worse as the temperature climbed. Second, flies could make any chore worse. And third, she really should have bought better boots before she decided to work on a ranch. The ones she wore were now ruined for any social events. She would never get all the gunk out of the crevices. At lunchtime, she didn't stop to eat. Her appetite had left the moment she started this task. She was hot, sweaty, and worried she was breathing in dung dust. She'd only managed to reduce the mountain into a menacing hill when she slipped on a patch and fell into the mound. She caught herself before she did a faceplant, which is when she realized how much her hands hurt. They stung like crazy, so much that she almost wished she hadn't put them down to catch herself. Her hat tumbled into the mound, but she didn't bother retrieving it. She stood up, shaking her hands in a fruitless attempt to reduce the pain. Crap, crap, crap! Well, that's one name for it. She hadn't seen Landon approaching, but he was strolling toward her, taking in the situation. Of course, the guy had seen her slip into a manure pile. He was like some sort of chronicler of all her horrible life moments. He wore faded blue jeans that fit him just right, along with a tan t-shirt that showed off his muscled arms and chest. Really, how did a guy make an old t-shirt look that good? His blonde hair was barely visible beneath the brim of his cowboy hat, but his eyes, those blue eyes, could be seen anywhere. The guy oozed masculinity. How annoying. Did she have anything gross in her hair? She used the back of her gloves to wipe the strands that had fallen into her face, and wished she'd changed her gate setting so it didn't automatically let vehicles in. Hi, Landon. Can I help you? He tucked his thumbs into his pockets. I was just about to ask you the same thing. How thoughtful. She kept her voice light. You smelled the welcoming scent of manure all the way from your ranch and drove over here to help? No, I just came by to see how you were doing without your folks. He'd come to check up on her. At least he'd found her outside working, even if he had witnessed her fall down and then inexplicably wave her hands around like they were on fire. He surveyed the garden, the wheelbarrow, the shovel she'd flung on the ground, and her hat lying atop the dung pile like a flag planted on Mount Everest. You seem to be doing fine. Yep, if fine feels like your hands have been gouged. She pulled off her gloves. A row of blisters spread across the base of her fingers. Most were already popped and weeping. How had she gotten so many when she'd been wearing gloves? He stepped closer to her. Well, your hands'll toughen up after a... He saw the raw welts and let out a whistle. Why didn't you stop when the blisters first formed? I didn't realize they were this bad. I was trying to get the job done. Landon nodded approvingly and took the gloves from her. I'll finish up here. You go bandage your hands. Cal has some antibiotic ointment in his first aid kit. You want to do my work? She asked, even though it was clear he intended to do just that. He'd already picked up the shovel. It was such a nice thing to offer, considering he didn't want her to succeed at ranching. He plucked up her hat and handed it to her. It won't take me long. You got most of it. He plunged the shovel into the pile with more force than she'd ever managed, biceps rippling, and dumped the load into the wheelbarrow as though it was effortless. She refused to let the man's physical prowess and generosity impress her. He was technically her competition, practically the enemy. But since he'd offered to shovel manure, she'd let him. Thanks. She tromped off to the house, stomping her boots a little in an effort to knock off the manure. The stomping only managed to make her exit look ridiculous. She left her hat and boots outside on the porch and headed to the master bathroom. The mirror revealed hair plastered against her head in sweaty, tangled strands. A layer of dirt dusted her features, and a brown smudge spread across her cheek. Gross. She'd talked to a hot guy, with manure on her face. She needed a shower, but she ought to bandage her hands and go out and thank Landon for his help. That would be the polite thing to do. On the other hand, she was filthy, and what good would it do to bandage her hands when she would just have to remove them to shower? Landon would be busy for at least a half hour. That'd give her time for a quick shower. She'd be super fast. Kate grabbed some clean clothes and undressed. The process took longer than she'd expected due to her blistered hands. Washing her hair and scrubbing away the dirt also took longer for the same reason. To make up for the time, she hardly toweled off before pulling on a clean pair of jeans and a t-shirt. By then, her palms stung, and she gave up on trying to do the button on her jeans. With her hair dripping onto her t-shirt, she rifled through her grandfather's bathroom cabinets searching for a first aid kit. She didn't find one. All she managed to come up with was a bottle of alcohol and a couple of loose Band-Aids. The Band-Aids were too small to use, and she didn't feel like pouring alcohol onto her wounds. Landon had said her grandfather's first aid kit had antibiotic ointment. Then again, maybe Landon just supposed that her grandfather had a first aid kit. She knelt in front of the sink and checked there. She found an assortment of soap, shaving cream, and razors. Stuff Grandpa would never use again. She quickly closed the cupboard. Out in the living room, Missy let out a few sharp barks, then a happy bark of welcome. Had Landon come to the house? He couldn't be done already, could he? Kitty? Landon's voice sounded from the front door, letting her know he had indeed finished. Are you okay? Coming, she called and made her way to the front room. He stood in the doorway holding a first aid kit as large as a toolbox. He'd not only been fast, but he'd also somehow managed to do the job without getting a layer of manure on him in the process. He didn't even look as though he'd broken a sweat. Missy sat in front of him, tail wagging furiously in a bid for attention. Landon's attention wasn't on the dog, though. His gaze ran over Kate, taking her in from top to bottom. Was he checking her out? The thought wasn't completely unwelcome. Approval from the mighty Landon Wyle would be an accomplishment. It would be proof he no longer saw her as a foolish 15-year-old. Kate was suddenly conscious that she wore no makeup and her hair was dripping all over her t-shirt. Definitely not her best look. Where'd you find the first aid kit? She asked. In the barn. That's where he always kept it. Oh, a completely illogical place. She smiled at Landon. Thanks for helping me with the manure and for bringing me the bandages. She held out her hand for the kit. You've gone above and beyond the call of neighbor. Instead of giving her the kit, Landon leaned against the doorframe and pulled off one boot, then the other. Why don't you let me do the bandaging? I've already taken enough of your time. She didn't want him to think of her as a charity case, especially when she was supposed to be proving she could run a ranch. I can do it. He took off his hat and hung it on a hook by the door. She'd thought his hair had looked good slicked back when he'd been dressed up at the lawyer's office. Now she changed her mind. Messy blonde waves suited him. I might believe that, he said, if you'd been able to button your own pants. As it is, I think you still need some help. She glanced down at her jeans. She'd forgotten that she left them unbuttoned and the zipper had edged down. Face flushing, she tugged it back up. He hadn't been checking her out earlier. He'd been noticing her fly was down. This was one more embarrassing moment for him to catalog. And now she was having trouble with the button. Do you want me to do that? He asked. Buttoning her pants seemed far too intimate a task to get help with, especially from Landon Wyle. I can manage. The task only required fingers, or at least she'd always thought so. When had the buttonhole gotten so small and stiff? He set the kit on the end table and sauntered over to her. I forgot how stubborn you are. He was nearly to her, perfect biceps and all. There's a difference between being self-sufficient and stubborn. Mm-hmm. He stood so close, she felt like they were about to slow dance, or kiss, or... Nope, she couldn't think of another reason to stand this close, which was probably an indication of how attractive he was. Her brain was stuck on those two possibilities. May I? He asked. She nodded. She didn't trust herself to speak. With his head bent to see her jeans, Landon took hold of the button and tugged it into the hole, then stepped away from her to retrieve the first aid kit. Sorry that I smell like manure. Hazard of the profession. At least today. What? She asked, still flustered by his recent nearness. He didn't smell of anything bad. Just the outdoors. He took the first aid kit to the couch, flipped it open, and sat down. You held your breath while I was close. She hadn't held her breath. She'd forgotten to breathe, and he'd noticed and taken her response as an insult. No, she stammered. You smell surprisingly not of manure. As soon as she said the words, even before he cocked his eyebrows in mock offense, she realized how the statement sounded, like she expected manure to be his everyday scent. I mean, you smell fine. I just didn't breathe because... She waved her hand vaguely. I was sucking in my stomach, so you'd have an easier time with the button. She forced a laugh and made her way to the couch. Stress eating. These jeans are getting tight. His eyes zeroed in on her waist, and his gaze ran over her again. I doubt that. They look like they fit you just right. He nodded. Real good, in fact. And suddenly, despite her resolve of aloofness, these became her favorite jeans. She sat next to him, perhaps a little closer than was customary, but after all, she needed to be close so he could bandage her hands. He sorted through the supplies until he found some gauze. Missy lay down at his feet, watching him with adoration. Landon looked so at home in her house, more at home than she felt. Why are you being so helpful? She'd assumed he would sit back and hope she failed miserably in every ranch task. Instead, he was here helping her. He took a tube of antibiotic ointment out of the kit. We were friends growing up, and neighbors help neighbors. The will doesn't change that. She wouldn't have exactly called them friends, but hopefully he was telling the truth. He had, after all, offered to help her family before either of them found out about the will. Whatever the case, she was glad for the assistance now. She offered him her palms. He opened the tube of ointment, squeezed out a bit, and gently took her right hand in his. His hands were warm and calloused. Working hands. Strong hands. Sorry if this hurts some. He brushed his finger against her palm, applying the salve. It didn't hurt. Not much. And the way he held her hand in his, like she was delicate, was so sweet. His blue eyes had such a look of concentration. Man, it had been too long since she'd been on a date. She'd been busy with school and unsure where a job would take her, so she'd put men on hold. Now one was holding her, or at least her hand, and that small touch was doing all sorts of things to her insides. Stupid things. Landon wasn't interested in her. He'd probably just come over to spy on her, to see if she was struggling, and she'd rewarded him with a lovely dive into a manure pile. He'd go home and tell his brothers that she'd obviously never done a real day's labor in her life, because a little shoveling had ripped her skin to shreds. "If you inherit the ranch," Landon said, "are you still going to sell it?" "I told my parents I'd give it to them." Landon paused, his eyes snapping to hers. "You're just going to give it to them. Do you have any idea what Coyote Glen is worth?" "Yes. It's worth my dad feeling like his daughter loves him, even if his father didn't." Landon stared at her in disbelief mixed with admiration. Finally, he said, "I don't think that's the message Cal wanted to send. But I hope my kids are as generous and loyal as you are." A sweet compliment. Her friends back in Seattle had all told her she was being stupid. Done with the ointment on her right hand, Landon placed a strip of gauze against her palm. He was so near that she could have swept away the blonde strands that fell across his forehead. She shouldn't be thinking those sorts of things about a guy who could take her ranch, and it said something for his magnetism that she had those thoughts anyway. Landon taped the bandage in place and moved to her other hand. He spread ointment across her left palm with caressing strokes. The feel of his fingers against her skin was almost worth the blisters. Was all this attention only due to his neighborliness? Or perhaps interest? His eyes met hers. Close this way, she could see the white flecks in his blue irises that made a pattern like pale blue snowflakes. "For the next few days," he said, "don't do anything that puts pressure on your palms." She nodded and attempted a joking tone. "I'll try not to do housework, ranch work, or slap anyone." The side of his mouth quirked up. "So you're saying if I want to do anything that would occasion a slap, now's the time to do it?" His drawl made everything sound sexy. She raised an eyebrow at him. "What did you have in mind?" His eyes were on the bandages, but his grin grew. "I could have a lot in mind. You're a beautiful woman, and I have a vivid imagination." Ah, validation. Now I know where Jackson learned his flirting techniques. "Ouch," Landon pretended to wince. "You don't need to lift a finger to deliver a slap." That wasn't an insult. I like Jackson. "Right," Landon said more seriously. "I seem to recall that was the case." How should she respond to that? Did he think she was carrying a torch for his brother? She wasn't. Jackson was nice enough, but over the years she'd seen too many men like him. Guys who loved getting female attention so much that it was a sport to them. Those sorts of men never wanted to settle down into a real relationship. She was more interested in Landon's type, the sort who didn't flirt indiscriminately. Except that she'd just accused him of flirting like Jackson, so she couldn't very well tell Landon she didn't go for that type. He'd think she was telling him she wasn't interested in him. And now she'd waited too long to speak. That should do it. Landon taped an edge of the bandage in place and surveyed his work. "Remember not to get your hands dirty, or they could become infected. Have Dwayne handle anything hard." "Yeah, And this advice was coming after Dwayne had already given her the easy job because she didn't know how to fix pumps or work on irrigation pipe. I will. Thanks for your help. Landon put the tape and scissors back into the box. He would leave soon, and she didn't want him to. She'd only spent 2 days by herself on Coyote Glen, but the loneliness of the rest of the week, month, and year loomed in front of her. How did you know the first aid kit was in the barn? He shrugged. I've had my share of injuries. Cal had to patch up a wound or two. Kate turned her hands over and set them carefully on her lap. It's just like my grandpa to put the first aid kit somewhere impossible to find. I'm glad you knew where it was, or I would have had to drive to Bisbee for Band-Aids using only my fingertips. Landon snapped the lid shut. Cal was being practical. Most injuries take place out on the ranch, so supplies are easier to get in the barn. Otherwise, you'd have to walk through the house dripping blood. You're not making me look forward to ranching. How much blood is usually involved? Landon shot her a grin. You're welcome to quit any time. Yes, he'd like it if she quit after the second day. Landon was attractive and had been flirting with her, but that didn't mean she could trust him. Despite his easy smiles and charming, slow drawl, he wanted to take her family's land. She needed to remember that. You and my grandfather must have been close for him to consider leaving the ranch to you, she said casually. You could say that. Landon reached down and scratched Missy's ears. Cal and I were cut from the same cloth. The type who prefers to work outdoors instead of cooped up in some office. Kate's eyes narrowed, not in anger, but because she was trying to figure Landon out. She wouldn't have ever described herself as cut from the same cloth as her grandfather. That would be some hard and unbending cloth. Do you really think he was a good man? Landon met her gaze without hesitation. I know he was. He tilted his head in question. Are you still smarting because he yelled at you for kissing Jax? Because if so, it's long past time to let go of that resentment. Easier said than done. Landon made the incident sound small and trivial. It hadn't been. At least not for her. She leaned back into the couch cushions with a huff. Do you remember your first kiss? I bet your grandfather didn't accuse you of committing sin after it. I don't recall Cal ever using the word sin. It took me 2 years to kiss anyone else. Every time a guy tried, I had post-traumatic flashbacks. Landon settled into the cushions too, matching her stance. Think of it this way. Waiting until you were 17 for the next kiss probably saved you from a lot of trouble in the long run. He was determined to be unsympathetic. Kate crossed her wrists. It was the closest she could come to folding her arms in irritation. Maybe you are cut from the same cloth as my grandfather. As I recall on the cattle drive, you jumped to the wrong conclusions pretty fast and refused to budge. Oh? What conclusions do you think I should have jumped to when I found my brother lying on top of you, giving you kissing lessons? See, you're still doing it. The whole incident was completely innocent. Landon raised his eyebrows, an expression that indicated he thought she was in self-denial. The point is, she went on, thanks to you and my grandfather, I had the worst first kiss experience ever. I was probably permanently scarred. Well, if you ever need someone to help you work through your kissing issues, I'd be happy to oblige. She was not going to let herself blush at the suggestion. How thoughtful of you. He shrugged. With his broad shoulders, even that little motion looked attractive. I contributed to the problem. Only seems right I help with the solution. You are nothing but considerate, Mr. Wyle. And tempting. Since you won't be able to slap anyone for a few more days, I can speak my mind. His eyes went serious, his teasing gone. You really do need to forgive your grandfather for the past. I can assure you that he gave Jackson a worse grilling, and Jax managed to put it behind him. He had a good relationship with Cal. Audrey used to love coming over here with him. You, on the other hand, missed the last 7 years of your grandfather's life." Landon's words were as good as an accusation that she'd been petty. Still, she answered calmly. "I'm not the one who ruined our relationship. Grandpa did that on his own. He was too judgmental, and after he judged a person, he didn't change his mind." "You think he was judgmental because he was upset his 15-year-old granddaughter was found underneath a 17-year-old boy?" Landon held up his hands to stop her from interrupting. And it might be the truth that the incident was more innocent than it seemed. But you can't blame people for believing what their eyes tell them. "Might be the truth?" she repeated. "Do you think I'm lying about it?" "No, I know how my brother was back then. He could have engineered a fall." Doubtful. She'd been the one to stand up while holding the blanket that was wrapped around them. She sighed in resignation. "I guess there's no point in trying to convince you that you can't always believe your eyes. Anyway, Grandpa didn't even give me a chance to explain. He immediately thought the worst, humiliated me, and sent me home." Landon pressed his lips together. "It shouldn't bother me that you never understood him, but it does." He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "When Jackson was 17, he was girl crazy and making bad choices. Cal knew that about him. After the way things went with your parents, you can't blame him for worrying." Kate frowned. "What do you mean, the way things went with my parents?" Landon's gaze shot to hers, his eyes suddenly uncertain. She could tell he was reading her expression, judging her reaction. "What did my grandfather tell you about my parents?" "Cal wasn't gossiping. Back when Jax found out his girlfriend was pregnant, Cal told him about your parents as an example of a couple who'd made things work. They had a happy marriage and a good life." Had she heard him right? Kate's jaw went slack, and it took her a moment to snap her mouth shut again. "Are you saying my parents had to get married?" Landon muttered a curse and straightened. "I'm sorry, Kitty. I thought you knew." She coughed in disbelief, in indignation. Her parents had married young, just after their first year of college, but that was different than a shotgun wedding. "It's not the truth. I can prove it. I just went through a box of my grandparents' memorabilia, including one of my parents' wedding invitations." Landon shifted uncomfortably on the couch. "You don't have to prove anything. Just forget I mentioned it." "Little chance of that." She stood, marched into the hallway, and gingerly fished a blue album out of one of the boxes stacked there. She returned to the living room with the album. "My grandfather never forgave my mother for not wanting to live on the ranch, and so he considered my parents' marriage some sort of tragedy." Handling the book with bandaged hands wasn't easy. She flipped through it with her fingertips. "I turned 22 in January, and my parents will have their 24th anniversary this June." She found the invite and triumphantly flounced over to Landon to show him. "See, this June will be—" She stopped because she'd just done the math. According to the date on the invitation, it would be their 23rd anniversary. And then she did the rest of the math. June 14th to January 7th was a week shy of 7 months. That couldn't be right. She recounted. Still 7 months. A high-pitched squeak escaped her throat. "I'm really sorry," Landon murmured. "I wouldn't have said anything if I'd known. Are you okay?" "Yes," she managed. She could have come premature. Only she'd weighed 7 pounds, and that didn't seem like a preemie weight. Landon's eyes went wide with concern. "Are you sure you're okay? You look pale." Her parents had told her they hadn't waited to have a family because they knew they had infertility issues. Shouldn't they have told her the truth at some point? She'd thought she had known them. Now the world seemed like it had shifted and was off-center. The album slipped from Kate's hands and crashed onto the floor, pages fluttering like the wings of a downed bird. She hadn't seen Landon get off the couch, but he was beside her, taking hold of her elbow. You need to sit down. I'm fine. People received worse news than this all the time. However she'd arrived, her parents loved her. They were still together. The words sounded disconnected, as though spoken by someone else far away. Her vision was starting to go dark around the edges. She really was going to faint. This was so uncalled for, so tacky. Her legs went limp, and the room tilted. Before she sunk into the floor, Landon grabbed hold of her. He lifted her into his arms like she weighed nothing and laid her on the couch. The room slowly jumbled back into place. Landon leaned over her, watching her with his snowflake-speckled eyes. Kitty, her Arizona name. The version of herself that rode horseback under a wide-open sky. Are you all right? He asked. Yes. Her vision was normal again. She just felt lightheaded, and maybe breathless, because he was so close. She shifted to sit. He put his hand on her shoulder. Rest for a few minutes. He sat on the edge of the couch, probably to make sure she didn't try to get up again. Fine. She lay back down. She felt so stupid, like some antebellum Southern belle who wilted at bad news. I don't know why they didn't tell me. Landon's gaze flicked over her. Maybe they were afraid you wouldn't take it well. The man knew how to deliver an understatement. I've never fainted before. I don't know what this was. Are you diabetic? Hypoglycemic? No. Did you keep hydrated while you were out shoveling in the sun? The smell and the flies had stifled any desire to eat or drink. Oh, I guess not. He nodded. That probably had a lot to do with it then. I'll get you some water. He stood and headed into the kitchen. Kate had meant to get some water when she'd come inside, but she'd been in a hurry to shower and dress. The glasses are in the... Maybe she still wasn't thinking clearly. She'd forgotten where the glasses were. As she pictured the cabinets, her only thought was that they needed to be painted. They were ugly orange oak, an unfortunate style from the 90s. Sooner than expected, Landon returned with a large glass. You found them, she said. This isn't my first time in your kitchen. Your grandmother fed me nearly every time I was over. He handed her the glass, opened a drawer in the coffee table, and pulled out a box of Thin Mints. Cal always kept a stash in here. These'll get your blood sugar up. Landon knew where her grandfather kept treats. They really had been close. Kate hadn't even bothered checking the drawers of the coffee table to see if anything was inside. She took a long drink and then ate one of the cookies. Mint and chocolate. One of the tastes of her childhood. Missy trotted over to sniff the cookies to see if they were perhaps dog food. She decided they weren't and lay down again, resigned. Landon seated himself on the opposite couch, hands on his knees, and watched her. Kate sat up straighter to prove she felt better and took another drink. In the future, when she worked outside, she'd have to make sure to keep a water bottle nearby. Landon's gaze remained on her. Again, I'm real sorry about breaking the news that way. It's fine. Her voice only shook a little. Like you said, they have a happy marriage. I guess it doesn't matter how it started. Exactly. She ate another cookie. I'm okay now. You don't have to keep worrying. This was going to be another memory to add to the list of mortifications. The time she fainted in front of Landon Wyle after finding out she was an unplanned pregnancy. Really, how many embarrassing moments could the man be a part of? Good. He paused and shifted on the couch. Well, anyway, he said, as though the whole interruption to their conversation hadn't happened. Now, you understand why your grandfather overreacted the way he did. He was worried because he loved you. That was stretching Grandpa's reaction a bit. Right. He was all about love. That's why he cut his only child out of his inheritance. Saying the words were a reminder of her dad's pain at the lawyer's office. My dad didn't deserve that. Her accusation didn't faze Landon. Cal left your father everything else he had. He just didn't leave your dad things he didn't appreciate. Did Landon really not understand that her grandfather's will was an insult? The stuff in the house is worth nothing. He didn't even leave my parents the money in his bank account. He tied that up with the ranch, too. Well, because he knew you needed it to run Coyote Glen. Landon's voice took on the tone of a teacher. The land and cattle are worth a lot of money, but the profit you'll make every year is slim. It's eaten up by your costs. If you need new equipment, that'll set you back thousands. Cal wanted to give you the tools to succeed. Landon seemed earnest enough in his trust of her grandfather's motives, but she couldn't help wondering why he was saying all this. Why he was telling her what she needed to do to run Coyote Glen. Landon couldn't really want to help her. You keep offering me help. Do you want me to succeed? He didn't speak for a moment. Can't say I do. Not when my ranch's water is at stake. But it seems a shame that you think so little of your grandfather, when he thought highly enough of you to trust you with the things he loved best in life. Landon was right about that. Grandpa had loved the ranch best. The rock and dirt, cacti and ocotillo. Landon edged off the couch to stand. Since you're feeling better, I'll go. Lie here and take it easy for a while. As he headed toward the door, Kate realized she'd been a horrible hostess. He'd finished her chore, bandaged her hands, carried her to the couch, and gotten her water. In return, she'd argued with him about her grandfather. She needed to make it up to Landon somehow. He pulled on his boots. "Thanks again for helping me with the manure," she called to him. "Will you let me buy you dinner sometime as payment?" Jackson would have probably thought this was poor flirting technique, a too blatant way of setting up a date. But she didn't like being in anyone's debt. Spending time with a handsome man would just be a pleasant bonus. "Sure," he said, but it wasn't any trouble at all. He put on his hat and winked. "I need to make sure you fertilize the land right, so it's in good shape when I inherit it." He opened the door and strode outside. Earlier, when she'd wondered why he'd helped her, she shouldn't have overlooked self-interest.
Missy followed Landon outside, trotting happily beside him and wagging her tail. The little traitor. Kate didn't bother calling the dog back. She was half afraid Missy wouldn't obey, which would be proof that Landon belonged here more than she did.
Chapter 7. "So," Jackson said, "you straight out told Kitty that her mom got knocked up as a teenager? You just plunked down that family secret?" He and Landon were stringing wire between some fence posts. They each held one end of the pipe with a large roll of barbed wire between them, uncoiling it as they hiked to the next post. "Not on purpose," Landon said. "I went over to be neighborly." "Well, that's not really the best way to go about it." Yeah, Landon was painfully aware of that. "I'm only telling you about this so you don't do something to make the situation worse." They stopped at a wooden post, and Jackson wrapped the wire around it. "I don't think my skills are needed to make the situation worse. You're doing a fine job on your own." He was right. Landon was used to being the one who fixed problems, who always knew what to do. Not this time. "You don't have to keep groaning." Jackson finished with the post and picked up his end of the roll again, so they could head to the next post. "I'm sure she'll get over it, and this probably won't even make her parents dislike you more. There isn't a level past red-hot hatred." Yep. Landon was undoubtedly the Bentons' least favorite person right now. He didn't want to imagine the conversation Kitty had with her parents after he left. His mind kept replaying how she'd looked when she'd fainted, colorless and shocked, and it was all his fault. Landon hammered a clip into the pole to keep the wire in place. "I don't want Kitty to hate me. She's already spent enough of her life doing that. So you ought to be used to it by now, Jackson laughed, then glanced over and saw Landon wasn't joining in. Jackson's grin faded, replaced by an attempt at comfort. She's never hated you. She's not that sort. As though to prove the point, he added, You know as well as I do, before the year is up, she'll take in every stray cat from here to Bisbee. And cat ladies are never the hateful sort. When Kitty was younger, she'd been vigilant about making sure Cal's cats stayed in the barn at night, so coyotes didn't get them. Cal may have seen the kittens that roamed the yard as expendable, but Kitty never had. She was so tender-hearted and sweet, and had grown into such a beautiful woman. Don't let her hear you calling her a cat lady, Landon said. I have more tact than that. More tact than you have, it seems. In fact, the next time we need to do business with Coyote Glen, I should be the one who talks to Kitty. No, you shouldn't, Landon said firmly. I'm the one who... He couldn't come up with a good reason for making this demand. Is head of the family. Landon and Jackson walked toward the next post, unrolling the wire as they went. Ethan's the oldest, Jackson pointed out. Doesn't that technically make him the head of the family? Not since he left. It's all me now. Yeah, but you made Kitty faint. Now Jackson was just goading him. His brother shook his head as though contemplating Landon's faults. You clearly don't have a way with women. I can talk to her just fine. So keep your way with women, away. Or at least out of your way? Jackson's tone made it clear he was asking if Landon had an interest beyond the neighborly sort. Landon shouldn't. Granted, he'd had a hard time taking his eyes off her today, and he admired her work ethic. She wasn't above tackling even the worst sort of manual labor. When they'd been younger, she'd always been exuberant and quick to laugh. Those qualities had turned into a quirky self-confidence and a dry wit. She felt things deeply, which was a weakness when it came to wounds of the past. But at the same time, well, when a woman like that loved someone, she no doubt loved them with her whole heart. He could tell from the way she'd looked at him today that the attraction between them wasn't one-sided. She'd smiled at his offer of kissing therapy. But despite their flirting, Kitty didn't want to be a rancher, even when a ranch was outright given to her. She'd never want to be a rancher's wife. The two of them had no chance of a future. Landon and Jackson reached the next post. Landon twisted the wire around it, perhaps with more force than was needed. If I set my sights on her, I'll be setting myself up for disappointment. Jackson hammered the clip over the wire. With legs like hers, she might be worth some disappointment. Landon didn't answer. His mind was suddenly on Kitty's legs. Long and slender, they curved into a beautiful pair of hips and a nice waist. Truth be told, Oliver was put together well. Mercy, he was fixating on the woman. Jackson tucked the hammer under his arm. But if you're not willing to risk disappointment, you shouldn't mind if I am. I'm so used to disappointment that it doesn't bother me. Don't. Landon picked up his end of the pole. Do us both a favor and stay away from her. Jackson hadn't shown much interest in seriously dating anyone since the end of high school. He'd been busy raising a daughter and nursing a broken heart over Malia Kalana, the girl who'd gotten away. But Kitty was the sort of woman who might cure his brother's streak. Instead of taking offense at Landon's command, Jackson laughed. It's going to be an interesting year.
Chapter 8. Kate debated whether to tell her parents she knew about the unplanned nature of her birth. Any way you looked at it, that conversation would be awkward. And what her parents had done as teenagers, that was their business, not hers. They had never brought up the reasons for their wedding, so why should she? On the other hand, if she told them she knew the truth, they wouldn't have to keep worrying about how to break the news to her. They must realize she'd figure it out someday. She could show them she wasn't freaked out, she didn't think less of them, and they could all put it behind them. That would be for the best. After dinner, she called her parents and mentioned she'd seen the invitation in her grandparents' photo albums. Landon didn't need to be dragged into it, so she didn't mention him. I'm sure getting married was a hard decision, but I'm glad you made it. I'm glad I'm your daughter. Until today, she hadn't considered that they could have made other choices. Her mother got choked up and mumbled a few things about being young and rash. We were going to tell you both when Libby was older. We didn't want either of you to think that because our story ended happily, you didn't have to be careful. Kate wouldn't have thought that, but Libby was still sufficiently young and rash that her mother might have a point. Her father said, "We should have known you'd find out the truth if you moved down there. A lot of old-timers still live in the area, and they talk. That's one of the reasons we didn't want to stay in Arizona. We didn't want people talking about us." I doubt people talk about you, or if they do, they're probably understanding. Kate stopped before she admitted that Grandpa had discussed their situation with Jackson Wyle. That was news she was still digesting. Despite Grandpa's fears about Kate repeating her parents' mistakes, he'd held them up as an example of success to Jackson. Perhaps one of the reasons he hadn't apologized to her when she was 15 was that he couldn't explain why he'd freaked out without implicating her parents. Was Grandpa really upset when he found out about Mom's pregnancy? Of course, her father said. Upset, disappointed, and worried. When you came along, though, he never uttered another word about it. He was just happy you were part of our family. Her hard feelings toward her grandfather melted a little. He'd been happy she was part of the family, and that seemed like proof he'd cared about her, even if he'd never been the sort that showed it. He'd never come to Seattle for a visit. But he'd taught her horseback riding, even though, she now realized, he had many other things to do. He'd helped her build a fort out of old plywood, an eyesore that stuck around for years, and he'd let her pick Missy from the litter to be his dog. Perhaps the problem was that Kate had always compared him to her father, who talked to people easily, frequently told his family he loved them, and didn't see an apology as a sign of weakness. Her grandfather just wasn't like that. Maybe Landon was right. Maybe her grandpa had given her the ranch not as a punishment, but because he hoped she'd like ranching. The idea definitely gave her something to think about. The next day, when Dwayne came to the house at the crack of dawn to discuss what needed to be done, Kate showed him her injured hands. He rolled his eyes, almost subtly, and gave her a small mountain of paperwork to tackle. For dinner, she had an omelet. She'd begun eating eggs for 2 meals a day in a futile attempt to keep the things from taking over the fridge. The ranch's hens, foul overachievers, produced 24 a day. A hipster guy with dreadlocks stopped by twice a week to buy 5 dozen for a grocery store in Bisbee. Her grandfather used to sell the rest of the eggs to locals, friends who'd stopped by in the evening to chat. No one had come by since her grandfather died, though. Apparently, his old customers had been more interested in visiting with him than getting a good price on free-range eggs. While Kate ate, she contemplated how loud the ticking of the kitchen clock was. The thing sounded like a cutting board chopping away the seconds of her life. A year. She had to stay here a year, alone and isolated, with nothing but a surly foreman, a bunch of animals, and the pressure of failure to keep her company. Well, those and Mr. Temptation next door. And the lonelier she got, the more tempting he was going to seem. Dating the guy who wanted to take Coyote Glen from her was a bad idea in so many ways. She toyed with the idea of doing some interior decorating on the side, but her parents had reminded her, insisted really, that her first priority had to be the ranch. Running it would take most of her time. She'd have to console herself with completely redecorating her grandparents' house, which she'd already started. Every faded valance, battered lampshade, and worn-out piece of furniture was gone. She only kept sentimental items, things that reminded her of her grandparents. She'd find ways to work them into the decor, But even that project wouldn't be enough to keep her sane. She'd have to put some effort into making friends. The sooner the better. Church would provide opportunities. Granted, no one had said much to her last Sunday when she'd gone with her family, but that was probably because they were giving her family space to grieve. Kate was to blame, too, because she hadn't gone out of her way to talk to anyone. Mostly, she'd spent her time stealing glances at Landon Wyle in the pew across the chapel. Why did the man have to look so good in a suit? Anyway, Bisbee was only a 25-minute drive, and the city must have people she'd click with. She just had to get to know them. Somehow. When Kate was a child, she'd gravitated to the Wyle boys for a reason. Isolation made people inclusive. It had made them friends. But now she needed to be wary of the Wyles. Her grandfather had probably not considered this when he wrote his will, the fact that he was pitting the neighbors he loved against her. The next day's schedule included pregnancy checks for the heifers. The cow's turn would come later. Kate and Dwayne guided them through the corral and into the squeeze chute, a contraption that held each cow in place so the vet could use an ultrasound wand to see what was inside. Mostly, Kate tried not to get trampled. When the vet, a woman named Angelina Rossi, first climbed out of her truck with her two assistants, Kate was almost pathetically happy to meet her. The assistants were young men, who immediately went over to talk to Dwayne, but Angelina had friend potential. She was in her late 20s with high cheekbones and a sharp nose that made her look imperious. Her long dark hair was pulled back in a French braid, and even though she wore a pair of Carhartt overalls, she had an intellectual air to her, like she would be equally comfortable in a library or at a symphony. The two of them probably had lots in common, and better yet, Angelina must know other women in the area. Perhaps Kate was just one book club invitation away from finding a place to fit in. As Angelina went to the back of her truck for her equipment, Kate strode up to her with a smile, ready to extend her still bandaged hand. "Hi, I'm Kate Benton, Cal's granddaughter." Angelina barely spared her a glance. "Yes, I know who you are. I imagine most folks around here do by now." She didn't say the phrase like it was a compliment. Kate stopped her forward progress. Her hand fell back at her side, and her stomach did a nervous flip. She tried to hide it. "Oh, is that so? I'm impressed I'm so well known, since most folks have never met me. Word gets around. People respect the Wyle brothers, and ranch folks tend to stick together." Angelina pulled on plastic gloves that nearly reached her armpits. "No one can believe you're planning on cutting off water to their ranch. Cal would have cut off his own hand rather than see that happen. And a Western-themed golf course? Please, that's so low class." Kate's stomach went from a flip to a full-on horrified clench. First, the woman had no business speaking to her like that. And second, the Wyles, despite their professions of neighborly help, had told people about her parents' plans and turned everyone against her. Kate never should have divulged that sort of information to Landon in the first place. Now she not only wouldn't have friends, but she'd also have to face people's hostility for an entire year. Perhaps Kate should have expected that, but it still came as a shock. She had nothing to do with the fact that the Wyles' wells had run dry. "It seems to me," Kate said as politely as she could, "the real problem is with the water regulations around here. The government makes it impossible to drill new wells." "True." Angelina picked up an ultrasound wand and a screen from the back of her truck.
Anytime you have people who understand nothing about ranching-making policy, there's going to be widespread incompetency and poor decisions.
She sent Kate a look that indicated she considered her part of the widespread incompetency and poor decision-makers. Then, with the wand and screen in hand, Angelina headed toward the squeeze chute to set up her equipment. So, no book clubs, no fitting in, and the reason people hadn't spoken to her at church had nothing to do with giving her space to grieve. The eggs, well, those were going to keep piling up unless she decided to go egg the Wyle away in revenge. Kate didn't try to speak to Angelina again. She just let her get on with her job. This involved her repeatedly sticking the ultrasound wand and her entire arm into the heifer's backside. Yeah, Kate wasn't going to be able to get that image out of her mind for a long time. She told herself that the day could only get better. It didn't, really. While releasing the heifers back to pasture, more than one of them knocked into her. At dinner time, Kate couldn't force herself to sit alone in her grandparents' kitchen or eat more eggs. She decided to drive to Bisbee to pick up supplies and wallow in some fast food.
Most of the stores in Bisbee catered to tourists, with antique shops, jewelry stores, and galleries.
When she was a teenager, she loved exploring the boutiques and artisan restaurants with her grandmother. Now Kate needed to spend her money on practical things. After a burrito, she went to the tractor and feed store. She found a pair of boots so sturdy they looked like they would make it through a war, then wandered down the aisles, putting things in her cart. She paused in front of the mineral blocks and double-checked her list. Dwayne hadn't specified what size to buy, the breadloaf size one or the one that looked like it weighed 40 pounds. She was about to text him when she saw Jackson pushing a cart her way. Or maybe Dylan. He grinned. "Hey, kitty." "Hey, Jackson. You're Jackson, right?" "That all depends. Are you still mad at Jackson for getting you kicked off that cattle drive? Because if you are, I'm totally Dylan." "Definitely Jackson." She smiled, despite herself. "I never blamed you for that." "Good," he said. "That's not to say I don't blame you for other things." "Oh?" He leaned his elbows on the handle of his cart. "Did I ruin you for other men? You couldn't find one who kissed as well." "Sure, that," she said. "But I was talking about the way everyone already knows about my grandfather's will. And they've decided I'm horrible for not handing over Coyote Glen to your family. What have you guys told people?" "Everyone knows?" Jackson asked, challenging her on that point instead of answering the question. "And everyone, as a group, decided you're horrible?" "Dr. Rossi's words, not mine." "Ah," Jackson nodded, as though the accusation made sense now. "Angelina's a bit prejudiced. She thinks she's got a vested interest in the outcome. I'm guessing the rest of everyone isn't quite as decided about your personality." Meaning, Kate supposed, Angelina was prejudiced because she was a vet and her livelihood was connected to taking care of cattle. Kate hadn't considered that when she'd been angling for an invitation to that hypothetical book club. "We would never badmouth you," Jackson went on. "We're not that sort. We might take wagers on how long you'll last, but that's different. 40% think you'll buckle when the temperature hits 95. Kate sighed. The 40% had a point. Really, why had her grandfather decided to raise cattle in such a hot place? "So, how are you managing?" Jackson asked. "Is ranch life living up to its glamorous reputation?" "Oh, yes. Today the vet did pregnancy checks on the heifers. I'm supposed to decide whether to sell off the others for slaughter." "How many didn't catch?" Catch meant to get pregnant, as though the whole thing was some sort of sporting event with a ball. 9. A little worse than average. Jackson shrugged. "Your herd'll grow after calving season. So you can sell those now, and you won't be down by 10% at the end of the year." Dwayne basically told her the same thing, and she hadn't liked it then either. Slaughtering animals just because they didn't conceive after 3 months seems harsh. What if the bull just wasn't their type? "Or they might be infertile," Jackson said. "No point in feeding cattle who'll never make you money." That made the decision feel worse. My mother had infertility issues, although obviously not at first. That's why there are so many years in between Libby and me. How could I slaughter cows for the same problem? Jackson dipped his chin. "You realize Coyote Glen is a cattle ranch, not a charitable resort for animals." Landon walked up behind her and joined his brother, immediately stealing her attention. His blonde hair had sun-kissed streaks, and his blue eyes looked darker, almost gray. They viewed her with patient amusement. Don't bother trying to talk her into killing animals. Most likely she won't sell off any of them. And I'm sure she's happily feeding the pigeons, too. She smiled at him. Being an animal lover isn't a bad thing. It's not a bad thing for me at all, Landon agreed. Since you'll end up running Coyote Glen into debt, I don't mind liquidating the excess when I take over. Fine, she said with a resigned huff. I'll sell some. When he put it like that, she didn't have much of a choice. Her eyes lingered on him, and flashes of memory surfaced. The way he gently held her hands and caressed ointment onto them. The way he'd carried her to the couch and looked at her with such concern. Had he thought of her at all since those events? Landon took a large mineral block from the shelf and put it in Jackson's cart. A rule of thumb when you're culling cows is to get rid of the ones who are older, or have difficulty calving first. She tilted her head. How come you're giving me advice when you don't want me to succeed? Jackson smirked. Comes from too many years spent as an older brother. He can't help himself. Advice just pops out of his mouth. Right. Landon motioned down the aisle. Like right now, I'm going to advise you to go load the feed onto the truck. See what I mean? Jackson held up his hands to his brother in surrender. I'm going. Landon turned back to Kate. Let Dwayne help you decide which cattle to send to the sale barn. He's experienced enough to know what to do. Dwayne's suggestions, all 9, still seemed severe. Maybe a few of the heifers needed another round with the bull before their fate was sealed. Calving later in the year was less convenient, but still doable. Thanks. I'll figure out what's best for the ranch. He eyed her in a way that made her feel like he was peering into her mind. Here's some more advice you'll probably ignore. When the new calves are born, don't name them. You're never going to be able to slaughter an animal you've named. It was a harsh reminder. Many of the sweet, doe-eyed calves would be destined for the meat shelf. All of them, eventually. I somehow doubt you're just a compulsive advice giver. Why are you really trying to help me? He shook his head as though he wasn't certain himself. I guess I have a thing for damsels in distress. Well, that, and I'm hoping if I make you a reasonable offer on the land, we can still come to a financial arrangement. A way for her to get out of ranching and still help her family? She perked up. What sort of financial arrangement? You agree to sell me the land for a fair price, and then you don't have to stick it out for the year. Oh, she nodded. A bird in the hand instead of 351 more days of hauling hay bales into the bullpen. Not that I'm counting. Exactly. I can stick it out, she said. Of course you can. What's your offer going to be? He gave her a slow grin. Maybe I should wait until it's calving season to tell you. Right around the time you find yourself reaching into a cow to pull out a calf. She tapped her fingers on the cart handle, refusing to flinch at the thought. Actually, I've always found birth to be one of the miracles of nature. That's because you've never had to deal with the mess that comes with a miracle. There's lots of bloody goo. If the cow's having twins, you might have to untangle them first. Not a pleasant thought. Isn't that what vets are for? Sure, if they can get there in time and you want to pay their fee. When it's twins, one of them usually dies. Angelina would be in no rush to help her. Probably no one in the area would. If your cow has a prolapsed uterus, Landon went on, you've got to know how to push that back in. You might want to start studying up now. Kate stifled a groan and reached for the nearest large mineral block. Before she could sufficiently get a handle on it, Landon picked it up for her and placed it in her cart. I see you're going easy on your hands like I suggested. She'd planned on being careful. She was going to lift it with her arms. I haven't slapped anyone, she pointed out. A small humph of indignation sounded behind her. Kate turned to see a plump, middle-aged woman sidling up to the mineral blocks. Small wonder, she muttered. The woman's brown hair was bobbed at her chin and her lipstick was some shade of red that probably called itself firecracker or in-your-face crimson. No one familiar. Kate stared at her, trying to figure out how she'd offended the woman. Landon spoke to her politely, as though he wasn't sure he'd heard her right. "Is there a problem, ma'am?" The woman's scowl changed, light switch fast, as she turned to Landon. She was all consolation to him. "The world is full of problems, but none that are your fault, I dare say." Landon chuckled uncomfortably. "I'm not sure everyone would agree with you about that." To Kate, he said, "This is Stacy Reynolds. She and her husband run a bed and breakfast in Bisbee and have a ranch outside of town." A lot of ranchers had other jobs, sometimes to provide health care and sometimes because they didn't have enough cattle to support themselves. Her grandfather had only been able to earn a good living because he'd inherited the land and a fairly large herd from his parents. As Mrs. Reynolds reached for a mineral block, Landon plucked it off the shelf. "Let me get that for you, ma'am." He deposited it in her cart. The woman beamed at him. "Your parents would be proud of the way you turned out. Always so thoughtful. Always helping others." She sent a sideways frown at Kate. "We need more people like that around here, and less that would sell the ground from under your feet to make a few dollars." Landon's eyebrows crinkled in confusion. He followed Mrs. Reynolds' glower to Kate, and only then seemed to understand that the woman's comments had been directed at her. Mrs. Reynolds pushed her cart away, mumbling, "Golf course. Cow would cry." Which was really too much. Kate couldn't even shop without strangers insulting her. She folded her arms and pursed her lips at Landon. He was still gaping after Mrs. Reynolds like he couldn't quite believe the things she'd said. "So," Kate said, "how many other people in Bisbee fervently hate me?" His gaze returned to her. "I'm sure no one fervently hates you." "Well, a poll might find otherwise." "What have you been telling people about me?" Landon held up his hands. "I haven't said anything about you." Kate's lips went back to pursed position. "Right. Everyone knows about the golf course." "I just told a few people about the will. Stop glaring at me, Kitty. I had to tell people. One way or another, things are going to change for me in a year. I've got to make provisions and set things in order." He made it sound so innocent, the fact that he'd turned everyone against her. For the entire time she would live here, she was going to get nothing but the cold shoulder, and eggs would keep collecting in her fridge. "I've just made my first business decision," she said. "I'm selling some chickens." She pushed her cart toward the checkout counter without further commentary. Chapter 9. The next Friday after Dwayne finished his work, he stopped by the house to talk to Kate about equipment. "The alfalfa is nearly ready to be cut. You'll need to buy or borrow a baler. I could probably find a decent used one for $10,000 or so." It seemed odd that her grandpa wouldn't have bought that sort of equipment already. "What did my grandfather do last time he needed to bale alfalfa?" "The Wiles did it. That was part of the arrangement for letting them pump water from Cal's wells." No mention of that had been made in the will. "Grandpa had a contract with them?" Kate asked hopefully, even though she already suspected they didn't. Her grandfather wouldn't have asked his friends to sign anything. Dwayne shook his head. "Just a gentleman's agreement. One the Wiles wouldn't have to honor now." Kate let out a grunt. How could her grandfather have been so short-sighted? If she had to buy expensive equipment, she wouldn't be able to turn a profit. But perhaps she didn't need to purchase anything. The will hadn't specified that people couldn't loan equipment to her. It had only stated no one could give her equipment. When Landon had first come to the house, he'd offered to help her. Maybe he would feel obligated to loan her equipment since he was using Coyote Glen's water. She shouldn't be too proud to ask. "I could search for a used baler. Dwayne reiterated. Might be able to get a good deal on one if we agree to buy it as is, meaning it could break down the minute after they bought it. Kate looked out across the pasture to the field of alfalfa. Her gaze wandered in the direction of the Wyle away. Let me talk to Landon first. Of course, this was easier said than done. During their last conversation, she accused him of turning the town against her. That wasn't the best segue into asking for favors. Still, she shouldn't burn through her grandfather's savings the first month she was on the ranch. Borrowing the Wyle's baler would take a little strategy. Or at least bribery. She called her mother and asked for her grandmother's secret cheesecake recipe, something her grandmother had guarded fervently. She'd only given it to her mother on the condition she would never share it with anyone outside of the family. Grandmother wanted to be the only one in town who could whip something up as light and fluffy as her version of cheesecake with cherry topping. If Kate remembered right, the Wyle brothers were fans of the dessert. She made two, one for the brothers and one for herself. If she was going to go eat humble pie, she was going to chase it down with a lot of sugar. It was nearly 7 o'clock when she drove to the Wyle away and nervously called from the gate intercom. A man's voice answered, probably Jackson. Howdy, what can I do for you? I come bearing cheesecake and asking favors. Your grandmother's recipe? Yes. The gate swung open without further questioning. Bless Jackson's sweet tooth. Kate drove through the gate, and a few minutes later climbed the stairs to the Wyles' wraparound porch. Theirs was a sprawling, white, two-story home with large picture windows that looked out over the land. Rustic meets modern. She'd liked the home as a child, and now admired it as an interior designer. Great scale and proportion, it flowed with the land and made the distant mountains seem like a charming backdrop. Jackson opened the front door before she even rang. Come on inside. Anyone with that cheesecake is more than welcome to ask favors. He wore a button-down red shirt and a pair of jeans that had never seen the inside of a corral. His dark, wavy hair was even combed into obedience. Kate stepped inside and handed Jackson the plate. Is Landon here? She could hear the faint sounds of a TV from somewhere upstairs. Nope, he's out on a date. A date? Oh. She shouldn't have been surprised. It was Friday, and a man as handsome as Landon could have his pick of women. But after the way he'd flirted while he bandaged her hands and agreed to go out to dinner, all just 4 days ago, she'd thought he was interested in her. Apparently not. Maybe he was a player, or just playing her. He might have seen she was attracted to him and figured he could soften her up if he acted like he reciprocated. She tried to keep her smile from wavering. Well, I should have called before coming. I forget that other people have social lives. She took in Jackson's clothes again. Are you going out too? Yeah, one of my high school buddies is having a bachelor party in Bisbee. Jackson headed across the foyer toward the kitchen and motioned for her to follow him. Don't tell Landon, by the way. He's convinced any party of Carter Puglisi's will consist of drunkenness and a high chance of police intervention. Your secret is safe with me. She'd been inside the Wyles' house before, back when she was a child. Mr. and Mrs. Wyle occasionally invited her family over for barbecues. The place hadn't changed since then. In fact, she was pretty sure the same black leather couches, much more beat up now, sat in the family room. Small square brown tiles spread over the floor. If they'd ever been in style, it had been a few decades ago. The tall wood ceilings were beautiful, though, and the family room's picture window was stunning. Updating the place wouldn't be hard. Perhaps Kate wasn't coming as empty-handed as she feared. Jackson opened the fridge to put in the cheesecake, then reconsidered and placed it on the counter. This looks too good to wait for. I'm having a slice now. He reached into the cupboard for a plate. So, what's this cheesecake-worthy favor you're about to ask? I'm afraid I need to offer more than cheesecake. Dwayne tells me that you baled my grandfather's alfalfa. I won't ask you to do that, but if you'd let me borrow your baler, I'd lend you my services as an interior decorator. Your family room could be amazing with a new floor, a lighter shade of paint, and a few other changes. Jackson sliced a piece of cheesecake and put it on the plate. You're saying you don't appreciate our motif of scattered cowboy boots? I always thought the look was cutting-edge modern art. New light fixtures, window treatments, and artwork would work wonders. Jackson took a bite of cheesecake and shut his eyes. This is just as good as I remember. Where did you find the recipe? I asked Cal for it, and he looked through every cookbook your grandmother had. He never found it. Knowing her grandmother, she'd probably hidden it under her mattress. My mother had a copy. Jackson took another bite. You don't have to redecorate our house. You're welcome to use the baler. He winked. And when I say you, I actually mean Dwayne, since he knows how to drive it. Jackson was being so gracious. Kate felt the worry drain from her chest. Thanks. Of course, if you want to make us more cheesecake, I wouldn't turn that down. More cheesecake it is, then. And throw in the recipe, too. I don't want to risk you dying in some freak cattle stampede. Yeah, that would be bad, she agreed. Jackson's phone chimed. He pulled it from his pocket, read the text, and cursed. Looks like I'm not going out after all. My babysitter just canceled. He scowled and slid the phone back into his pocket. That's a problem with being a single parent. Your entire social life depends on the whims of teenage girls. I can watch Audrey for you, Kate offered. Why not? She wasn't doing anything else. And how hard could one child be? Jackson perked up, his dark mood immediately lifting. Seriously? You'd do that? Of course. Go and have fun. She looked around for signs of the little girl. Where is she? Upstairs, watching TV. He took a few steps toward the stairs, called, Audrey! Then turned to Kate. He rubbed his chin, suddenly hesitant. Are you sure about this? Do you have any experience with children? When I was in high school, I used to watch kids all of the time. And I was my parents' built-in babysitter. It was sweet to see Jackson as a father, worried about whether Kate was competent enough to take care of a 6-year-old. Audrey and I will have some quality girl time while you're with your friends. Just try and stay out of prison. Jackson chuckled. All right. He glanced at the clock. It was 7:15. If Landon comes back before I do, don't tell him I'm with Carter. Where should I say you are? Out on a date. Jackson finished off his cheesecake and set his plate in the sink. You've forgotten the woman's name, but you met her, and she seemed respectable. Those are the sort of women he approves of. Was that the sort of woman Landon dated? Ever since Jackson had mentioned Landon was out, she'd pictured him with a blonde rodeo queen in cowboy boots and a halter top. Kate pushed away the image. Why not tell him you're out with a clingy brunette and let him wonder? He already wonders. Better make her respectable. Audrey trotted down the stairs and flounced into the kitchen. She wore pink cowboy boots, and her long brown hair flapped behind her in 2 braids. Jackson whisked the girl into his arms. Miss Benton is going to watch you tonight, and you're lucky you ate your dinner because she brought cheesecake. What's cheesecake? Audrey asked. Kate opened the cupboard and took out a plate. Most cheesecake is just a regular dessert. But this cheesecake is what fairies serve when they have tea with royalty. Audrey slid from her father's arms. Then we'd better have it now, or Uncle Preston will eat it all when he comes home from his friends. Jackson retrieved the cheesecake from the fridge. Good point. While Jackson dished out the dessert, he gave Kate instructions about Audrey's bedtime routine. Then he gave her his phone number and pointed out a list of emergency numbers taped to the inside of a cabinet. Call me if you need anything, he said. And feel free to make yourself at home. He kissed Audrey goodbye and headed to the door, calling another, Thanks, over his shoulder. Audrey finished her cheesecake, proclaimed that fairies had better cherries than real people, and said, "Let's play princess and evil queen." "All right." Kate carried the dirty dishes to the sink. "What does the evil queen do to the princess?" Audrey blinked her large blue eyes. "Depends. Sometimes she gives her a poisoned apple, and sometimes she sends her into a deep, deep sleep." Kate drummed her fingers together and attempted an evil-sounding cackle. "Very well, my dear. Would you like a lovely red apple? Or if there's not an apple around, a lovely—" She opened one of the cupboards and scanned the food there. "Handful of fishy crackers." Audrey tilted her chin, making her braids swing. "I'm not the princess. You are." Kate straightened. "I'm the one who gets locked in a tower, poisoned, and put into a deep sleep? Is that how you treat all your babysitters?" "Yep," said Audrey cheerfully. "Ah, now I know who the emergency numbers are for." "Being an evil queen is better because they get to tell the princesses what to do." The girl did have a point. Despite Audrey's villainous ambitions, she was only mildly bossy as she ordered Kate to turn thread into gold on an overturned wheelbarrow in the backyard. Everything went smoothly until an hour and a half later when Audrey was getting ready for bed. Then she complained of a stomach ache. This was most likely because when she changed into her pajamas, she insisted on spinning in circles to transform into a disguise. A good disguise evidently took so much twirling you fell onto the floor several times in the process. Kate chose a book from Audrey's shelf and pulled back the blanket on her bed. "Lay still while I read you a story. That will help settle your tummy." Audrey plopped down on the edge of her bed. "I still feel dizzy." Kate kneeled in front of her and put her hand on her forehead. "No fever. If you don't feel better after the story, I'll call your daddy and ask what he—" Without warning, Audrey leaned forward and threw up. Not a little. Her dinner, the cheesecake, and apparently everything she'd drunk that day, spewed onto Kate's shirt, jeans, and the bed. Kate stifled a gasp, took hold of Audrey, and rushed the girl to the bathroom in case more spewing was imminent. Audrey sat on the tile floor, her arms wrapped around her knees, while Kate breathed through her mouth and used a washcloth to brush the bigger chunks of vomit from her shirt into the toilet. This didn't make her much cleaner. Even parts of her hair were wet. Audrey scooted away from the toilet. "I think my throw-up is all done." "Good. I'm glad your tummy is feeling better." Kate had to fight her own gag reflex. Characters who spun around to transform into disguises should definitely be banned from children's shows. Audrey frowned. "My mouth tastes gross. I've got gunk on my jammies." Kate washed off her hands and handed Audrey her toothbrush. "I'll bring you clean pajamas." What she really wanted to do was peel off her own drenched clothes. The smell of vomit surrounded her, permeating everything. But she couldn't very well drive to her house to get cleaned up with a nauseous child in tow. As Kate changed Audrey's bedding, she called Jackson. He picked up after a couple of rings. "If you're calling to check on me, I'm still not in prison." "Glad to hear that. I just wanted to tell you that Audrey threw up." "What? Is she okay?" "Yes." Kate laid a new blanket on the bed, careful not to let it brush against her soiled clothes. "She was spinning around. I think it was too much for her stomach." "I'll come home." "You don't need to. She's fine, really." Jackson probably didn't get many nights out. Kate hated to ruin this one. "I wouldn't have even called, but vomit seems like it's on the list of things babysitters should report." "Then I might stay a while longer." He lowered his voice. "I don't know. I hate to admit it, but Landon was right about this party. Not that I was ever here to say that." "Someone has to see that the groom stays out of police custody. That can be your wedding gift." Jackson laughed. "I was planning on a toaster, but we'll see." After Kate hung up, she put Audrey to bed again. This time she placed a large bowl nearby in case nausea decided on an encore. The little girl settled onto her pillow, all blue-eyed innocence. "Sorry for throwing up on you." She scrunched her nose. "You smell really bad." "Yes, evil queen. You'll have to add vomit showers to your ways of tormenting princesses." Audrey giggled, a sign she was feeling better. "When I get dirty, Daddy makes me take a bath before I'm allowed to touch the furniture." She nodded like it was a hardship she didn't like enduring. "It's the rules." Kate surveyed her wet clothes. This was beyond the scope of dabbing herself with a washcloth. "Maybe I should take a quick shower." Bisbee was a 20-minute drive away from the While Away, so even if Jackson decided to come home, she had a while before he showed up. And he probably wouldn't leave the party until later anyway. She could throw her clothes in the Wiles' washing machine and find something to wear until they were done. "I'll be fast." Kate moved to the door. "If you need anything, yell really loud." "Daddy always lets me watch Happily Never After when I'm sick in bed." The show might not be the best influence, seeing as Audrey wanted to pursue a career as a villain, but at that point, Kate wasn't going to argue. She accessed the program on her phone, gave it to Audrey, and headed to the bathroom. Undressing and getting into someone else's shower felt odd, specifically a shower that Landon Wyle had probably used. He'd grown up in this house. This might have been his bathroom once. She tried not to imagine him here, taking a shower. Water glistening on his broad shoulders. His head tilted back, eyes shut. Honestly, what was wrong with her? There were a dozen reasons why things would never work out between her and Landon. She turned the water hotter and hurriedly washed her hair. Who cared if Landon was gorgeous and hardworking and had a drawl that made you want to hang onto his words? Right now, he was out with another woman. A woman who probably didn't know he offered kissing therapy to his neighbors. He was clearly a player. So it was a good thing Kate had learned what sort of guy Landon was early on. She got out of the shower, wrapped a towel around her, and peeked into Audrey's room. The phone lay on the little girl's chest, the show still playing. Audrey's eyes were shut. She was either asleep or close to it. Kate carried her soiled clothes down the hallway to the laundry room. It was on the second floor, a convenience she appreciated right now, as she would have felt even more awkward walking around downstairs in front of the picture windows wearing only a towel. After the washing machine was chugging along, she looked in the dryer for something to wear. The load was mostly shirts and boxers, which would have to do. She pulled out a light blue Oxford and wondered who it belonged to. The color was the same shade as Landon's eyes. He'd look good in it. Kate slipped the shirt on and rolled up the sleeves. She was still mostly naked. Would it be weird to put on a pair of boxers? Yeah, she decided with a sigh. It would be weird. However, it would also be weird to stroll around the Wiles' house without underwear. She slipped on a pair of blue plaid boxers. With any luck, her clothes would be done before Jackson returned. But if he showed up sooner, well, he'd just have to understand. Normal rules about the privacy of one's boxers didn't apply when vomit was involved. She padded back toward Audrey's room to retrieve her phone. Before she reached the door, a noise came from downstairs. The unwelcome sound of the front door opening and closing. Great, Jackson had decided to come home after all. She'd told him she was a capable babysitter, and he was about to find her wet and in borrowed boxers. She headed down the stairs to face him. What other choice did she have? It could be worse, she told herself. He could have come home while she was in the shower, or wrapped in a towel. At least now she was mostly decent. Best to explain everything and laugh it off. As she went down the last few steps, she called, "Before you get a good look at me, I want to remind you that you told me to make myself at home." She rounded the corner to the foyer and stopped short, because Jackson hadn't come inside. Landon had. And he was with Angelina. Chapter 10. Kate stopped in her tracks and stared at them. Angelina, the mean girl vet, was Landon's date? Well, this just kept getting better. Landon wore a suit, a tie, and a shocked expression. He grasped his keys like he was about to put them somewhere, but had forgotten about them. His gaze went over Kate from head to toe and back again. Angelina's eyes narrowed into indignant little slits. "What are you doing here?" Kate wasn't supposed to tell Landon where Jackson was. In the press of the moment, she couldn't remember what she was supposed to say. "I'm a neighbor," she stalled. Vagueness was all she could muster. "Yes," Angelina said coldly. "I know who you are." She wore a strapless black dress, and her hair was pulled into a bun that made her features all the more imperious-looking. Imperious and completely disapproving. Landon's gaze kept going over Kate, his lips pressed into a hard line. "Where's Jackson?" The tone of voice was identical to the one he'd used when he'd found her and Jackson together at the cattle drive. A calm that wasn't really calm. He thought she was here fooling around with his brother. "He's not home," Kate said quickly. "I'm not sure where he is." She was about to look like the worst babysitter ever. "Yeah, he left me in charge of his child, and I never bothered asking where he was going." Angelina didn't give her the time to explain. "So you're just here, late at night, wet, and half naked while you wait for Landon to return home? How nice." Granted, Kate hadn't said she was babysitting, but how come whenever people found her in a questionable circumstance, they immediately jumped to the conclusion that she was loose? She hadn't done anything wrong. And yet Angelina was spitting venom at her. Well, Kate didn't owe her any sort of explanation. Let the woman choke on her own hysteria. Kate smiled sweetly and shrugged. "You know how we ranch folks stick together." "Sticking together?" Angelina turned her daggered look at Landon. "Is that the new euphemism for what you're doing?" "What?" Landon's eyes went wide. "Kitty and I aren't doing anything euphemistic." "Right." Angelina planted her hands on her hips. Her bright red, polished nails seemed like an impractical choice for a livestock vet. "This is what you wanted to talk to me about, wasn't it? Her?" Landon raised his hands. "I don't know why Kitty is here, but I'm sure there's a legitimate reason." "Of course, and I'm sure there's a perfectly legitimate reason. The one time I insist on coming to your house, she's here, showered and wearing—" Her eyes fixed on Kate and her breath hitched. "I gave you that shirt last Christmas." Kate smoothed out a wrinkle on the front. "I figured someone else must have picked it out. Landon usually wears plaid. You've got nice taste." Angelina spun on Landon, nostrils flaring. "Are those your boxers, too?" He said, which wasn't exactly an answer, but seemed to confirm that yes, they were. Angelina humphed, told Kate to go to one of the few places hotter than Arizona, and snatched Landon's keys from his hand. "I'll drive myself home. You can pick up your truck anytime you like. The keys will be in the glove box." She sent Kate one last slicing glare and marched to the door. "Angelina," Landon called, but he didn't stop her from leaving. "This really isn't—" The door slammed shut, drowning out the rest of the sentence. Landon stared at the door and sighed. Kate tapped a finger against her lips. "I think Angelina has trust issues. You're probably better off without her." Landon spun back to Kate, frustration in his eyes. "Or maybe this could be an equally effective fix. Maybe beautiful, scantily dressed women shouldn't show up unexpectedly in my house wearing my shirt and boxers." He'd called her beautiful. Jackson wasn't the only one who knew how to compliment a woman and reprimand her at the same time. Kate nodded. It's so aggravating when you've done nothing wrong and no one believes you. Okay, fine. Landon stepped closer to her, his gaze coming down hard on hers. I've learned my lesson from the cattle drive. This time, I believe you're completely innocent. I'm sure there's a perfectly good reason for you to be at my house, wet and naked, so that you needed to rifle through my room for something to wear. Kate was probably wrong to enjoy his apology as much as she did. She took a step, closing the distance between them. Don't be ridiculous. I was wearing a bath towel, and I went through the clothes in the dryer. You're going to tell me what happened eventually, right? She opened her mouth to do that, but the door swung open again. Jackson came in, peering over his shoulder. How come Angelina is driving like a bat out of hell in Landon's truck? He turned and caught sight of them, and his gaze went over Kate. She realized how close she stood to Landon and what it must look like. Jackson burst out laughing. This is priceless. Landon lifted his hands as though to halt his brother's thought process. This isn't what it looks like. I'm sure it's not, Jackson said. That's why it's priceless. He pulled out his phone from his back pocket. You don't mind if I have photographic proof of this moment, do you? Yes, Kate and Landon said together. Jackson chuckled again. The straight arrow goes astray. Ethan and Dylan have got to see this. Landon stepped in front of Kate to prevent Jackson's shot. Do it and I will break your phone. All right. Jackson gave up his photographic attempts and put his phone away. He still seemed much too entertained by the situation. I take it Audrey threw up a lot. Kate pushed still wet strands of hair behind her ear. Her comforter is in the wash with my clothes. I'll go check on her. Jackson strolled past them to the stairs. She's asleep, Kate said. Or at least she was before all the commotion down here. Jackson disappeared up the stairs. Landon's head tilted backward and he let out a relieved breath. You were babysitting, and Audrey threw up on you? Yes. Although I think it says something about you that you immediately thought I'd been sleeping with Jackson, and your girlfriend immediately assumed I'd been sleeping with you. Angelina's just a friend. Kate rolled her eyes. If she was just a friend, she wouldn't have gotten so furious when she saw me here. Landon unbuttoned his suit coat. We've been friends since high school, but lately she's gotten it into her mind that we should be more. Well, Angelina did have good taste. You were out on a date with her tonight. That's not really a friend activity, so I can see how she would be confused. She asked me to her sister's art show, because she needed a date. I was willing to go, but as you heard, I told her we needed to talk. I wanted to let her down gently. This, he motioned in Kate's direction, was not so gentle. Oh, that changed things considerably. Kate ought to feel bad for the way she'd egged Angelina on. Instead, she found herself fighting back a smile. Landon wasn't a player. He hadn't been flirting with her when he had a girlfriend, which meant that his flirting a few days ago meant something. He might be interested in her, or at least might have been, until she'd made herself look catty by pushing Angelina over the edge. That, in retrospect, hadn't been Kate's best moment. Sorry, she murmured. She mostly meant it. Pitying Angelina was much easier now that she knew Landon wasn't dating her. I'll call her and explain that I was babysitting. Don't bother. I'll text her. He took his phone from his pocket. And I better do it now, otherwise she'll start telling people her theories about why you were here in my underwear. He shook his head as he wrote the message. Considering how mad you got at me for making folks think the worst of you, I'm surprised you didn't set her straight right off. Kate wasn't about to admit to jealousy. I don't know what came over me. I guess once people know you're plotting to build a cowboy caddy golf course, no redemption is left. You might as well embrace a fallen reputation. Uh-huh, he said, still texting. She raised her hand to make a pledge. But next time I show up somewhere unexpectedly in your underwear, I'll let people know why right away. That earned her a smile. Planning a repeat performance? Everyone needs a hobby. He slid his phone into his pocket and gestured toward the family room, an invitation to go there. She followed beside him, fiddling with the hem of the shirt. At least Angelina will have the comfort of knowing I was babysitting on a Friday night and got thrown up on. She hates me because she thinks I'm ruining your life. Landon took off his suit coat, draped it over the back of an armchair, and sunk onto the couch. Kate sat next to him, suddenly feeling awkward about wearing his boxers. It seemed such an intimate thing to do. He'd probably never be able to look at them again without remembering this night. Landon loosened his tie. He had a way of making even small motions seem sultry. Angelina doesn't hate you because you're ruining my life. She hates you because she thinks I like you. And she thought that even before tonight. Oh, Kate tried to make her voice sound normal and not hopeful. What made her think that? He loosened his tie further. The man ought to be in tie ads. Watching him was mesmerizing. Something about the way I looked at you during church services. Kate hadn't noticed Angelina in the congregation. Miss Vett thought you were checking me out at church? I wasn't. I was just naturally concerned about how you were coping. So my eyes may have drifted your way a time or two. Oh, I'm the neighborly sort. You know that. Kate considered him for a moment. What did I wear last Sunday? He shrugged. A black dress. The same one you wore to the funeral? Correct. What did Angelina wear? He frowned. Probably a dress. Angelina may have a point. And that thought sent a warm surge of pleasure through Kate. I wasn't checking you out at church. Landon paused for a moment. I may have checked you out a little when I came over to see if you needed help, but you can't blame me for that. You look good in a pair of faded jeans. I have a thing for those. Do you? She bit her lip and pondered buying a few more pairs of jeans. Too bad there weren't any of those in the laundry room. His gaze went over her appraisingly. You look pretty good right now. I could easily have a thing for women who wear my shirts. Earlier, she'd told herself there were a dozen reasons why things wouldn't work out between her and Landon. Right now, she couldn't think of any of them. His eyes seemed to have that effect on her. Or maybe it was his broad shoulders, or the curve of his jaw. Reason just fizzled away. So why exactly are you friend-zoning Angelina? Maybe he was the type who liked a challenge and was done with his last conquest and ready to move on to another. He didn't answer for a moment. It's more than one thing. She's a mite too high-strung. At best, we'd last 3 months before we drove each other crazy. He took off his tie completely and laid it on the coffee table. He started in on the top button of his shirt. Kate found herself entranced by the task. Even in a dress shirt, she could see the outlines of his biceps. Was she staring? Could he tell she was gaping at him? And, he said, there's also the problem with you. What would that problem be? His eyes held hers. They were such a pretty color, as bright and blue as the Arizona sky. I find myself thinking about you a lot. Kate's heart rate picked up, beating out an eager rhythm. I don't see that as a problem. Unless you're not thinking nice things. I'm thinking very nice things. His gaze slid to her lips. Like how nice it would be to kiss you. He said the words with a low timbre. A confession he didn't seem upset about confessing. 0 reasons. There were 0 reasons why she and Landon couldn't be together. At least not good reasons. Almost unconsciously, her hand moved across the couch toward his. Ah, yes. I remember your offer to help me work through my kissing trauma. Seems like the type of charitable work I can get behind. Or in front of, so to speak. He leaned toward her and lowered his head, his eyes still on hers, questioning. He was waiting for some indication from her, permission to kiss her. She was not going to let herself think about whether this was a good idea or not. She wanted to kiss him. She moved closer and shut her eyes. One of his hands wound into the tangle of her wet hair, tugging her neck to tilt her face up to his. The other slid around her waist and pulled her to him. His mouth came down on hers, soft and gentle. His lips teased hers, tasted them. Her pulse went into overdrive. She'd only been in Arizona for 2.5 weeks, but she felt like she'd waited so long for this kiss. She wrapped her arms around his neck. His white shirt was smooth and warm, crisp underneath her fingertips. His cologne smelled rich and seductive. He deepened the kiss, and she leaned into him, lulled by the comfort of his touch. She could easily get lost in his arms. It was all coming very fast, perhaps too fast. She pulled away. "Well," she said, catching her breath, "I seem to be making progress through my kissing trauma. I usually don't kiss a guy until we're dating." Landon was still close, his eyes caressing her where his lips had stopped. "In that case, do you want to go out on a date?" "When?" "Let's plan 2. One for dinner tomorrow night, and one for tonight, right now, at my family room." Sounded reasonable. He leaned forward and kissed her again. She melted into him, all her reservations disappearing. After all, this was officially a date, and he was gorgeous, helpful, and proving to be a really good kisser. Jackson's voice came from the edge of the room. "I suppose this isn't what it looks like either." Kate jerked away from Landon. She'd forgotten Jackson was in the house. In fact, she'd forgotten the rest of the world existed. Landon glared in Jackson's direction. "If it looks like you're barging in where you're not wanted, then yes, this is what it looks like." Kate shrank into the couch and put her hand to her eyes. She shouldn't be embarrassed to be caught kissing Landon. She was far from 15. But she blushed anyway. "Didn't mean to interrupt," Jackson said. "I just wanted to give Kitty her phone." Until then, she hadn't noticed he held it. "Here." He stepped over to the coffee table and laid it down. "I'll let you get back to whatever." Whatever. Her cheeks were on fire. "Because," Jackson continued, backing up, "that's what a good brother would do, as opposed to getting everyone in trouble. Just saying." He turned and walked back toward the stairs, humming. Landon stared at Jackson's retreating back, his expression still dark. Kate grabbed her phone from the table. "I just had flashbacks to the cattle drive." She laughed nervously. "Really, is it even possible to kiss one of you without an audience and commentary?" And why had she been so quick to let Landon kiss her anyway? The guy had been out with another woman minutes before. But he looked at her with those baby blues, and she'd lost all ability of rational thought. She hadn't been joking when she told him she didn't kiss a guy until she was dating him. She had no idea what Landon's commitment level to her was, and she just made out with him. "Kitty." Landon reached for her hand, keeping her from leaving the couch. "I'm sorry." Did he mean he was sorry he'd kissed her, or sorry Jackson interrupted them? About what? The cattle drive. She blinked at him. "You're sorry you got Jackson and me into trouble?" The apology was sweet, and several years too late. "Yes." He immediately amended himself. "No, I mean, I'm glad I stopped Jackson. It's just—" He let go of her hand and shifted on the couch. "I always thought I did it for the right reasons. You were too young and naive to be out with Jackson. I was so angry he'd taken advantage of you. But the thing is, when I came home tonight and found you here, half-dressed, I was even angrier at him. And you're both adults now." Landon ran his hands through his hair, tousling it. "Come to think of it, I was even a bit irked when I came across the two of you talking in the feed store. So now I'm wondering if part of the reason I was so mad on the cattle drive was that Even back then, I knew you were something special." This was news. All the time they'd spent together as kids, she'd never thought Landon saw her as anything but immature and silly. She settled back beside him on the couch. "I doubt you were interested in me when I was 15. He laughed at her in surprise. "You were sweet, funny, and had turned into a beauty. But I was smart enough to know I needed to wait for you to grow up." He traced a finger along the side of her face, as though admiring the curve of her cheek. "You never came back." She couldn't have moved if she wanted to. She was captivated by the feel of his touch. "I came back this year, and I've grown up." "That you have," he agreed, and kissed her again. Chapter 11. The next day, Kate managed to do her chores faster than normal. They didn't seem as hard or bothersome when she had an evening with Landon to look forward to. As she was putting on her makeup for their date, her parents called. "We just wanted to see how you're doing," her father said. "Have your hands healed?" Her manicure was a wreck, but she'd given up any hope of nice fingernails on the day she decided to stay. "They're getting better. I'm sure I'll have calluses in no time." "You sound pretty cheerful about calluses," her mother said. Kate brushed bronzer against her cheeks. "I'm just in a good mood. Landon asked me out. We're going to dinner and then dancing." Silence filled the line. Finally, her mother said, "Do you mean he's showing you around and you'll be dancing with other people, or is this an actual date? As in, there's a chance he'll be kissing you at the end of it?" Chances were very high. She wasn't about to tell her parents that she'd already done her fair share of kissing Landon. It would be better to ease her parents into the idea of her and Landon as a couple if she left out those details. "It's an actual date. Since I've been here, Landon has been really nice. He's letting me borrow his baler, and I told you how he came over and helped me spread manure." Her father grunted. "Oh, I can tell he's been spreading more than manure, and laying it on thick." "The guy could be playing you," her mother said. "You can't get romantically involved with him. You can't even trust the advice he gives you on ranching. He wants to take Coyote Glen from you." Kate should have expected that reaction. After all, her parents didn't know Landon like she did. Each summer when they dropped her off, they'd only stayed a few days before going back to Washington. They'd hardly spent any time with the Wiles. "Landon isn't like that. He isn't trying to take the ranch from me. He's already told me he thinks we can reach a financial agreement. He's working on getting a loan approved so he can make us an offer." Landon was undermining his own plan by asking her out. At the moment, she had no desire to leave Arizona. "He'll most likely lowball you," her father said, "and then he'll pressure you into accepting it. I bet that's why he wants to date you, so he can manipulate you into agreeing to his terms." The words stung. "You think that's the only reason someone would want to date me?" Her father sighed. "That's not what I'm saying. You're a beautiful, talented, intelligent woman. If Landon is truly interested in you, he should understand the position he's putting you in. He should be willing to wait until after the land isn't an issue anymore. Then, if the two of you want to date, you'll know he doesn't have ulterior motives." "Exactly," her mother said. "Tell him you need to wait until financial matters are taken care of." She said this as though the matter was settled, and Kate ought to agree. Problem was, Kate didn't want to wait for weeks or months for another kiss. She was already going into withdrawals. Besides, if they couldn't agree on a price for the land, Coyote Glen's ownership wouldn't be settled for a year. Telling Landon to wait until then would be tantamount to telling him she didn't trust him, that she suspected his motives. Still, she couldn't ignore her parents' concerns. "I won't consider any offer the Wiles make without consulting you first. You don't need to worry about him pressuring me into anything." "Steer clear of Landon's advice on running the ranch," her father emphasized, like she might have missed his earlier opinions. "Dwayne has worked for your grandfather for years. Get his advice before doing anything, and that includes borrowing equipment from the Wiles." What would happen if they loaned you something and then claimed you damaged it? Unless you have them sign something that says you've returned the equipment in good working order, they could sue you for the price of a new baler. You have to be careful of anything that might put you into the red." Kate brushed mascara on her eyelashes. Landon wouldn't do something like that. And she wasn't about to ask him to sign documentation after she borrowed his equipment. Not only would it be insulting, but the Wiles also would never let her borrow anything else. "Weren't you listening to all of those stories Grandpa told about how upstanding Landon and his brothers are? When millions of dollars are at stake," her father said, "even upstanding men do some bad things." She couldn't help arguing that point with her parents. Pretending to acquiesce was the next best thing. "Maybe you're right. I'll talk to him." Technically, her words weren't a lie. There was always a minuscule chance her parents were right, just as there was a minuscule chance that Landon was a vampire. And she did plan on talking to him while they ate dinner and danced. What this conversation really meant was that Kate would have to keep any dates with Landon a secret from her parents. That wouldn't be such a bad thing. If the relationship went nowhere, then her parents wouldn't be the wiser. And if things went somewhere, then she'd find a way to break the news to them. No point fighting that battle right now. Her mother's voice took on a cheerful, encouraging tone. "I'm sure you'll find plenty of other handsome men around. I've already run into plenty. But since they're all Landon's brothers, I assume you won't like them either." 5,000 people live in Bisbee," her father said. "A few must be eligible men. If not, I hear internet dating is big with your generation." Kate would have been very depressed at that moment if she'd decided to give up Landon. But she wasn't planning on it, and didn't want more of her parents' advice. Instead of commenting, she changed the subject, and told them that Dwayne had suggested she sell all the cows and heifers that weren't pregnant. "Dwayne's probably right," her father said. "I'll give him a call and talk about your options." Which brought up another issue. If Kate was going to keep Landon a secret from her parents, she'd have to keep her relationship a secret from Dwayne, too. Otherwise, he'd probably say something about it to her parents. Luckily, Dwayne didn't seem all that interested in her personal life, and turned in for the night around 5. He wouldn't know what she did in the evenings. Cue a double life. That night, Landon picked her up at 6. He wore a black button-down shirt that accentuated his broad shoulders. Ranch work was good for keeping a man in shape. She couldn't help but compare him to the men she knew back in Seattle. They all seemed so thin and pale next to him. So insubstantial. Kate wasn't sure how to break the news that they needed to keep their relationship a secret from Dwayne. The Wiles had been nothing but helpful to her since she got here, and now she was going to have to admit to Landon that her parents thought he might be manipulating her. She got into his truck, a white dually that was surprisingly clean, and they headed toward Bisbee. On the way there, they talked about the moisture content in alfalfa. She wouldn't have thought a conversation about hay could be interesting. But now she tried to remember everything Landon said as though studying for a test. When they neared Bisbee, he suggested a couple of restaurants. "The steak at the Double P Roadhouse is good." The thought of any sort of beef was no longer tempting. "I'll have to pass on the steak." "You don't like it?" "I used to love it. But I've been looking into the cow's big brown eyes for nearly 3 weeks. How could I eat one?" "I guess the same way you ate hamburgers at our barbecues when you were a kid." She slumped in her seat. "But now they're my cows. They depend on me for everything. It's like I've become their mother. And stop shaking your head. This is different than killing pigeons." "Right. Pigeons don't taste good. Which reminds me, do you want me to come over and take care of the ones in your barn?" The answer to that question wasn't going to reassure him. "You don't need to. Right now they're not stealing the animals' feed because I've sprinkled the outside of the barn with stuff from the pantry that I'm never going to eat." "You're feeding the pigeons." "Do you know how many boxes of expired, frosted, shredded wheat my grandfather had in his house?" Landon paused. "So a vegetarian place for dinner." "I can still eat chicken. I don't like them all that much." He laughed and shook his head. She turned in her seat to better see Landon. "Do you think I'm too soft?" Her grandfather had. When she'd come into the house sniffling after the pigeon incident, he'd told her grandmother, "Heaven help us if the younger generation had to fight a war. They're too soft to shoot a bird, let alone a combatant." Her grandmother had been the one who comforted her and pointedly told Grandpa that the world didn't need more combatants. Landon reached over and squeezed Kate's arm. "I think you're the right amount of softness. Although, to be certain, I'll have to do a more in-depth analysis." That was an analysis she'd look forward to. She wanted to take hold of his hand and keep it in hers, but supposed he had better keep both hands on the wheel. "Later, when you're not around," he continued, "I'll come over, take care of the pigeons, and you'll be none the wiser." "Well, I wouldn't be, except you just told me your plans." "Don't fret about it. When I said I'd take care of them, I meant I would relocate them to some kindly pigeon farm where animal lovers will feed them all the frosted shredded wheat they like." Kate made a tisking sound. "Liar. I can see I'm going to have to put spikes along the beams in the barn, or I'll have more pigeon carnage on my hands." "I'll come over and help you," he grinned. "In fact, I reckon you'll need a lot of help at Coyote Glen. I might need to come over several times a week to see you." She liked that idea, then remembered the need for secrecy. "I definitely want to see you several times a week. But Dwayne can't know about us. He'll tell my parents and—" She didn't know the most tactful way to explain the situation. "They don't think I should date anyone while I'm here." Landon glanced at her, eyebrows cocked up. "Anyone? Or me in particular?" He'd cut to the heart of the matter quickly enough. She didn't bother denying the implication. "They're worried that if I date you, it will cloud my judgment." He clenched his jaw, then let out a slow breath. "I guess it's only natural for your parents to worry about you. But what's your opinion? Are you afraid I've got ulterior motives?" "I wouldn't be here if I did." He relaxed a bit. "Good." She nudged his leg with hers. "Did you think I came with you tonight just for the kissing therapy?" She looked upward, considering. "Although that is a big draw." The comment earned her a smile, but it fell from his lips quickly. "You want our relationship to be a secret?" "Just from Dwayne." "If anyone in town knows we're dating, it will get back to him. So if you don't want him to know, we shouldn't be seen together at a restaurant or out dancing." She hadn't thought about that. Back in Seattle, the chances of running into someone you knew at a restaurant were slim. Recognizability. One more perk to small-town life. That sort of puts a damper on the evening. "Wouldn't it be better to tell your parents about us than to have to sneak around?" You either had really understanding parents, or you've forgotten what lectures and guilt trips are like. "Maybe a little bit of both," he allowed. More likely he was the sort of son who'd never given his parents a minute's worth of grief. He tapped the steering wheel with his thumb, a sign he was irritated. "We can still see each other," she said. "We'll tell Dwayne you agreed to help me out with a few things on the ranch, in exchange for me redecorating your place. Then I'll have an excuse to be over at your house, too." More tapping on the steering wheel. Judging by the crease in his brow, you'd think she'd asked him to do something illegal. "It's not that we're being dishonest," she emphasized. "We're just being private. That's okay, isn't it?" "I suppose so." The eyebrow crease disappeared. She'd hit upon the right angle. Landon didn't want to be anyone's dirty little secret, but he understood the value of privacy. "I guess no one else has to know our business right now." And that is how they ended up having a late-night picnic of takeout lobster while sitting in the back of his truck bed underneath a full moon. The stars were bright, the food was good, and the kissing was even better.
Chapter 12. "So you're saying you're ashamed to be dating Kitty?" Dylan asked, head cocked. "That's why you don't want us to tell people about the two of you?" Landon sat at the table with Dylan, Jackson, and Preston, eating breakfast before church. Landon had just explained the need for secrecy to his brothers, but he must not have done a good job. No, I'm saying you can't tell people about our relationship. His gaze slid to his niece. She lay on the couch, her attention riveted to the TV. Audrey especially shouldn't know anything, since 6-year-olds weren't known for keeping secrets. Kitty's parents are worried I'll influence her in our favor. Jackson nodded. I actually think that's a good idea. I mean, you influencing Kitty in our favor. Landon rolled his eyes. What sort of man would that make me? One who still has a job? Preston skewered some eggs on his fork. One who cares about his family. Before Landon could respond, Preston plowed on. I haven't read a single one of the classics assigned in my English classes, and I laughed at all my friends who were plodding through Walden, because I always knew what I was doing after high school. And it didn't involve writing some hyped-up college application essay. I was going to run cattle. Now I'm wondering what I should do with my life because we might not have this ranch for long. And all because you've got the hots for the wrong woman. Landon put down his fork. You haven't been reading your English assignments? Preston huffed. That isn't the point. Oh, it is, Landon said. You're reading Walden as soon as we get home from church. I'm making that a point right now. Preston looked to Dylan for help. Make him see sense. You don't need to worry about him dating Kitty, Dylan said, ever the calming voice of reason. Landon never gets serious about anyone or sticks with one woman too long. Jackson swiped butter across his toast and nodded sagely. That's true. He's got commitment issues. Landon straightened, offended. I don't have commitment issues. I just haven't found the right woman yet. And I've been busy. I've had my hands full with running the ranch and raising Preston and Audrey. Jackson grunted. I'm pretty sure I've done most of the Audrey raising. And I've always been your backup. At least Landon had since their parents died. Jackson hadn't had anyone else. Ethan and Dylan had both been at college. Preston finished a bite of eggs. You don't have to stay single on my account. In fact, I'd rather you get married. Maybe having your own kids would keep you from breathing down my neck all the time. I don't breathe down your neck all the time. And that reminds me, I'm checking your grades today. If they're not all considerably close to the front of the alphabet, you won't be hanging out with your friends for a while. See? Preston lifted his arms as though offering proof of his suffering. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I'm being suffocated by your neck breathing. Dylan silenced Preston with a wave of his hand. To Landon, he said, He's a teenager, and that means he's required to be moody and obnoxious, but he's also partially right. After Mom and Dad died, you put your life on hold. Maybe we all needed that back then, but it's been 5 years. Neither the ranch nor the family will fall apart if you have a serious relationship. Although they both might, Preston mumbled, if you have a serious relationship with the woman who could ruin our ranch. Landon didn't want to hear any more from his brothers about commitment issues, or his decision to date Kitty. You don't have to worry about our ranch. At least not yet. Kitty seemed open to the idea of selling her claim on Coyote Glen to us. Come Monday, I'll look into real estate agents who can give me quotes on what the place is worth. Dylan cut into his sausage. I hope you're not getting too attached to Kitty then. If she takes your offer, your relationship with her will come to a quick end. Landon paused, fork midway in the air. He'd been so focused on the notion of working out an arrangement with Kitty that he hadn't considered she would go back to Washington afterward. That wasn't at all what he wanted. I told you, Dylan said, his girlfriends never last long. Jackson shook his head at Landon. You really didn't think that through? He gestured at Preston with his knife. See, this is why you need a good education, so you don't make rookie mistakes like paying your girlfriend to leave. Preston took a sullen bite of his eggs. Dating her is a mistake. Nah, Jackson told Preston. You're looking at this from the wrong angle. It's a good thing that Landon is dating Kitty, because whether Landon means to influence her or not, he will. It was clear from the way Jackson was smiling that he found Landon's dating predicaments entertaining. Kitty will eat up his sweet talk, or at least she would, if Landon knew how to sweet talk anyone. Jackson nodded at Preston and Dylan. We may have to teach him something about romance. Landon set his napkin down on the table. His brothers were getting far too involved in his business. Maybe Kitty was right about the benefit of privacy. I don't need your help, thanks. My talk is sweet enough. Audrey had abandoned her show and skipped over to where Jackson sat. Why is Uncle Landon going to sweet-talk Kitty? It's grown-up stuff, Jackson said. You'll understand when you're older. How much had Audrey overheard? The last thing Landon needed was for her to repeat something to Kitty that she shouldn't. Don't go saying anything about the ranch to Miss Benton, he told her. You mean about you influencing her? Yeah, that. She had heard. The girl was far too smart for her own good. Why not? Audrey asked. Just don't, Landon said. She scrunched up her lips, clearly unhappy about this instruction. It's grown-up stuff, Jackson repeated, ending the topic. Audrey huffed dramatically and took a drink of her milk. I hate grown-up stuff. Jackson ruffled her dark hair. You should. Once you grow up, life is nothing but paying bills and taxes. Audrey replaced her cup on the table and skipped back to the family room. Jackson lowered his voice and added, with a few benefits along the way, like dating the girl next door. Landon and his brothers took their regular place at the left side of the chapel for the sermon. After their parents died, Landon promised his grandma he would take his brothers to church every week. For the most part, he'd kept that promise. As isolated as he and his brothers were on the ranch, church was a place where they could check in with people. Kitty sat alone on a bench a few pews up, which was too bad. Church would be a good place to show Kitty what the community was like, full of kind, friendly people. She wore a dark blue dress, and her hair was swept up in a knot, a look more suited to a high-powered business meeting than their usual church service. The congregation was mostly made up of ranchers, artists, young families, and retirees. But there were a few single people in their 20s, people who could become Kitty's friends. He wanted to sit next to her, but figured that wouldn't be the best way to keep their relationship a secret. Besides, he might have a hard time keeping his attention on the sermon if he smelled her perfume. The scent of it would give him flashbacks to last night, and the way Kitty looked under the starlight. After the sermon, Landon sauntered to the foyer, his eyes following Kitty. She read the bulletin board on the wall, then stood there, looking a little lost. Usually, within minutes, someone would have gone up to a newcomer and struck up a conversation. But not today. No one seemed to notice Kitty at all. No, that wasn't right. A few people shot her looks and then turned away. She'd said that everyone in town was mad at her about the golf course. Was she right about that? Kitty turned and caught his eye. He raised his eyebrows in question, the question being, did she want him to come over and talk to her? He was starting to think that keeping their relationship hidden was a stupid idea. Let people talk. Let her parents disapprove. He wanted to spend time with her, not watch her from a distance. She gave a shake of her head. Dang, she still wanted to be incognito. While he was trying to convey with his eyebrows that he didn't care what people thought, and she shouldn't either, Mrs. Bassencherry, the chorister and self-appointed town crier, swooped over to him, full of consolation. I heard what the Bentons plan to do with Coyote Glen. She laid her hand on Landon's arm. Cal never would have wanted you to lose access to his wells. Her gaze momentarily cut over to Kitty, and she harumphed. Better put a stop to this line of conversation. You can't blame Miss Benton for wanting to inherit her grandfather's land. Besides, I'm hopeful we'll be able to work out an arrangement. The woman hardly seemed to hear him. She thinks she can run a ranch without any sort of experience. She clucked her tongue. You wouldn't show up at your grandfather's dental practice and think you knew how to fill teeth. Before Landon could comment, Mrs. Perry joined them. She had a daughter in grad school, and every time the daughter came home, Mrs. Perry dropped not-so-subtle hints that Landon should ask her out. You're talking about Kate, aren't you? She tisked in disapproval. Don't you worry. She's never going to make it on a ranch. She's got city girl written all over her. She's actually very... Landon paused. He didn't want to give away too much. Competent and hard-working. We should do our best to make her feel at home. Mrs. Perry blinked at him in surprise. Miss Bassensherry put her hand to her chest. You're such a generous soul, Landon. I've always thought so. Well, it's like the good book says. We need to love our neighbors. He intended to work on that very seriously. Some commandments were easier to keep than others. Chapter 13. Over the next month, Landon found himself going over to Coyote Glen a couple of times a week to help Kitty with one thing or another. After all, he had to make sure the ranch ran smoothly. It might be his property someday, and he had to make sure Kitty got her money's worth for the remodel she was doing at his house. He'd given her a free hand in choosing the colors and style because he didn't know what he wanted, except that he was very sure he didn't want to look at fabric swatches, color palettes, or light fixtures. Trying to do interior design seemed like doing a jigsaw puzzle that you built along the way, with lots of wrong pieces. It was better to leave the decisions to the expert. Landon's brothers were less than thrilled by the renovations. A team of workers ripped up all the tile on the bottom floor of the house, and the family had to stay off of it for 2 days while new wood-like tile was laid. Couldn't you have dated a woman with a normal job? Preston complained while tiptoeing across the floor to go to school. A chef would have been good. I wouldn't have minded someone who wanted to cook for us. Or a landscaper, Jackson added, steering Audrey toward the front door. The Palo Verdes by the barn need pruning. Landon didn't mind any of the mess, because Kitty came over every day to check on the project. And besides, once the workers finished the floor, it looked downright classy. Kitty began adding furniture, rugs, and lamps to complete the rooms. After Dwayne had turned in for the day, Kitty would frequently head over to the Wyle Away. She and Landon rode horses through the winding desert trails and watched the sun set behind the mountains. They cooked s'mores at his barbecue pit and let the embers float up until they joined the star-studded sky. Once, when Dwayne was gone, Landon came over to Coyote Glen, and they ate a candlelit dinner in the gazebo in her backyard. Cal had always said his wife's roses that surrounded the gazebo were a mass of thorny nonsense, but he tended them with silent devotion after she was gone. One day, while Kitty was over at the Wyle Away, they stood on his veranda talking. She motioned to the wooden porch swing behind them. That could use new cushions. Do you want me to order some? The red checkered cushions had grown faded and threadbare, but they stayed there year after year as a reminder of the past. His father made the porch swing for his mother when they first were married. Landon had grown up seeing his parents sitting there, hand in hand, discussing their day while the sun went down. Kitty wandered over to the swing for a better look. Blue would match the color scheme inside. Nah. Landon didn't move from his spot, leaning against the railing. Those have sentimental value. They were my mother's. Trust me, as a woman, I can tell you it would bother your mom to know that the first thing people see when they come to the house is threadbare cushions, but... Kitty pressed a hand against a cushion, testing it. We could reupholster them and leave the original fabric inside. That way you know it's there, and the new fabric would protect them from more damage. She ran her hand over the back of the swing. This is in good condition. Landon had refinished it a couple of years ago. Solid oak. My dad built it to last. She sat down and gave it a tentative swing. The chain didn't even squeak. How come you never used this? He sat in it all the time, just not with the women he dated. Doing that would have seemed like he was ready to step into his parents' shoes, into that sort of relationship. And he wasn't. Man, maybe Dylan was right and Landon actually did have commitment issues. Kitty swayed gently back and forth, waiting to hear why he didn't ever sit on the swing. He couldn't explain, so he shrugged. I do sometimes. She patted the cushion next to her, an invitation to join her. He stayed where he was. Now that he was thinking about it, intensely and a little desperately, he couldn't be entirely blamed for having commitment issues. He'd loved his parents, and they died. He'd depended on Ethan, and his older brother had gone off to school in California and left the ranch for Landon to run. Ethan rarely ever came back. Landon had cared about Kitty's grandparents, and they were both gone now too. Landon's life had been a succession of people leaving him. If that hadn't been enough to make him shy away from commitment, Jackson's disastrous relationship with Audrey's mother had shown Landon just how badly things could turn out. No wonder he hadn't gotten serious with any of the women he dated. Despite all that, he was letting his heart get tangled with a woman who wanted nothing to do with Arizona. If she'd been any other woman, he would have already started distancing himself from her. And really, if he had any sense of self-preservation, he'd start putting up some emotional barriers now. He ought to tell Kitty he had some things he needed to do tonight and put an end to this visit. Instead, he noted how her hair lay across her shoulders in soft waves. In the shade of the patio, her green eyes looked darker, like the green of a pasture at dusk, when everything was relaxing. Her lips appeared darker too, and the curve of them was soft and inviting. She added an element of softness to everything she touched. The decorations, her ranch, and him. He'd even begun to admit that the pigeons and the mourning doves were beautiful in flight, and not just annoyances that got into the feed and made a mess everywhere. Maybe it was time for him to get over his commitment issues. And yet, he still didn't move. He just stood there watching her and weighed the probability of pain later against the benefits of tasting those lips now. Kitty suddenly stopped swinging. Her eyes widened, and she shot to her feet. For one irrational moment, he thought she'd somehow realized that the swing symbolized commitment and wanted nothing to do with it. A sting like a splinter lodged itself in his chest. "I'm sorry," she sputtered. "The swing's become a sort of shrine to your parents, hasn't it? I should have asked before I sat down." Of course, Kitty hadn't been able to read his thoughts. Landon finally pulled himself away from the porch railing and strolled over to her. "It isn't a shrine. It's not like that. It's just commitment issues." She turned and evaluated the cushions again, her cheeks flushed. "The easiest thing to do would be to drape a blanket over the swing. It would both hide and protect the cushions, and you could use it on cold nights to keep warm." He knew she was switching the subject to save him from the uncomfortable topic of losing his parents. She was thoughtful that way, and sweet. Landon's brothers told him he didn't have to keep putting his personal life on hold for them. They had a point. And as Jackson said, sometimes a woman was worth the disappointment later. Kitty stepped away from the swing. "If you want, I could find a blanket for you, something soft that would fit your style." He took her hand, threading his fingers through hers. "Don't worry, I think I can find something I like. Something soft that fits my style." Perhaps he said the words with too much meaning. She peered at him through lowered lashes. "I thought you didn't know what sort of thing you liked." He sat on the swing and pulled her next to him. Still holding her hand, he set the swing gently rocking. "I may have changed my mind about that." Now he just needed to change her mind about staying in Arizona. She belonged here. This was where her family was from. For the next half hour, they sat talking and watched the sun edge toward the horizon, painting the sky pink as it went. Landon ran his thumb over the back of Kitty's hand. "There isn't a landscape as wide open and beautiful as the patch of ground the two of us live on. You realize that, don't you?" "The sunsets are pretty," she allowed, "but the land is so sparse and brown. Seattle has green everywhere. Trees willingly grow there." She gestured to a sisu near the porch. "You don't have to haul them in from somewhere else and trap them in the soil." "Trap them?" he repeated. "You mean because they have roots?" "If they didn't, you'd see them all hitchhiking up the 82 to Washington." And that, he supposed, was how she felt about living in Arizona. Trapped, and wanting to cut herself from her roots. She'd leave as soon as she could. This relationship was not going to help his commitment issues. "If you're partial to trees, you can have as many here as you care to water. Citrus and pecan orchards grow just fine." She swung her feet slowly, back and forth. "Pine trees are my favorite. They can't grow here." "Sure they can. You must have seen some pines in Bisbee or Tucson." She wrinkled her nose. "You mean the ones that look like they're trying to be oaks? But they've got pine needles instead of leaves? Those don't count." "People shape them that way. They're still pines." She grunted to show her opinion of those misguided trees. "Washington has ranches, doesn't it? Your cows would be really happy there. They could eat all the grass they wanted instead of that spindly stuff they find around here. And you wouldn't have to worry about water so much because it falls from the sky like all the time." For a moment, he considered the idea, starting over in another state, just to be close to her. But Jackson and Preston needed his help to run the ranch. He shook his head. "I'm a lot like that sisu. My roots are here." She didn't speak, and he didn't like the feel of that silence. It was too heavy, the hush of someone pulling away. Her fingers were laced through his, lying motionless in his hand. He gave them an encouraging squeeze. "We can come to some sort of compromise." "If we meet in the middle, that would put us where? The top part of Nevada?" "You could be an interior designer here, couldn't you? You'd find lots of clients in Tucson." "Ah." Her voice turned the subject light again. "I could live among the land of the misshapen pines." He squeezed her hand again, half-heartedly this time. "Misshapen pines deserve love too. They're sort of like pigeons." She laughed and changed the subject to trimming the trees that edged her backyard. So she wasn't even going to entertain the idea of staying. He gave her his advice on trimming, all the while chiding himself for sitting with her on his parents' porch swing. She didn't want to stay in Arizona, and now he would think of this conversation every time he used the porch swing. Turned out, commitment issues had a plus side. They kept you from getting hurt. He ought to rely on them again. But the next day, he found himself driving to a nursery in Bisbee. He bought an Afghan pine and planted it in her lawn, so she would be able to see it from her bedroom window. It was small, barely as tall as him, but it was shaped like a pine tree, and it had the potential to be large and beautiful. That was the important thing. The kiss she gave him when she saw it made him decide to never give her bouquets of flowers. He would buy her pine trees instead. Chapter 14. Landon received estimates for Coyote Glen's land from 3 different real estate agents. The lowest was $4,600,000. The highest, $5 million. That included the state lease and BLM permit. The cattle weren't part of the figures. The wells on the deeded land were the important thing. Landon had procrastinated moving forward with an offer. He hadn't even mentioned the estimates to his brothers. While they had access to Coyote Glen's wells, there was no benefit in rushing things, and he wanted more time to convince Kitty of Arizona's charms. That weekend, when Dylan was home to do the books, He asked why the estimates for the Coyote Glen were taking so long. "We've got $500,000 of our own we can use," Dylan said, "but it will take time to do the paperwork and get approved for a loan for the rest. We don't want to wait so long to make an offer that the Bentons figure Kitty might as well stick it out." Landon couldn't avoid moving forward with the offer any longer. He retrieved the estimates from his dresser. Usually, Dylan worked in the den, but Kitty had painted the desk earlier that morning, and it was still outside drying. Dylan sat at the kitchen table, mumbling what were probably curses, as he sorted through stacks of papers searching for the right receipts. Landon laid the estimates in front of him with an air of resignation. "I hate to think what the interest on this loan will cost us every month. I tell you, bankers are greedy SOBs." "Thanks," Dylan said. "Probably all callous, too." Dylan didn't rise to the bait. He was too busy reading the land description, including information on its generator, wells, storage tanks, dirt tanks, and concrete water catchment. He needn't have bothered. Nothing had changed on Coyote Glen since last year, when Dylan had been there to help Cal with branding. Dylan flipped through the second estimate. "It's always best to start negotiations on the low side, so we should offer them $4.5 million and see what the Bentons counter with. Do you want me to call Kitty, or do you want to do it?" Landon contemplated the matter. "Doesn't seem right to lowball Kitty. I don't want her to think we're trying to take advantage of her." "All righty then." Dylan set the papers in a stack. "I'll make the call." "At 100,000 under lowest estimate?" "Yes, and they'll come back with an offer that's 100,000 over the highest estimate, and we'll negotiate from there." Dylan gave him a patient look. "They know that if they turn us down, they might come away with nothing. They probably also know that come calving season, there's no way Kitty is going to hold down a calf to dehorn it, let alone brand and castrate the thing." Landon and his brothers had always assisted Cal with those tasks, but the tone of Dylan's voice made it clear he wouldn't volunteer for the job again. "She'll have to pay for help this spring." That was a matter Landon hadn't considered. Usually, friends and fellow ranchers got together on branding day. It became a social event. But no one around here would ask for Kitty's help, and if she asked for theirs, she was bound to be met by a chilly reception. Landon rubbed the back of his neck in irritation. "If she loses the ranch because people around here are too unfriendly to help her, she'll never want to stay in Arizona." Dylan handed the estimates back to Landon. "Hopefully she'll take our offer and won't have to worry about who shows up on branding day." He'd have the ranch, but he'd lose Kitty. Unless the sale process took so long that he had more time to convince her to stay. Landon folded the papers. "Tell her we want to offer on the cattle, too. Of course, we'll need to inspect them to get an idea of their value. Might take a while." Dylan laid his pen down on the table with a thud. "You want to take on an extra 350 head?" It meant more work, any way you looked at it. Landon shrugged. "I can handle it." And with the way Preston seemed determined to flunk English, college wasn't high on his priorities. He wouldn't have a choice but to work full-time after he graduated. "Fine." Dylan picked up his phone. "But I'll be the one that makes the offer on those too. Otherwise, you'll most likely run up the price in her favor." Without waiting for Landon's response, Dylan called Kitty. He spoke in a tone that was all business, smooth as a salesman. Landon stood by, straining to hear her voice, even though he was too far away. Was she unhappy with the offer? Eager for an excuse to leave? Dylan said, "I'll drop by on my way to town so you can have the offer in writing. If it's acceptable, we'll start negotiations for the cattle." Landon would have been happy for an excuse to see her tonight, but letting Dylan handle the matter was probably for the best. He and Kitty shouldn't let business come between them. Dylan ended the call and calmly put his phone on the table. "Well?" Landon asked. His brother's attention was already back on feed receipts. "She said she'd talk to her parents and get back with us." An uncomfortable sense of agitation settled into Landon's stomach. He should have told Dylan to wait longer to make an offer. Whatever the outcome, it wouldn't be good. Landon was either going to lose the water he needed, or the woman he was beginning to need just as badly.
Chapter 15. Kate scanned the pages of the Wiles' offer into her computer and emailed them to her parents. She wanted her parents to strike some sort of bargain with Landon, and she also didn't. Once a deal was reached, her family would expect her to move back to Seattle. She was finding herself more and more reluctant to do that. She'd only been dating Landon for a little over a month, and already she didn't want to leave him. She thought about him constantly and counted down the hours until she could see him again. The man was positively addictive. She wasn't even sure if what she felt for him was real love or just giddy, intense attraction. It was difficult to tell because whenever she was with him, the giddy, intense attraction sort of overshadowed all other emotions and most of her reasoning abilities. A relationship couldn't be based on the attraction of a chiseled jawline, a pair of stunning blue eyes, and the way Landon made faded Levi's look like a work of art. In order for a relationship to work, people needed to be compatible. They needed similar goals and plans. Kate wasn't sure she could tie her future, her entire life, to this patch of lonely desert. Granted, all the sunshine was nice, a sharp contrast to the autumn chill in Washington right now. The sunsets were a vivid, fiery pink, and the nights were laden with stars. But she needed to consider the whole lifestyle. Could she be happy in such an isolated place, even if Landon was with her? The women at church only politely endured her presence, and that was a step above most of the people she ran into around town. The other ranchers were the worst. They treated her like an uninvited guest who'd crashed their profession. Kate had contacted a few ranchers and asked if they wanted to buy any of her chickens. She'd offered a good price, but they all turned her down. One hinted that Kate's lack of expertise had probably damaged the bird's health, and another gave her smug commentary on how dealing with livestock took finesse. So that was the sort of community she'd be stuck with if she stayed in Arizona. Still, each time she was with Landon, Washington lost more of its appeal. After a couple of kisses, Seattle's clouds seemed dreary and did nothing but blot out the sun all the time. A few more kisses and the city was crowded, dingy, and full of strangers hurrying to go somewhere else. Not one of the men in Seattle spoke in that soft drawl of Landon's, even when he was going on about things like rotating pastures and using cattle chutes. His words felt so gently caressing that she wanted to close her eyes, lay her head against his chest, and listen to the lull of his cadence. That position was her favorite, because when she was tucked under his arm with her head to his heart, she could feel the gentle hum the words made in his chest. A half hour after Kate sent the paperwork to her parents, they called her. "I don't mind selling the livestock to the Wiles," her father said, "but the offer on the land is much too low. And without our land, I doubt they have the carrying capacity for another 350 head. Kate stood in her kitchen, phone pressed against her shoulder while she grated Swiss cheese. She was making 2 quiche Lorraines, one for herself and one for Landon's family. "I'm sure there's room for negotiation. What would your lowest price be?" "That's always been the heart of the problem," her father said. "If we developed the land, we could make triple what the Wiles are offering." Her mother made an agreeing noise. "They'll never say yes to that price." For the first time, Kate found herself frustrated by her parents' plans. Do you need to make triple the money? Isn't a few million enough? Besides, developing the land is a risk. Golf courses don't always make money. Housing slumps happen. And the Wells would mean so much to the Wiles, to Landon. If we sold now, you could take that money and do something with it right away. The money isn't just for us, her mother reminded her. It's for Libby's education. We want to give her the school of her choice, just like we gave you. And if you want your own design firm, there'll be lots of costs. You'll need to rent an office downtown, pay a web designer, and sink a lot of money into advertising. And rent in Seattle. I don't know if that's what I really want to do. Kate was thinking of how nice it would be to eat quiche with Landon out on his front porch. Maybe they could go horseback riding later, or sit and watch the stars appear. You don't know what you want? Her mother asked. Well, Kate knew what she wanted at that moment, but she couldn't tell her parents about it. Just thinking about Landon had made her mess up the Swiss cheese. Had she put 2 cups in the bowl or 3? She'd have to remeasure. I thought, her mother went on, clearly considering the $200,000 they'd paid for her schooling, that owning a design firm was always your long-term goal. It is, but maybe not in Seattle. Tucson is a lot more affordable. At any rate, we shouldn't make decisions about Coyote Glen based on that. A check from the Wiles now means we don't have to worry about the possibility of losing the ranch altogether. That could still happen. Why? Her father's voice turned alarmed. What's going on with the ranch? Nothing. Kate began scooping cheese out of the bowl. But you never know. We could have a drought, and I'd have to spend too much on feed. Or the price of beef could crash. Or some expensive piece of equipment could break down. And speaking of equipment, if the Wiles hadn't lent me their baler, I never would have gotten my alfalfa taken care of. They've helped me a lot. She told her parents this so they'd see how nice the Wiles were, how deserving. Instead, her words had the opposite effect. You're too young and trusting, her mother said. Just watch, they won't be nearly as friendly once you turn down this offer. In fact, her father added, you shouldn't let them on the ranch. It's better to be safe than out millions of dollars. Her parents were wrong about Landon. She would know if he was lying about his feelings, if he was pretending every time he was with her. At least, she was fairly sure she would know. Granted, nobody ever thought they were being duped by scammers, but still. If Landon wanted to win at all costs, Kate pointed out, he wouldn't offer anything for the ranch. He might if he's trying to gain your confidence, her father said. He knows we won't take that offer. Meanwhile, you're granting him access to the ranch. She'd granted Landon access to more than that. She pretty much handed over her heart. And she couldn't even admit that to her parents for fear of looking stupid and gullible. Long after she got off the phone, she worried about their accusations. If her parents were right, she'd not only be crushed when Landon dumped her and took the ranch, she'd have to admit to her parents that she'd completely gone against their advice, and it had cost them millions of dollars. She ought to be careful. For their sake, if not for hers. She ought to pull away from Landon a little and put some space between them. That night when she brought quiche to the Wiles, she took one look at Landon, at his magnetic blue eyes and perfect features, and was completely drawn in by him again. Turned out she had no willpower. She couldn't even bring herself to mention that her parents had turned down his offer. It would be kinder to let him think they were considering it for a few days, maybe a week. Her parents were, after all, thorough people. That night, as Landon kissed her goodbye, she realized she had other reasons for not revealing her parents' decision. Part of her simply didn't want to know if her parents were right. She didn't want to find out if Landon would treat her differently once he knew her family wasn't willing to sell Coyote Glen. The next morning, Dwayne left for a long weekend to visit his mother in Casa Grande. He would only be gone for 3 nights, but still seemed to have his doubts that Kate could manage in his absence. Before heading to his truck, he said, "If anything breaks down, don't try to fix it. Just let me handle it when I get back. And don't overfeed the horses. We're running low on their wet grain." She felt like a teenager who'd been reluctantly handed her parents' car keys. He shouldn't have made her feel that way. She'd been working here for nearly 2 months and was capable of buying horse feed when needed. "Don't worry," she said. "I can manage everything just fine." "Good. And you ought to find some time to clean the chicken coop. It needs it." Ugh. She shouldn't have said anything. She should have just waved him a silent goodbye and not given him an opportunity to saddle her with more chores. Now she'd have to clean up the coop, or it would look like she'd been too overwhelmed to get to the task. On the first day, she attacked the chores with relentless energy, and even managed to clean the chicken coop. True, she wasn't done until after the sun went down, and in the end she was sort of blindly throwing straw around, but everything was clean. The second day was about the same. The third day went well until the horse's second feeding. As per Dwayne's orders, she hadn't let Grandpa's prize cutter, Marigold, out to graze with the other horses. Marigold was due to give birth in a couple of weeks, and Dwayne was worried that if she was with the others, she might exert herself too much. This was only the third day the horse had been confined in her pen, and she was already getting restless. When Kate came into the barn, the mare was pacing around, probably dying for some exercise and fresh air. Kate petted her neck sympathetically. "I wouldn't want to be stuck in that pen either." And who knew if Dwayne would let her out at all when he got home? Being cooped up for 2 weeks would be so dreary. She glanced out the barn door. About an hour of sunlight was left. The temperature was cooling, but wasn't too chilly yet. She could let the horse out to stretch her legs for that much time. After Kate ate dinner, she would bring her back to the stables. Kate led Marigold out to the pasture by the barn, murmuring to the horse that a cute little foal would be worth all the trouble it was causing her now. Then she went into the house to make dinner. She meant to remember to take the horse back to her pen. She really did. But while Kate ate, she began reading articles about ranchers who were reintroducing native grasses back into their lands. Using them could be more cost-effective and better for the environment. The article about grass reminded her that she'd bought more grass seed but hadn't recorded the purchase on her expense spreadsheet. Lately, she'd spent so much time with Landon that she'd let paperwork slide. Well, no time like the present. She grabbed her laptop and the stack of receipts and sat down on the couch to tackle them. The day's work had taken a toll on her. When she gave herself a break to lean back and rest her eyes, she immediately fell asleep. She awoke later, groggy and unsure of where she was. Her phone said it was 11:30. She plodded into her bedroom, rubbing her stiff neck, and got ready for bed. Missy was already there, stretched out in the middle of the bed, enjoying the extra room. Kate pushed the dog over to the side. A banging noise from outside caught her attention. She straightened and listened. Another bang. It sounded like something hitting metal. What could possibly... Only then did she remember Marigold out alone in the dark. She bolted from the room, horrified at her mistake. Wolves could be around, or cougars. She pulled on some shoes, grabbed a flashlight, and ran outside. Missy bounded after her, barking because something interesting was clearly happening. Marigold would be fine, she told herself. Lots of wild horses lived in Arizona, and they somehow made it through the night without succumbing to death. "I'm coming," she called, in case any predators were around. Maybe the sound of a running person and a barking dog would scare them off. When Kate finally got close to the pasture, she waved the flashlight left and right, trying to find the horse. Nothing. Nothing. And then the beam hit the horse's eyes and glowed. Marigold stood by the steel water trough, whole and well. Thank goodness. Whole and well, but not particularly happy. She pawed at the ground, then at the empty trough, making it clang. The thing was empty. Kate had forgotten to check it before she turned Marigold out. Kate jogged in that direction, panting. Sorry, she repeated, and hoped the horse could understand by the tone of her voice what she meant. Poor baby. Out here by yourself and thirsty? I'm so sorry. She petted her neck, but the horse flicked her mane and pulled away. The action felt like a scolding. Kate took the lead rope and walked the horse to the barn, murmuring more apologies and promising apple slices for days to come. She put the horse in her pen and checked the water there. We will never speak of this to Duane, she said, and trudged back to the house. When she crawled back into bed at midnight, she was still chastising herself. She was the worst ranch hand ever. Duane had left her alone for 3 days, and she'd forgotten about a horse. And not just any horse, the expensive, pregnant one. The one that had been her grandfather's pride and joy. What would Duane have done if he'd come home early tomorrow morning and Marigold was still out there in the pasture? Would he tell everyone in town how incredibly inept Kate was? Did he tell people that already? Really, to think she'd felt like such a competent person before she started ranching. That only today she'd been congratulating herself on managing things so well on her own. The alarm clock kept silently blinking through numbers, reminding her that morning was coming and would bring more chores with it. 12:06. 12:07. Finally, she began to relax. And then a terrible thought hit her. What if Marigold wasn't pacing in her stall earlier because she was restless? What if she was in labor? No, it was still too early for that. Before Duane left, he checked the mare's udder like it was a reliable indicator of the foal's arrival. He would have said something if the horse was about to give birth. But agitation and pacing were signs of labor, and Marigold had been agitated when Kate brought her in. Maybe she hadn't been indignant at being forgotten. Maybe she'd been in pain. Once more, Kate threw off the covers. She grabbed her coat, put on her boots, and headed to the barn. Marigold was trudging around her pen, occasionally nudging the straw at her feet. She might still be cold and trying to warm up. Kate watched her for 10 minutes, then 20, waiting to see if the mare settled down and went to sleep. Every once in a while the horse stood still, but after a few moments she would pace around again like a restless shadow. Marigold might be sick. Kate would have to check for a temperature, and if the mare was having contractions, she wouldn't appreciate having a thermometer shoved into her rear. Hopefully, she wouldn't kick Kate. Ending this night in the emergency room would not improve the situation. A few minutes later, Kate was more familiar with the horse's backside than she wanted to be, and she learned that, no, Marigold didn't have a fever. If the mare truly was in labor, Kate should call a vet. However, the idea of ringing up Angelina at 1:45 was less than appealing. What would Kate tell her? My horse isn't sleeping and I'm not sure it's because she's in labor or because I accidentally left her out in the cold for hours? Angelina would come, smug and condescending, and happily charge her an exorbitant after-hours fee. Then she'd let everyone know how inept Kate was. It would be humiliating. But if Kate didn't call a vet and something went wrong, Kate would never forgive herself. According to the internet, which she'd been obsessively searching for the last 20 minutes, mares were usually in labor for around 8 hours. But it could be much shorter, or longer. If Marigold had been in labor before dinner when Kate first noticed her restlessness, the horse might have the foal any time now. and the vet was a half-hour drive away. Kate thought about calling Landon to ask for advice, but it was late, and he had to get up early. Besides, she ought to be able to handle this on her own. She was supposed to be capable of making decisions like figuring out when to contact a vet. She watched Marigold tread across her straw for a few more moments, then placed a call to the vet's after-hours service. She told them her horse might be in labor. She would parcel out the other details as needed. "Our doctors are out on other calls right now," the receptionist reported, "but I'll let them know." "They're out?" Kate hadn't even considered that possibility. "Both of them? Will they be finished soon?" "Can't say. With animals, it could be 3 minutes or 3 hours. Would you like a call when someone's available?" "Yes," Kate said weakly. Now that she knew a vet might not come in time, she felt completely unprepared. After she hung up, she paced the barn herself. Horses lay down before they began to push. Marigold was still on her feet. Maybe this was a false alarm. Horses probably got indigestion sometimes, especially when left out in the cold. 15 minutes later, Marigold plopped down on the straw. Okay, that probably meant she was going to start pushing soon. With an apology already on her lips, she called Landon. He didn't say hello when he picked up. He said, "What's wrong?" "Sorry to bother you, but I think Marigold might be about to give birth, and the vet can't come, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do." On the YouTube videos, she'd seen people holding on to the foal's legs while the mare pushed. "I'm afraid if I start grabbing parts of Marigold's baby, she'll kick me. At least, that's what I would do if the roles were reversed." Kate was babbling. She put her hand over her mouth to stop herself. "I'm on my way," he said. "Is Marigold lying down?" "Yes." "Is she near a wall or anything that would obstruct the foal?" "No." "Good. I'll stay on the phone. Tell me what's happening." There wasn't much to tell since Marigold was just lying there, looking at Kate reproachfully. So Kate told him how she'd forgotten the horse in the pasture, relating the experience as though she was in a confessional and Landon could absolve her sins. "I left the poor thing out in the cold when she was in labor." Or maybe leaving her out in the cold had brought on her labor. Either way, it seemed so thoughtless. "We all make mistakes," Landon said. "If this horse dies, Grandpa will never forgive me." Kate said the words without thinking, and when she realized what she'd said, she got too choked up to speak for several moments. Since she'd moved onto the ranch, her grandfather's presence had overshadowed everything. He seemed to still be here, just around the corner like he'd always been, confident and sturdy. Now, with one uttered sentence, Kate realized how real his absence was, and she missed him. A few minutes later, when Landon reached the barn, Kate was staring at Marigold and psychoanalyzing herself. Was she still trying to win her grandfather's approval? For so long she'd told herself that she hadn't cared what he thought. But the truth was, she didn't want to disappoint him. Not about the horse, and not about the ranch. Landon gave Kate a quick hug, then examined Marigold. A whitish balloon seemed to be growing on her backside. Kate hoped that was normal. "Everything's fine," Landon assured her. "Marigold doesn't seem any worse for her stint outside. How are you holding up?" "I should have talked to him," Kate mumbled. Landon pulled a bottle of betadine and a towel from a bag he'd brought with him. "Are we talking about a horse?" "No, my grandfather." She took a deep breath. Why couldn't he have loved me, regardless of what he thought I'd done? He did. Landon hung the towel over the pen's door. Cal just wasn't good at saying things like that. After he yelled at me, that was the end of our relationship. He never tried to talk to me again. Not really. He never apologized. Landon held his hands out to his sides, gesturing to everything around him. He left you the ranch. That was his apology. Don't you see that? Emotion caught in Kate's throat, making it tight. She'd waited years for her grandfather to reach out to her, to show that he loved her. He had done it with his will, and she hadn't even recognized the gesture for what it was. Somehow she was sure Landon was right about that. Cal gave you everything he'd loved and worked for, Landon went on. He gave you the wide-open skies, calves every spring, and the best neighbors imaginable. You probably shouldn't overlook that part. She smiled, happy until she thought of her parents. He had to have known how upset my dad was going to be when he didn't inherit the ranch. Since your father didn't want the ranch when Cal was alive, I imagine Cal figured your father wouldn't be that upset not to have it later. Her parents didn't want the ranch, just the money from its sale. The thought pricked her now. The house, the barn, everything her great-grandparents and grandparents had built here would be gone once her parents took control of the property. What would they do if she changed her mind and didn't turn Coyote Glen over to them at the end of the year? Kate already knew the answer. They'd been hurt when her grandfather hadn't given them the ranch. They'd be doubly crushed if she did the same thing. Coyote Glen should have been her father's all along. Kate couldn't renege and wound her parents just because she liked ranching more than she'd expected. Marigold's coat grew shiny with sweat, and her breathing was labored. Finally, the foal's front legs emerged from its mother, shrouded, veil-like in the birth sack. Landon cut away the sack and took hold of the foal's legs. I'm giving her traction to push against, he explained. The foal's nose peeked from between its legs so that the little horse looked like it was diving into the world. Marigold panted and made moaning sounds. A minute passed. Marigold stopped pushing. The foal didn't seem to be breathing. Come on, Mama, Landon said. You can do this. The horse seemed to disagree. She didn't push. The veins stood out on her bulging stomach. You're a good girl, Landon said, still soothing. Come on. He kept speaking to her in that low, calm voice. The horse contracted again, feebly pushed, and despite what Landon said about only holding the foal's legs for traction, he pulled. Help me with the foal's head, he called to Kate. Hold it up. Kate bounded across the straw, bent over and took the foal's wet head to keep it from scraping across the floor. The little horse's nose had a white stripe, tinged pink from blood. Large black eyes blinked up at her. Just one more contraction, Landon said. Kate didn't look at him, or Marigold. She was staring at the foal's eyes, so new and trusting. The animal slid all the way out to the ground, glistening wet. Its thin legs splayed everywhere. A filly. Landon took the towel and wiped the foal with gentle strokes. This'll help stimulate her breathing. The animal's ears lifted, and she sniffed the air. Such a beautiful girl. Marigold shifted and turned her head to look at her daughter. She softly nickered, and the filly answered with a noise that sounded almost like a mew. Kate had known Marigold was going to produce a foal, and yet it still seemed like an amazing feat, like the horse had just performed a stunning magic trick. Somehow the whole world had been made new with the birth of this wobbling creature. If Kate had been in Seattle, she would have missed this moment, and was suddenly so glad she was here.
Chapter 16. The next day, after Landon finished his chores, he headed to Coyote Glen to check on the filly and see Kitty. As he parked his truck, Dwayne came out of the barn and ambled over. How's the filly? Landon asked through the window. When he'd left last night, the foal was on her feet and nursing well enough. Kitty had been glued to the pen, completely in love with the animal. She'd started calling her Daisy. Good. Duane spit his tobacco on the ground. I heard you helped deliver it. The vets were on other calls. Landon cut his ignition. I told Kitty I'd bring her a foal halter I wasn't using. Where is she? Duane nodded to the house. Sleeping it off. Too much excitement for her last night. Landon should have thought of that possibility before he drove over here. Looked like he would miss seeing her today. He got out of the truck and handed the halter to Duane. I'm surprised you didn't notice Marigold was so close to foaling. That had bothered him since last night. Even though the horse was 2 weeks away from her delivery date, Duane should have checked her and noticed the signs, her udder filling out and the foal dropping low into her belly. If Duane hadn't been able to stay at the ranch, he should have at least warned Kitty to expect the foal soon. Guess I was too busy to check. Duane gazed past him at the house. It's not the same working for Miss Benton as it was for Cal. Surely Duane hadn't expected Kitty to be the one checking Marigold. She didn't have the experience for that. Before I left, Duane went on, I talked to Jeff Benton. He said he turned down your offer and said it was too low. Duane snorted. The way the Bentons act, you'd think they actually like the place, but they just want to get every last cent they can. They turned down my offer. This wasn't news he'd expected to get from Duane. Duane's gaze shot back at Landon. Miss Benton didn't tell you? He let out another snort. No, I guess she wouldn't. She wants to get all the free help possible before telling you to go pound sand. Ain't right. Why hadn't Kitty told him that her parents rejected his offer? And they weren't even going to bother with a counteroffer? Landon resisted the urge to grit his teeth. Couldn't the Bentons just be reasonable? Duane shook his head. All these years you've put sweat and blood into your ranch to make a living. Helped Cal with his too. And the Bentons just swoop in like vultures to take it away. This commentary wasn't helping. Duane's tongue moved around his mouth like it was in search of more tobacco. Everyone knows Cal meant to sell you Coyote Glen when he retired, and he would have asked less than you offered the Bentons. That's a fact. True enough. Things hadn't turned out that way, though. Well, Landon said. He meant to add, life takes unexpected turns. But at the moment, he couldn't bring himself to be that philosophical. When had Kitty planned on telling him the news? I could make sure you get the land. Duane's gaze flicked back to the house. Wouldn't take much for Coyote Glen to dip into the red for 3 months. I could nudge it in that direction. It'd only cost you 1/10 of what the Bentons turned their nose up at. Landon almost wasn't sure he heard right. You're talking about sabotaging the ranch? He'd spoken too loudly. Duane lifted a hand to shush him. You'll get what's rightfully yours, and I'll get some compensation. That's all I'm asking for. My price is more than fair. No, Landon answered before he could let himself consider the offer. Cheating like that was wrong, illegal, disloyal to Kitty, and insulting to him. What sort of person did Duane think he was? 150,000 then, Duane said, undeterred. It's as low as I'll go. You just proved how low you'll go. I suggest you pack your things. I doubt Miss Benton will want you to stay on after I tell her about your offer. Duane's expression flashed disbelief, anger, and then a leering understanding. She's got you wrapped around her finger good and tight, hasn't she? Guess I know what you were really doing over here late last night. Landon took a step forward, the sort of step that was a warning in and of itself. Watch your mouth. Duane shook his head at Landon like he was a thing to pity. I just wonder what sort of tricks she performs to make a man willingly give up his land. But then she must know plenty. She's been a slut since she was 15. He didn't even finish, because Landon swung and hit him across the cheek. Even that had been a warning. Landon hadn't hit him nearly as hard as he'd wanted to. Dwayne staggered, regained his balance, and put his hands up in case Landon came at him again. Landon pointed in the direction of the foreman's house. "Pack your things. You're leaving." Dwayne swore and spit at Landon's feet. "Fine. I'll send movers for my stuff." He stalked off, cursing, to the side of the barn where his Chevy was parked. Landon shook his hands and took slow breaths to calm himself. Didn't work. Dwayne's Chevy lurched backward, then sped off toward the gate, churning up clouds of dirt as he went. Good riddance. Landon strode to the house to break the news to Kitty. They had a number of things to discuss.
Chapter 17. Kate woke to the sound of the doorbell. She pulled herself out of bed, ran a hand through her tangled hair, and answered the door. Landon stood on the porch holding a full halter. It wasn't until she stepped outside that she realized something was wrong. Tension ran through Landon. It was in his stance, the curve of his fingers, and the firm line of his lips. "What's wrong?" Her heart sank. "Is it Daisy?" She took a step toward the stables, already making bargains with God. "Let it be something fixable. Don't let her be dead." "No, Daisy's fine. It's Dwayne. You're going to have to find a different foreman." Landon hung the halter on the doorknob. "I know a few people who'd fit the bill. If you'd like, I can ask around." "What happened to Dwayne?" She imagined the worst. He'd been trampled, gored by a bull. She was about to start bargaining with God again. "He said if I paid him $150,000, he'd sabotage Coyote Glen. I told him to leave. You can't have a man like that working for you." Processing this statement took Kate a moment. The person in charge of overseeing the ranch had offered to sabotage it? Shock and then fury hit her like physical things, sharp as a slap. Dwayne had been her grandfather's friend. Hadn't that meant anything to the man? All of the time she'd worked with Dwayne, he'd acted like he was on her side. But for a price, he was willing to take everything away from her. He was an awful, terrible person. "I'm going to call him and fire him." She patted her pants pocket, searching for her phone. Not there. She'd left it on her nightstand. "He's going to explain himself." "I doubt he'll admit to what I just told you." Probably true. Still, doing nothing made her feel helpless. "I'm going to—" She paused, realizing just how little she could do. She couldn't prove he'd done anything illegal. She had no recourse at all. She looked to Landon, and her hurt and anger were overshadowed by gratitude for what he'd done. He could have paid Dwayne and taken the ranch. Instead, Landon told her about the offer. He had too much integrity to make an underhanded deal. That's when Kate knew she was in love with him. This wasn't just attraction. It wasn't just some sort of cattle version of Stockholm Syndrome. This was what love felt like. Without another word, she threw her arms around his neck and hugged him. "Thank you for watching out for me." He returned the embrace, his hands resting against the small of her back. "I couldn't have done anything else." His body hadn't lost all of its earlier tension. Maybe he was worried about finding a new foreman for her. Or maybe the adrenaline still coursing through his system made it impossible to relax. She wanted to whisper into his shirt that she loved him, but saying those words would mean things. It would mean staying in Arizona. It would mean rethinking what she did with Coyote Glen. Because how could she tell Landon she loved him and then cut off his water supply? With the feel of Landon's heartbeat underneath her, she considered overriding her parents' objections and selling Coyote Glen to Landon anyway. Technically, she didn't need her parents' approval to make a deal with him. And yet, how could she go back on her word and not give the ranch to them? Landon broke the embrace and stepped away from her. "Until you hire someone new, you'll need extra help. I have the numbers of some day laborers." He pulled out his phone and began texting her contacts. He was already concentrating on the next task and was past Kate's possible whisperings of "I love you." Perhaps that was for the best. The ranch issues aside, Landon could be one of those men who didn't want long-term commitment and bolted at the thought of love. He'd told her often enough that she should stay in Arizona, but he hadn't said he loved her or wanted a future with her. It would be Kate's luck to give up her life in Seattle, completely tick off her parents, and then find out Landon was only interested in a temporary fling. How did one go about figuring out what a man wanted? He slipped his phone back into his pocket. "I need to talk to you about one other thing." The words were spoken softly, but Landon's tension had reached his voice. He was staring at her with reproof. "Why didn't you tell me your parents had turned down my offer?" Oh, he knew about that. She shifted uncomfortably. The concrete beneath her feet was suddenly hard and uncomfortable. "How did you—" Dwayne. One more thing to thank him for. "I was going to tell you. I was just afraid it would change things between us." She tried to read his expression. His eyes were somber, his mouth a serious straight line. "Will it change things between us?" He hesitated. "I don't want it to." The words were guarded. Guarded wasn't the emotion she'd wished for after she'd just realized she was in love with him. "Good." She attempted a smile. "I don't want it to either." He ran a hand across his chin. "We can go a few $100,000 higher, if that would make a difference." She hated answering. "I don't think it would." "I see." Silence filled the space between them. He looked upward, considering, and sighed before returning his attention to her. "Since we don't have any sort of deal, my brothers won't be happy if I keep helping you with things." She should have expected him to say this, but it still hurt a little. When she'd been over at the Wiles' doing their remodel, his brothers had been so nice. Now they would, what, resent her? Wish her ill luck? "Are you saying you won't help me with anything else? Or just telling me your brothers won't be happy when you do?" Another hesitation. Those little pauses seemed so brutal now. "I doubt they'll want me to loan you more equipment. Let's take it case by case." She nodded. Taking it case by case was the sensible thing to do. He was being more than fair. He was in line to inherit her ranch, and he needed her water. She shouldn't expect his help. On the other hand, he was her boyfriend. That should mean something too. Her gaze sunk to his feet. She couldn't look him in the eyes anymore. She didn't want to see any more hesitations there. "If you knew last night that my parents had turned down your offer, would you have still come to help me with Marigold?" "Yes." That was a relief. What if it was one of the heifers? That was a harder question, because her grandpa's will required her to have at least 313 head of cattle. If too many died and she couldn't buy more, she'd lose. Landon didn't answer, so that was probably a no. "Okay," she said. "But the chickens are on the can help list, right? Because you never know when I might call at midnight for a chicken emergency." "Kitty." His voice was low, asking her to understand. "I have to think of my brothers. This isn't just about you and me." "I know." She forced another smile and took hold of his hand, threading her fingers through his. The gesture, at least, wasn't forced. She wanted the feel of his skin against hers, wanted to feel that they still had a connection. If it were just about you and me, I'd accept your price for the land right now." "You would?" His expression implied surprise and relief, not disbelief. "I'll tell my parents you're willing to go up a few $100,000 and ask them to reconsider. And..." Now the pause was on her side. She mentally added, "And maybe it will make a difference when I tell them we're in love." Only she wasn't sure if Landon was. He ran his thumb softly against her knuckles and waited for her to finish. He was more patient where pauses were concerned. She shouldn't come right out and ask him how he felt about her, so instead said, "Where do you see us being after the will is resolved?" The question seemed to hang in the air. Her heart was hanging there with it, suspended on nothing but hope. He smiled in that way that always made his blue eyes shine. "I see us in the barn, delivering another foal. By that point, you love Arizona too much to leave ranching behind." His smile turned teasing, which is a good thing, because in this scenario, I've inherited Coyote Glen, and you'd have been out of work if I hadn't taken you in. He saw them together still. That was a good sign. She nodded casually. "It's kind of you to let me be a horse midwife and continue to live at my grandpa's ranch." "No." Landon's slow drawl was every bit as sweet as honey. "You'll stay at the While Away with me." "Oh, an even better sign." Her insides fluttered. "Am I an honest woman in this scenario?" "Completely honest. And you can't possibly live in your grandfather's house anymore because I've turned it into a pigeon sanctuary." He was joking about that. He was probably joking about them being married, too. Still, the thought of being his wife sent a happy thrill through her. "Ah, Mr. Wyle, if you could bottle those sweet words and sell them to lonely women, you'd be rich." He chuckled and pulled her closer. "That would be one way to make a living." Then he kissed her with an intensity that made her think he hadn't been joking about any of it. The kiss said he wanted her. The words, "I love you," couldn't be far behind. She just had to wait. His lips grazed the side of her neck, and she closed her eyes, relishing his touch. She might just float away. "I think it's time to tell my parents about us. Maybe that will make a difference." When Landon left, Kate went back into her bedroom for her phone. She'd give her parents one piece of news at a time. She'd start with Dwayne's treachery, and then tell them how Landon had ordered him off the ranch. She would emphasize how honest and supportive he'd been. Her parents would have to appreciate what Landon had done and realize how wonderful he was. After that, admitting that she was dating Landon wouldn't be so hard. Eventually, as she and Landon became more serious, her parents would have no choice but to see him as son-in-law material. They wouldn't want to take the water supply away from a possible, maybe, future son-in-law. They'd see a compromise was necessary. Before Kate reached her phone, it rang. The number was her father's. She answered with, "Hey, I was just going to call you." "I should hope so," her father said, clearly displeased. "What is going on with Landon Wyle?" The question took her aback. Did her parents already know about the two of them? "What?" Kate stalled. "We just got off the phone with Dwayne," her mother said. The call was on speakerphone. "He told us Landon asked him to keep Coyote Glen in the red, and when Dwayne refused, Landon assaulted him. Didn't you know about this?" "That's not what happened." Kate had expected Dwayne to deny the truth, but somehow she'd failed to see this coming. The man had called her parents and lied to them. He offered to sabotage the ranch for a price. Landon sent him away. No assault happened. At least, Landon hadn't said it had. Certainly he would have mentioned that detail. "Dwayne sent us a picture," her father said. "He's got a fist-sized welt on his cheek. He said he won't go back to work unless you get a restraining order against Landon." "Nope," Not a chance of that happening. Dwayne is fired. He isn't trustworthy. He's not telling you the truth about what happened. How do you know Landon isn't the one who's lying? Her father asked. He has much more to lose, and Dwayne is the one who got hit. Because I know Landon. That brings us to our second point, her mother said. Dwayne seems to think something is going on between you and Landon. How had he known that? Well, regardless of how he'd figured it out, this was so not the way Kate had planned to tell her parents. She rubbed her forehead and silently cursed Dwayne. Her parents waited. Yes, she said. Landon and I are seeing each other. Look, he's a great guy, not the devious, assaulting person Dwayne is making him out to be. Her father groaned his disapproval. We talked about this. You agreed to stay away from him. Kate felt like a child who'd been caught misbehaving. The guy tried to flirt you into a bad deal, her father said. And when we turned him down, he resorted to force to try and cheat us. It's not like that, Kate protested. He's still hoping we can work out a price for the land. He said he'll go up a few $100,000. As if that makes a difference, her father retorted. Kate, her mom said patiently, Landon Wyle is a very handsome man, but you can't let that cloud your judgment. Kate could almost see her parents delivering this lecture. Her mother sat somewhere sending worried looks to her father. Her father paced and gripped the phone too hard. Kate held her ground. My judgment isn't clouded, and the ranch is doing fine. I'll get a new foreman. Landon said he could help me find someone. Her mother coughed in disbelief. You're going to trust someone he picks? Absolutely not, her father said. I still have some connections in the ranching world. I'll ask around. In the meantime, promise me that Landon and his assortment of good-looking brothers will stay away from you and our property. Our property. A reminder that it wasn't really Kate's. At least not in her parents' minds. Fine. They could have their say about ranch matters, but not about who she saw. Choose whoever you want for a foreman, she said, but I'll choose who I date. Her mother sighed. Oh, honey, he's using you, and you're going to be terribly hurt when all of this is over. For heaven's sake, her father added, doesn't it make you suspicious that Landon fired the one person who was helping you and offered to put someone he knows in the position? Granted, when her father put it like that, it did sound suspicious. But Landon wasn't scamming her. She just had no way to prove that to her parents. The call went on for a few more minutes, with her parents continuing to paint Landon in every dark tone they could imagine. Finally, they hung up. So, they definitely were never going to think about Landon as possible son-in-law material. Kate put down the phone with shaking hands. The thing was, she didn't blame her parents for questioning Landon's intentions. If she'd heard the same facts about someone else's relationship, she'd suspect that a guy with so much to lose might have ulterior motives too. A lot of men in this position would do anything and everything to get Coyote Glen. But Landon wasn't like that. Kate would be able to tell if he was just pretending to care about her, wouldn't she? Could she have been taken in by those blue eyes and his seductive, slow drawl? No, probably not. She hated that she was suddenly wondering. Her parents texted her the picture Dwayne had sent them, a selfie with a fist-sized welt on his cheek. If Landon had hit him, why hadn't he told her about it? Dwayne's proposition had been an insult to Landon's honor, but that didn't seem like enough to make Landon take a swing. Perhaps Dwayne injured himself, so his story would sound more convincing. It was possible. Probable, even. Landon wasn't the sort to haul off and hit someone. Unless she didn't know Landon as well as she thought. They'd only been dating a couple of months. Maybe she'd only seen the side of him he wanted her to see. She picked up the phone a dozen times to talk to Landon about Dwayne's accusations. She never placed the call. Now that her parents had planted a seed of doubt, she wanted to see Landon face to face when she asked him about it. And she probably ought to be face to face when she told him she didn't need his help finding a new foreman. Not because she doubted him, but because she wanted the reassurance that she was right about him. When she told Landon that her parents were going to hire someone, and a flash of disappointment didn't cross his expression, she'd know he hadn't planned on putting some ranch-wrecking accomplice on Coyote Glen. She ought to tell Landon soon, so he didn't spend time searching for people. This morning, she'd gone through her grandfather's bolo ties and picked out a silver and turquoise one that had been a favorite. She'd planned on giving it to Landon as a thank you gift for helping with Marigold, but had completely forgotten about it while he was here. Now the gift gave her the perfect excuse to stop by his house and surprise him. Chapter 18. When Kate drove up to Landon's house, he stood on the porch looking cautiously happy to see her. His blonde hair was mussed, and he'd put on a faded flannel shirt over his white t-shirt. Really, the guy could make anything look rugged. She got out of her truck and strolled up the porch stairs, carrying both a gift box and 2 cartons of eggs. "This is to thank you for helping with Daisy." She gave him the box, then lifted the egg cartons. "These are just because I still have too many." "You didn't have to." His caution melted. "And you really didn't have to bring eggs. We have plenty." "It was either give them to you or go look for one of those homeless people holding a sign that says they're hungry." Landon chuckled, then held up a hand. "I'm not laughing at the plight of the homeless. Just the idea of you driving up to some guy and handing him a carton of eggs." He opened the gift box and smiled. "This was Cal's, wasn't it? He would like knowing that you had it." "Thanks. That's sweet of you." Landon shut the box, went to the door, and opened it for her to go inside. The foyer looked so nice now. The whole place did, really. The wood tile brought out the warm tones of the stone fireplace in the family room. The blues and emerald green in the rug were repeated in the curtains, the paintings, and the arrangement of ginger jars that sat on the mantel. She felt so at home here now. As she and Landon made their way to the kitchen, Kate realized she'd decorated the house to match her own style. Granted, Landon had given her free rein to do whatever she wanted, but she could have gone with more modern or more rugged. She could have gone with 100 different color schemes. Instead, she'd used her favorite colors. She'd designed Landon's home to be a place she loved. Subconsciously, she'd already been buying into that dream of moving in here. Landon took the eggs from her and went to the fridge. "I'm watching Audrey tonight while Jackson is out on a date. Or I'd suggest doing something fun." Summoned either by her name or curiosity, the little girl bounded into the kitchen. "Who are you talking to?" Landon didn't have to answer. Audrey spotted Kate and bounced up and down on the balls of her feet. "I want to do something fun. Are you guys going horseback riding? Can I come?" Landon shut the fridge. "It's too late for horseback riding. Although maybe we can convince Miss Benton to stay a spell and keep us company." Babysitting wasn't the best time to have a serious talk with Landon, but eventually Jackson would come home, and then she and Landon would have time alone. Audrey tugged on Kate's arm. "Can we play Princess and Evil Queen?" The spinning game that made Audrey throw up. Hard pass. "How about we play something else?" Landon scooped up Audrey and deposited her on a kitchen chair. "You're going to make a Play-Doh village, remember?" Several colored blobs of Play-Doh sat on the table, along with an assortment of cookie cutters, molds, and a press. "When you're done, you can show us. We'll be watching you from the family room."
"Don't you want to help?"
Audrey asked, already grabbing a plastic rolling pin. Landon took hold of Kate's hand. "You can surprise us with what the village looks like."
"Okay."
The little girl began flattening a blob.
"No peeking."
"No peeking," Landon agreed. He pulled Kate toward the couch. Then, as though still considering Audrey's words, his head swung back in her direction. "Remember, we don't eat the Play-Doh."
"No peeking,"
Audrey called back. Kate sat on the couch. "She's totally going to eat Play-Doh. You know that, right?" Landon joined her, sitting close. "Yeah, but what can I do? No peeking rules are sacred." "Fine, but if she looks like she's about to throw up, I'm letting you handle it." "All right." A smile grew on Landon's lips. "I don't think the situation turned out all that badly last time." He raised Kate's hand to his mouth and kissed it. The feel of his lips sent shivers through her. Having doubts about him was impossible when he did utterly romantic things like that. But maybe that was the problem. She needed to stop thinking like a woman in love and look at her situation analytically. He smiled at her again. Blue eyes lit up like they were bits of the sky, sunshine included. Kate didn't really want to look at their relationship analytically. She wanted to melt into Landon again. But first, she needed a little reassurance that his feelings were real, that he wasn't playing her as a means to get Coyote Glen. Time to perform her first test. Search for signs of disappointment when he found out he couldn't choose her next foreman. She kept hold of his hand and casually watched his face. "My father says he can hire a new foreman for me. He still has contact with people in the business." Landon cocked his head. "Your father hasn't done any ranching since he left Arizona. Who does he know in the business down here?" Landon's expression didn't show disappointment, just doubt. She shrugged. "I'll let you know after he hires someone." Landon opened his mouth to speak. Argue with her, maybe. Then stopped himself. "Fine. I won't worry about finding anyone for you." "I do appreciate the offer, though." The exchange didn't leave her feeling as reassured as it should have. He hadn't tried to talk her into hiring someone he knew, but now she was left with the impression that he thought she was liable to hire an idiot. Landon seemed more than happy to see that happen. He shifted on the couch. "What did your parents say when you told them about Dwayne?" His tone was wry, almost wary. He seemed to know it wouldn't be good. Was wariness a normal reaction? She was second-guessing everything now. "Dwayne told them that you bribed him to keep the ranch in the red." "Of course I gave them your version of the story, but they don't know you like I do. They're not sure who to believe." "Not the truth. They clearly believe Dwayne." "But you believe me." A bit of a question lined in that statement, and a bit of accusation, too. He'd picked up on her doubt and didn't like it. "I told them Dwayne was a liar. He also claims that when he refused your offer, you punched him. I assured my parents that you weren't the sort to hit people." Landon let go of Kate's hand and raked his hand through his hair. "I hope you didn't assure them about that too much." "So it was the truth. Why did you hit him?" Landon's gaze slid to the kitchen where Audrey was making Play-Doh tents. He didn't speak for a moment. Either he didn't want to tell Kate what had happened, or he was coming up with a story. And there she was again, second-guessing him. Landon lowered his voice. "He insulted you." Oh, Landon had been defending her honor. Did he say I sucked at ranching or something? Dwayne probably had a litany of complaints against her. She was inexperienced, disorganized, and had no head for business. The man had seen her struggle enough times. "He called you a slut." A gasp escaped her lips. "What? Why would he say that?" "He was making guesses about why I was really in the barn with you last night. Then he brought up the cattle drive and I snapped. I guess I'm a mite touchy about that, seeing as it was my fault you got in trouble for it. How did Dwayne know about the cattle drive? Landon shrugged. I didn't ask. Dwayne had been working at Coyote Glen at the time, but her grandfather wouldn't have discussed that sort of thing with him. One of the ranch hands must have overheard what happened and talked about it. Landon ran his hands against the armrest. So now your parents not only think that I want to cheat you out of the ranch, but I'm the violent sort, too. It's a good thing Dwayne is already gone, or I might prove them right. His eyes went to Kate's. I'm guessing they were less than thrilled to hear we're dating. She didn't answer. They dislike me that much, huh? She bit her lip. Did you even tell them? She didn't want to admit what their response had been. No point in getting into that yet. Do you have any proof I can give them that things happened the way you said they did? Landon's eyebrows lifted with a measure of incredulity. What sort of proof would that be? I didn't record the conversation. I couldn't have known beforehand what Dwayne was going to say, and I certainly never thought it would lead to your parents taking his side. Because they have, and now you're not sure they're wrong. His anger seemed unfair. She believed him, but anyone in her situation would need to be cautious. He should understand that. She teetered between apologizing and defending herself. Before she could respond either way, Audrey flounced around the side of the couch. She handed Landon a container of Play-Doh to open. Uncle Landon, you aren't very good at sweet talk. What? Landon forced a patient tone and popped the lid off the container. You're not using your nice voice. Audrey tilted her head, making her pigtails go lopsided. Remember how you told Daddy and Uncle Preston that you could sweet-talk Miss Benton just fine without their help? Kate felt as though her breath had lodged somewhere inside her body. She only managed to make a choking noise. Landon's attention whipped to Kate. That isn't what it sounds like. She still couldn't breathe. You told your brothers you could sweet-talk me? No. Landon held his hands up, uncharacteristically flustered. Those words are out of context. Really? Kate blinked at him. I'm trying to think how that statement would ever come up in normal conversation. She turned to Audrey, who still stood by the couch examining her Play-Doh. What else did Uncle Landon say about sweet-talking me? Landon sent his niece a stern look. Nothing. And it's time for Audrey to get ready for bed. Go put on your pajamas. Audrey's mouth dropped open in protest. Why do I have to? I didn't say anything I wasn't supposed to. I didn't tell her about you influencing her to get her ranch. That's what you told me not to say. Landon muttered something. Kate wasn't sure what because Audrey's words were still ringing in her ears. Funny, until now she'd always thought the term ringing ears was just an expression. But no, for several seconds a loud tone dimmed everything else. She stood up, emotion making her movements jerky. Landon grabbed her arm. She yanked it away from him. Don't. Just don't. She stormed toward the front door, hating that she felt like she was stomping. She ought to be able to make a graceful exit, one that was cool and aloof. Instead, each stomp revealed how upset she was. Landon followed her, but didn't try to grab her arm again. Kate, will you listen to me? He dropped her nickname, but not the charade. I've heard all I need to, thanks. Did he really think she was going to believe that Audrey's second statement had been taken out of context? Perhaps the worst part of finding out the truth was realizing that Landon had not only planned on influencing her to get Coyote Glen, but also openly discussed it with his brothers. They'd offered to give him tips. She must have seemed so easy to fool, so completely gullible. Her face burned with humiliation. She felt sick. Kate reached the front door and flung it open. Landon stepped in front of her. He was a broad-shouldered wall in flannel blocking her path. I told my brothers I wasn't going to influence you to get the ranch. Audrey got that wrong. She's 6. Kate glared at him. His blue eyes and perfect features seemed like a trap now. A beautiful trap that she'd willingly fallen into. Get out of my way. Nothing I say now will make you believe me, will it? Probably not. She was holding on tightly to her rage. Once it was gone, she would be left with tears, and she didn't want to cry in front of him. His jaw clenched, and everything about him seemed rigid, as though he had a right to be mad. Well, it was probably upsetting to see your Mark walk away. She pushed past him and fumed down the porch, only turning back when she reached her truck. I did tell my parents we were dating. They had a lot to say about that. She opened the driver's side door. I hate it when my parents are right. She got in, slammed the door shut, and drove to the gate without glancing back at him. Once she was off his property, the sobbing started and didn't let up until long after she'd reached Coyote Glen. The first thing Kate did when she got home was change the gate code so Landon couldn't drive onto her property any time he liked. Then she made a batch of chocolate chip cookies and ate so many she wasn't sure if her stomach hurt from crying or from sugar overload. She'd fallen in love with Landon, and he'd been using her all along. She was like one of those pitiful women that scam artists preyed on, the kind that ended up on talk shows after having their bank accounts emptied. He'd acted like he'd cared, and she'd overlooked everything else. What would a studio audience make of her? How much would they shake their heads at her stupidity? The next day, Kate dragged herself from bed at the crack of dawn, even though she hardly slept. The animals needed to be fed, and due to Dwayne's departure, she had no help. She was actually glad for the solitude today, since it meant she could cry without worrying that someone would hear her. Turned out, she should have worried about that anyway. Midday, while she was mucking out the stables, Jackson sauntered up to her. He wore work clothes, his cowboy hat, and a tentative expression. She hadn't been crying, at least not in the last 20 minutes, but his eyes still widened when he saw her face. You look terrible. That's a dangerous thing to say to someone who's holding a pitchfork. Do you want some help? He held out his hand for the pitchfork. She didn't relinquish it. She was done getting help from the Wyle brothers. I can manage on my own, thanks. What brings you here? I came to vouch for Landon, and to ask you to answer the next time he calls. It wasn't until then that she remembered Jackson shouldn't have been able to stroll onto her property. Wait, how did you get here? He gestured behind him, and she saw his horse grazing on a patch of weeds by the side of the barn, which still didn't explain how he'd gotten by the gate. I changed the code, she said. He shrugged, like she shouldn't have bothered. I know your ranch like it was my own. You don't think I know where it's easy to jump the fence? I've been doing it since I was 10. The fences would be one more thing to put on her to-fix list. She sighed and made waving motions with her hand. All right, say whatever you came to say. Landon told me what happened last night. I don't remember the conversation my daughter overheard word for word, so I can't give you an exact explanation for why she said those things. But I can promise you, Landon has never been playing you. You ought to know him better than that. Right. Kate was not about to be taken in by the sincerity in Jackson's blue eyes. She'd already been taken in enough times by his brothers. She planted a hand on her hip. You've had the entire morning to come up with a convincing explanation, and all you've got is, I ought to know Landon better than that? You're slipping. She went into an empty stall, lifted some manure from the straw, and dropped it into a wheelbarrow outside the barn. Jackson stood near the stall door, arms crossed, and so serious that he almost didn't look like himself. You want more detail? Okay. Here's what I remember. Preston was worried about Landon dating you. Not without reason, mind you. Because ever since you came, Landon seems more concerned about pleasing you than seeing to our own ranch. I'm an optimist, though, so I told Preston that Landon dating you wouldn't be a bad thing. I started joking with Landon about sweet-talking you and using his influence. I know it's hard to believe that I would joke around about things like that. Landon told Audrey not to repeat any of it, because he was afraid she would say the wrong thing to you, which turns out to have been downright eerily correct. Jackson held his hands up. That's it. That's what happened. So now Jackson was going with, I was joking around about Landon using you. Well, that was a better explanation than the, you ought to know him better than that angle. Certainly the studio audience of that future talk show would be completely understanding if she ran back to Landon now. She returned to the stall without commenting. When she came out the second time, Jackson was shaking his head. I remember a time when your grandpa jumped to the wrong conclusion on a cattle drive and wouldn't listen to either of us. In fact, I don't know if he ever believed me about what happened that night. He had a stubborn, skeptical side. Guess you'd take after him in some ways. That stung. She felt as though Jackson had slapped her. He tipped his hat in parting. I'll let you get back to your work. He turned and marched toward his horse, his scuffed boots kicking through bits of scattered straw. She watched him go, wondering if he was right. Was she being stubbornly judgmental like her grandfather had been about the cattle drive? Only her mistrust was worse because she was in love with Landon. She'd allowed herself to imagine a future together. If she refused to trust him now, she was as good as throwing everything they'd had away. How could she know the truth? Jackson, she called. He paused and turned back around, waiting for her to say more. I'm sorry for being rude to you, she said. I'll call Landon. Even as she said the words, she wasn't sure whether she believed Landon or whether she just wanted to believe him. She couldn't trust her own judgment anymore. It seemed like there was a fine line between love and stupidity. But at least she would hear him out.
Chapter 19. Landon was digging post holes in an attempt to work out his frustration when his phone rang. Kitty's ringtone. He took off his gloves and pulled out the phone but didn't answer it. All morning, he'd wanted to go to Coyote Glen and convince her she was being ridiculous. Every time those thoughts came to him, he reminded himself that he had no way of proving anything. If she didn't trust him, he couldn't do anything but let the whole relationship continue its downward spiral into the dust. If things had been different, if the ranch wasn't an issue, the two of them could have worked out so well. He could almost taste that future. Sweet and bright and full of laughter. The taste of happiness. So as he held the phone, he wasn't sure which eventuality to prepare himself for, brightness or dust. Finally, he answered, "Hello?" "Hi, Landon." Her voice was quiet, tentative. Jackson came over to explain the things Audrey said. Did he? Landon hadn't known, but it didn't surprise him. Landon had told his brothers what happened this morning, and Jackson felt particularly bad. "I'm sorry for storming out and yelling that my parents were right about you." She sounded embarrassed, but also cautious. "I should have given you a chance to tell your side of the story." "I don't blame you for jumping to the wrong conclusion. It wasn't very far to leap. Audrey is too young to understand nuance or sarcasm. She got the meaning of what I said all wrong." A pause. "I can see how that could happen." "Good." The weight that had been pressed against his chest since last night lifted a little. It didn't disappear, though. Something was off about Kitty's voice. After another moment, she said, "I believe you about Duane." "I never thought you didn't." At least, not until now. Before, when he'd accused Kitty of buying into her parents' suspicions, he hadn't really meant it. He'd expected her to deny the claim. But the caution in her voice, and the way her assurance was measured, meant that, yeah, she'd obviously had her doubts. and that thought bothered him. He'd helped her out on her ranch, to his own disadvantage, and never given her a reason to question his honesty. "I'm not sure where this leaves us," she said. "That's the problem, isn't it?" "What do you mean?" "You're not sure about me anymore, and that didn't happen just because of the things Audrey said." He almost laughed at the irony of it, because all of this had started when he'd turned down Dwayne. By refusing to cheat, by refusing to hurt Kitty that way, she was now questioning both his integrity and his feelings for her. "Must have been some phone call you had with your parents." It's not what I think, Landon. I have to be careful for my parents' sake. It's their ranch." For once, he didn't let her get away with that statement. "It's your ranch, Kitty. Your parents never wanted it or cared about it. That's why Cal left it to you." Perhaps it was pointless to make that distinction. She only sighed. "You asked me to understand about your brothers. You're going to have to understand about my parents." He did understand. He understood that her parents were always going to be a problem. They thought Landon was a con man. If Kitty ended up losing Coyote Glen, they'd suppose he'd done something to make that happen, and they'd never forgive him for it. He could live with that, perhaps, but he couldn't live with Kitty suspecting the same thing. "You say it's not about what you think, but it is. As long as the ranch is an issue, you'll always wonder about my motives." "What are you saying?" He ran his hand across his forehead, pushing his hair out of his face. "Maybe your parents were right about us not seeing each other until this is resolved." "Once it is?" He let the sentence drift off, because he didn't know if she would stick around once the year was over. He hoped she would. He wanted her to reassure him that she would. Instead, she said, "You're breaking up with me?" "Just until this is resolved." Her tone became coldly professional. "I see. And I suppose in the meantime you'll be dating other women and you expect me to date other men?" She wasn't telling him that she would stay in Arizona. She was asking if she could date other men. Maybe she'd never been as invested in him as he'd thought. He swallowed back the hurt. "If that's what you want." "What I want apparently doesn't matter." "Kitty!" "No, I get it," she cut in. "It's you, not me. The timing is off. You just want to be friends. You don't have to say more. Really. Please, don't say any more." She hung up before giving him the chance. He nearly called her back. He considered reversing everything he'd just said, showing up on her doorstep and telling her he'd make sure Coyote Glen succeeded, just to show her that her suspicions were unfounded. But doing that sort of thing when he had no guarantee of a future with her? That was too much to ask. He had to think of his brothers. He couldn't torch their livelihood to prove his intentions were real. She had to be reasonable, and certainly, once she cooled down, she would see his point. She would agree with him that this separation was for the best. If she cared about the relationship, she ought to be willing to stick around after next September to work on it. And if she didn't care, then dating each other for months beforehand would only make things harder for both of them.
Chapter 20. The next few days passed for Kate in a blur of ranch work, with intermittent binging on chocolate chip cookies. Her heart felt like it had been punctured and was still raw and wounded. She painted the walls of her grandparents' house and ordered fabric for new curtains and throw pillows. It was the interior designer's equivalent of post-breakup cutting your bangs. Even though she needed help with the livestock, she didn't call any of the day laborers Landon suggested. Not because she didn't trust them. She was just too proud to take Landon's help. She hired different ones. The fact that Landon had broken up with her after she'd called him to give him a second chance, it still stung. Granted, He'd said he was just breaking up with her until the ranch issue was resolved. But that was clearly an attempt to let her down easy. He hadn't denied that he would date other women, or told her not to date other men. You didn't do that if you were still interested in a person. Not surprisingly, when she called her parents and let them know that Landon had dumped her because he thought she didn't trust him, they weren't sympathetic. "It's for the best," her father said. "You don't want to stay in Arizona anyway." It didn't feel like it was for the best. It felt like she'd been hit with buckshot, and pain was slowly filling her chest. "You can always find someone else," her mother added. Not likely. She had no desire to check out the single scene in Bisbee. People in the community still treated her with chilly indifference, and no one at church spoke to her beyond what was necessary. She would have stayed home on Sundays, except she didn't want Landon to think he'd chased her away. Her new goal was to work so hard on the ranch and make it so successful that she showed Landon and the entire town that she had what it took to conquer any task in front of her. And she'd hold her head high while she did it. She didn't need any of them. Then she'd go back to Washington, away from this hot place and these cold people. Back to her real life. She hired one of the day laborers to come out and help with tasks she couldn't do by herself, but continued on with the rest of the chores, building both calluses and muscles. With this job, she'd never need to go to the gym again. While her father looked for the right foreman to hire, November plodded along into December. Kate saw Landon each Sunday sitting in a pew with his brothers and niece, looking stoic and not nearly as miserable as she felt. Each time her glance strayed to those broad shoulders and his sun-kissed hair, she felt the pangs of loss. She missed him. Pathetic, really. She should have more pride than that. Angelina showed up at church when she wasn't working and generally made a point to sit near Landon and flirt with him as much as she could. He was friendly back. Everyone in the congregation seemed to love Angelina. As far as Kate could tell, everyone in Landon's family did too. Angelina was so effortlessly an insider. Maybe Landon would change his mind about her friend's status. Jealousy was a sin that was becoming common on Sunday, as was coveting her neighbor. Not anything he had, just him. If Landon passed Kate in the church foyer, and, okay, she might have lingered after the service every week so he would bump into her, he would stop to speak to her for a few minutes. This Sunday it was, "What have you been up to?" "Pruning citrus." A couple of trees were so laden with fruit that some of their branches were breaking. "Looks like your lemon tree put up a fight." He ran a finger across her arm, where several scratches were fading. His touch sent all sorts of shivers through her. He probably knew it, too. But even this brief interaction was a reminder of her inadequacies. She hadn't realized lemon trees had thorns until she started cutting them. She should have worn long sleeves and gloves. She changed the subject. "So, how was your week?" "The usual. Checking fences, moving irrigation pipe, and plotting to overthrow all those who stand in my way." "Glad to know I'm in your thoughts." He smiled. "You are. Always." That was a comfort. Or maybe not. Sometimes she couldn't tell if he was flirting or gloating. By mid-December, and still without a foreman's help, Kate had fallen behind on all but the essential ranch tasks. Finally, her father called to tell her he'd hired Gary Williams, one of his high school friend's younger brothers, for the job. Her father was very pleased with himself for finding Gary because he'd had a dozen years of experience and could start immediately. Her father had also convinced him to work for half salary, with the understanding that after Kate inherited the ranch, the family would give him $25,000 in cattle. "What if I end up not inheriting the ranch?" Kate asked. It was always a worry. She'd managed, mostly by selling off the weaned calves, to keep the ranch in the black, but with them gone, she was doubly dependent on the calves that would be born in the spring. She needed them to replenish her numbers. "That's the beauty of this arrangement," her father said. "Gary has an incentive to work hard to make sure you inherit the ranch, and paying him less will give you an extra cushion of $25,000. Shouldn't be hard to keep the ranch profitable now." Well, one would hope. The next day, Gary moved into the foreman's cottage. He was the opposite of Dwayne in many ways. Dwayne had been wiry and clean-shaven. Gary had a bushy mustache, arms like ham hocks, and a belly that hung over the turquoise belt buckle he always wore. He was quick to smile and even quicker to talk. By the time he'd been at Coyote Glen for a week, Kate knew all about the ranch he'd worked at in Wyoming, and the one before that in Nevada. She also knew about his soon-to-be ex-wife, Darla, and how the woman was taking Gary to the cleaners in their divorce. More than once, Kate had to end a conversation by reminding him that they both had work to do. It always made her feel awkward to be his sympathetic ear. Details about his ex-wife's infidelity felt too intimate, and the stories about his glory days in high school, yeah, she didn't want to hear those either. By January, Kate almost missed Dwayne's judgmental sullenness. The other worrisome thing about Gary was that more and more beer cans popped up around the ranch. She found them perched on fence posts, abandoned in the tack room, and resting on haystacks. If the number of forgotten cans was so high, how many was he drinking that he didn't mislay? She told herself that Gary's drinking habits weren't any of her business. Not if they didn't affect his work. Divorce had to be hard on a man. Her breakup with Landon still weighed on her, and the two of them hadn't dated that long, let alone been married. Any time she was close to the property line that divided Coyote Glen from the Wyle away, she paused and looked in that direction as though she might catch sight of Landon riding by. She hadn't told anyone at church that Gary was working for her, and whenever there were errands to run in town, she did them. It was easier to keep track of receipts that way, and besides, she'd hired Gary for his expertise with animals, so it made sense to leave him with them. Still, she knew news of her foreman would get around. Gary had gone to high school in the area, and had a few, as he called them, lady friends who lived in Bisbee. He spent his nights off frequenting Bisbee's bars with them, and judging from the stories he told Kate, generally acted like a drunken teenager on spring break. She knew that Landon wouldn't approve of Gary, so it wasn't really a surprise when Landon strolled up to Kate in the church foyer and said, "I heard you hired Gary Williams. How's he working out?" "Oh, I don't think he works out," she said, purposely misinterpreting the question. "Ranching keeps him too busy for the gym." "I'm glad to hear he's busy. He has a reputation for partying harder than he works." She chewed the inside of her mouth, unsure how much to say about that. Landon's eyes narrowed as he surveyed her. "And I can tell by the way you didn't jump to his defense that his behavior hasn't changed." Man, Landon could read her better than she'd thought. What he does after hours is his own concern. It was all the defense she could offer on Gary's behalf. Landon was still scrutinizing her. "As long as it is after hours." Gary's drinking clearly wasn't, but he seemed capable of working a cattle chute with a beer in his hand. She doubted he would ever try to work completely drunk. It was too dangerous to be impaired around cattle. The animals seemed to either run away or run straight at you. Landon lowered his voice, his work ethic aside. Do you feel safe with him there? The question struck a note of poignancy inside her. Not because she was worried about Gary putting the moves on her. He seemed harmless enough in that regard. But because her safety mattered to Landon. He worried about her. That meant he still cared about her, didn't it? Then again, Landon was the type that would worry about any woman who might be in danger. He was like a knight in shining Levi's, who was no longer interested in her. She sighed. Yeah, I'm fine. He nodded, his gaze firmly on her eyes, and she knew he was trying to discern whether she was being honest or not. I lock the doors at night, she added to reassure him. And of course, Missy would protect me. You know, unless an attacker bribed her with cheese. Just remember, you can call me if you ever don't feel safe. A thoughtful offer. Was it beyond the call of a typical night? Angelina appeared in the foyer and swept up beside Landon. All intimate smiles and musky perfume. Her dark hair was curled in waves that brushed along her back, and she wore a short skirt and tight red top. Quite a different look than her usual veterinary gear. Angelina put her hand on Landon's arm. Can I ask you a favor? He smiled politely. Of course. What do you need? A ride to the Lawrence's place. They want me to look over a neighbor's stallion they're considering buying. I told them I'd stop by after church. It's not too far out of your way, is it? It probably was, because when Landon hesitated, she pouted like a kid who'd just asked for candy before dinner. Honestly, you'd think a woman who was technically a doctor wouldn't resort to pouting. Sure, he said. Let me get my brothers. Angelina didn't let him finish. I'd hate to make your entire family late getting home. We don't have to drag them with us. She turned triumphantly to Kate. You wouldn't mind taking Landon's brothers home, would you? Their place is right next to yours. Kate did mind. Not the part about giving Landon's family a ride. The part about letting Angelina have Landon to herself. But what else could she say except, sure, no problem. Landon nodded a goodbye at Kate. Angelina linked her arm through Landon's, and the two strolled off. The way Angelina had taken Landon's arm looked so natural, like it wasn't the first time. She shut her eyes and reminded herself, yet again, that Landon had broken up with her. She didn't have a choice about that. She only had the choice of whether to keep her pride or not. Pride might be all she was left with after the year.
Chapter 21. Landon drove out of the parking lot with Angelina at his side. She seemed to have forgiven him for turning down her overtures last September. She'd not only started speaking to him again, she was back to being friendly. He hoped that meant she was over him, and not that she was giving him a second shot. "It's nice of you to stop by the Lawrences on your day off," he told her. "I'm a nice person," she said. Purred almost. "Besides, everything I own is washable. I'll be fine." Maybe, but it wouldn't be easy tromping around a stable in those heels. "With your car in the shop, how did you get to church?" "My roommate gave me a ride." Angelina had a 4-bedroom house in Bisbee and rented out one of the rooms. "I asked for your help, though, because you looked like you needed to be rescued from Kate Benton." "Did I?" Angelina had obviously misinterpreted the situation. He'd never looked forward to church as much as he did now that it was the only time he saw Kitty. Angelina leaned back into her seat. Her skirt had ridden up some, but she didn't bother pulling it back down. "She has some nerve showing up to church." "Or maybe faith." It was even possible she came to see him. He caught Kitty glancing his way often enough. Angelina scoffed. "You helped Cal run his ranch. You were better to him than his own son. What his family is doing to you is wrong. You can't blame the Bentons for feeling they've a right to inherit Cal's estate. Landon didn't blame them. He just wished they'd been willing to negotiate. Everything could have been different then. Landon stretched his shoulders in an attempt to shrug away the tension that was suddenly there. He didn't usually let himself dwell on the bad luck that, over the last few years, kept showing up on his doorstep. To be honest, falling in love with Kitty also belonged in that bad luck category. Leave it to him to choose a woman who didn't trust him and didn't want to live in the same state. Angelina ran her hand along Landon's arm, drawing his attention back to her. She scooted closer. "You're scowling. You spend too much time thinking about Kate, Benton." Angelina had no idea how right she was about that. She clicked her tongue. "Kate is a city girl who hates living here and will leave as soon as she can. You don't have to bend over backward to play fair where she's concerned." "That's not the reason I play fair." They'd reached the Lawrence's place. Landon pulled up in front of the house and put the truck in park. Angelina didn't get out, didn't even scoot toward the door. She considered Landon with knowing eyes. "She's never going to be your type." Maybe Angelina wasn't as bad at reading the situation as Landon supposed. She put her hand on Landon's leg. "This will be the second time I say this to you today. You look like you need rescuing." Before he realized what she was doing, she leaned over and pressed her lips to his. He was so surprised that it took a moment for him to react. He pulled away from her, feeling all sorts of uncomfortable. "I appreciate the concern, but I'm fine." She smiled and opened her door. "Give it some thought." Before she stepped out of the truck, she turned back to him. "I owe you a favor for dropping me off. If your livestock needs anything this week." She gave him another smile, this one suggestive. "Or if you need anything, text me. I'd be more than happy to make an after-hours call." She winked, got out of the truck, and strutted off to the house. Well, Angelina had just made everything more awkward than he'd expected. He thought he'd made it clear he wasn't interested in anything beyond friendship. Apparently not. Landon put his truck in drive and headed home. This was another moment to add to his list of bad luck. Now he was going to have to avoid Angelina whenever she came to the ranch. And what if one of his animals had a problem after hours, and he really did have to call her? Landon shook his head, trying to erase thoughts of those possibilities. He was going to have to make sure Jackson was around this week to make any potential vet calls. The ironic thing was that Angelina would be the perfect girlfriend for a rancher, the perfect wife. If she was living at the Wyle away, she would ensure his animals had the best care. The savings in vet bills alone was enough to make a man consider her as an option. Landon couldn't use Angelina for her expertise, though. He couldn't even lead her on, knowing that dating her would be a boon for his ranch. He wasn't that sort, and Angelina realized that about him, or she wouldn't have offered free help. Pity that Kitty didn't realize it.
Chapter 22. February came, and despite lower-than-average beef prices that winter, Kate congratulated herself on still having enough money in the bank to pay her upcoming grazing fees to the Bureau of Land Management. $7,000, due the end of the month. Then, her truck broke down. A mechanic informed her that the transmission was out for the count. Perhaps she should have expected this eventuality since the thing was nearly 30 years old, but she'd hoped that the daily pep talks she gave it would provide it the fortitude to see out the year. Alas, no. She had a truck lease now. Her tractor was the next thing to give her trouble. Anything in the engine block was beyond Gary's capabilities to fix, and due to the computer software the tractor used, she couldn't take it anywhere except the John Deere dealer. They didn't make house calls, so she had to pay someone to drive to Coyote Glen, load her tractor into a truck, and haul it in for repair. The whole thing set her back nearly $5,000. And there went a good portion of the money earmarked to pay grazing fees. 2 days later, one of the windmill pumps stopped working. The repairman told her, as though she'd neglected a child, that she should have replaced the oil in the gears months ago. They were shot, and she needed to replace her sucker rod as well. She laughed when the repairman told her about the sucker rod because that was obviously the punchline to a joke, and he must be kidding about the estimate he'd just given her. But it turned out that a sucker rod was a real thing, and she had to buy a new one. This repair was doubly frustrating because the expense could have been avoided, should have been avoided. Part of her wanted to blame Gary for not warning her to check the oil. He was supposed to know what needed to be done on the ranch. She hadn't even realized that windmills needed oil, but in his defense, he'd never claimed an expertise with windmills, and really the yearly oiling that hadn't happened was on Dwayne's watch. Perhaps it was one of the ways he'd planned to sabotage her. In order to pay the BLM grazing fee, she was going to have to sell 4 head. After culling the bearing cows and taking the weaned calves to auction, she was down to 186 head. Her herd would increase nearly 160 after calving season, but she'd probably lose some to illness or coyotes. She didn't have a lot of margin. She would have to watch her costs, be thriftier, and adhere to her grandfather's motto, repair, reuse, make it do. So when the floor of her cattle trailer showed signs of rot, she was more than happy to believe Gary when he assured her that he could fix it. Turned out, Gary's fix wasn't adequate. When he loaded the cows in, one punched through the floor and broke her leg. Kate considered firing Gary then, not because she ended up having to euthanize the animal, but because he didn't seem to care that his incompetency had caused the animal's pain. He blamed the place that sold him the wood, the trailer's age, and the animals themselves for creating an unbalanced load. He was still finding places to shift the blame the next day. To stop him, Kate said, "We can't undo the past." This month was determined to end in the red. She'd just have to find a way to crawl back in the black as quickly as possible so she didn't lose the ranch. 3 months of debt would sink her. She'd take the trailer somewhere to have it fixed, pay the vet to inspect a different cow, and then sell it and the 3 that hadn't been injured by Gary's incompetence. "Let's go over the upcoming expenses," she told Gary. "We need to find ways to cut some costs." Gary followed her to the barn's small corner office and sat in a folding chair beside Kate, while she brought up her spreadsheet on the computer. She stared dejectedly at the numbers. Gary pointed to the line for feed. "The easiest way to cut costs is to stop buying that premium feed you like so much. I know where you can get some bargain basement stuff. You could cut this number in half." "Would the feed still be healthy?" "Nope. That's why it's bargain basement. They throw in everything but the nutrients." He shrugged as though this shouldn't matter. "The cattle won't have the weight you'd like, but your grandfather's will only specifies you have 313 head. Doesn't say nothing about their weight." He took out his cell phone, ready to make a call. Kate shook her head. "If the cattle aren't healthy, they'll be more prone to disease." "You only need to keep them alive another 6 months. Then they'll all be sold anyway." She was definitely going to have to talk to her father about Gary's continued employment. His attitude irked her. "I can't sell malnourished cows who've been eating who knows what. The beef is going to end up on people's tables." Gary snorted. "People eat a lot worse. You think in between their Cheetos and Oreos, folks are going to care what's in their hamburger?" How many people like Gary were in the food industry? Kate was seriously going to worry the next time she went grocery shopping. She rubbed her brow to erase those thoughts. "I don't want to misfeed cows or people." Gary leaned back in his chair like she was the one who was being unreasonable. "I'll talk to your parents about it." That irritated her too. He thought her parents were in charge of making decisions, not her. Well, he was going to be disappointed if he tried to go over her head about this. She smiled politely at him. "I'll talk to them about it too." "You can't fire him," Kate's mother told her. "You need help running things." Exactly my point. Kate paced across her living room with such quick strides. Missy was sure she was about to head out somewhere and was following her expectantly. "I need help from someone who knows what he's doing." "That isn't what I have." "You can't fire Gary," her father added, "because he's working for half salary, with the expectation he'll receive a bonus when we sell. If you terminate employment, his contract states you have to pay him the difference in salary." Money she didn't have. He blamed the cows for his shoddy job on the trailer floor. The cows! Like the bunch of them tried to break out and make a run for it. Her father's voice turned soothing. "Cheaper feed for a few months won't kill your cattle. You've got to cut costs." "Or," she said, with a sudden glimmer of hope, "I can increase revenue." Revenue didn't have to come through cow sales. The will never specified that. It only said that no one could gift her any money or things. The While Away Ranch made extra income by offering adventure packages. Jackson occasionally took tourists on horseback riding, rock climbing, and rappelling. Kate didn't have any expertise in those areas, but she knew how to decorate. "Maybe I could promote Coyote Glen as a wedding destination," she said, thinking out loud. "Grandma's gazebo is charming." The rose bushes around it looked like something from a fairy tale. I could string outdoor lighting from the trees. Tall cottonwoods and eucalyptus trees grew around the perimeter of the backyard. People pay thousands of dollars for wedding venues, right? The ranch already had a website. She could update it to include wedding packages. Her mother made a skeptical-sounding noise. "You'd have a lot of startup costs, supplies to buy, marketing costs, and what would you do for bathrooms? Let people use hers. The house had 3. Kate's mind was jumping ahead to decorations. She had plenty of wood lying around. She'd make rustic wedding arches and decorate them with roses and eucalyptus. She could use her contacts in the fabric business to buy sheer voile wholesale for draping. "Check the insurance costs first," her father said. Kate turned around and surveyed the living room. With the changes she'd made, the house looked quaint and homey. "I've got 2 spare bedrooms. I could rent them to people who want a getaway in the wide open spaces." "I'm not sure I like that idea," her mother said. "Having strangers in the house could be dangerous when you're there alone." "For the right price," Kate said, "I'd happily sleep in the barn." But it wouldn't come to that. Lots of people did Airbnb without any problems. She was close to Tombstone, and tons of tourists went there every year. Some of them would want to spend time at a real cattle ranch. "Don't rashly jump into things," her father added. Perhaps because Kate had gone quiet. "You need to think about this." Kate already was. She would need bridal pictures to put on the website. She could pick up a used dress online, turn some of Grandma's roses into a bouquet, get out her tripod, and model for pictures. A photo of herself sitting side saddle atop Marigold would be perfect. She'd look like a princess. What bride wouldn't want that? Kate had just found a way to save her ranch.
Chapter 23. On most days, Landon kept himself as busy as possible for as long as possible. It was easy to do on a ranch. Perhaps he'd been working too hard, though, because that week when his cousin Samantha came for a visit, Jackson insisted that Landon should be the one to take off work and play host. Samantha's folks had a ranch in Round Valley, a fact that caused more than a little family competition. And she wanted to go to the livestock auction an hour away in Wilcox to see if she could pick up some longhorn. The parking lot was crowded. Landon dropped her off so she could get a head start looking at the animals in the stalls and nearby corrals, then went to park the trailer. When Landon got to the stalls, he didn't spot Samantha's long brown hair, slim build, or white cowboy hat anywhere. He hoped she wasn't off flirting with someone. He called her phone. "You couldn't have gotten lost already. Where are you?" "At the far end of the parking lot, talking to a seller. I want you to come and take a look at these cows and tell me what you think." Her tone was slightly off, an emphasis on "tell me what you think" that let Landon know something wasn't right. Samantha didn't need his opinion to know whether an animal was from good stock. "I'm on my way." Landon strode out of the pens and across the parking lot. He spotted Samantha talking to a tall, thin man in a baseball cap and sunglasses. He was chewing tobacco and glancing around too often. Years of hiring day laborers had taught Landon to spot certain things. The man was tanned, which meant he was used to working outside. If he had arm muscles, they were the wiry sort because they didn't fill out his sleeves. His face had a gaunt look to it, and several sores dotted his cheeks. Signs of meth use. Samantha waved Landon over. "This is Jake. He heard I was from up north and offered me a chance to buy some cows for cheap, without the auction commission." And without the stockyard checking the seller's background or brand. Jake gestured to the 16-foot trailer behind them. A couple of head were visible through the bars. "Good stock for breeding. And I'm not charging extra for the calves they're carrying. Won't get no better deal than that." Samantha gave Landon a meaningful look. "I thought I ought to check and make sure they weren't some of yours." Landon took a better look at the trailer and saw why she was suspicious. The While Away had mostly Angus, Brangus, and Hereford. They were all common enough around here, but for years, his father had also crossbred some Longhorn with his Hereford to create more drought-tolerant stock. One of the cows in the trailer appeared to be that sort of mix, a red coat with a sprinkling of white spots. Theft was a constant problem with ranching. Since cattle were usually spread out on miles of grazing land, someone could cut a fence, lure cattle to them with feed, and load them into their trailer. The cattle wouldn't even be missed until the next time they were rounded up. No wonder the guy was looking for buyers who lived out of the area. Landon positioned himself on the other side of the man to make sure he didn't bolt. "I'll need to check those brains." Jake, if that was his real name, glanced between Landon and Samantha, and his Adam's apple bobbed nervously. He shook his head and spit on the ground. "I don't need to prove nothing to you. I got better things to do than stand here while you accuse me of stealing." No, he didn't. As the man turned to slink off toward his truck, Landon stepped in his way. "Actually, that's exactly what you're going to do. Stand there and give me the keys to your trailer." In the Old West, folks used to hang cattle rustlers. Landon didn't think that was an overreaction. "Keys," he said, hand out. The man scowled and lifted his scraggly chin in defiance. "I ain't giving you nothing." Landon took a step closer. He could pick up the dude and shake the keys out of his pockets. "If you don't want to talk to me, I'll call the police and let you deal with them." Jake's bravado instantly vanished. He held up both hands in a gesture of surrender. "Look, I got these from a guy who told me he was liquidating his ranch. If they're stolen, I didn't know nothing about it. I'm just here trying to make a living, same as everyone else." Doubtful. Nobody else was out in the parking lot selling contraband cows like they were imitation Rolexes. "Are you going to open the back?" Landon reached for his cell phone. Jake swore, took the keys from his pocket, and marched to the trailer door. "I'll let you take a look. No need to call anyone." He opened the door and moved aside to allow entrance. The 6 cows did their best to back up and get away from him. One mooed in distress. Easy, Landon told them. They had no ear tags, but those were easy enough to remove. That was why ranches still had to use brands. He went to the closest animal and angled himself to look at her right flank. Rustlers sometimes added new marks to a brand in an attempt to hide it, but he would still be able to recognize the angular lines of the While Away's W, with a line through the bottom to form an A. Instead, he saw the letters CG, a brand nearly as familiar as his own, Coyote Glen. Not even doctored. That's why Jake had taken to making parking lot deals at cut-rate prices. He wouldn't be able to move them through an auction site or to a reputable company. "Landon!" Samantha called. Something was going down outside. In 3 strides, Landon had crossed the length of the trailer, his boots clanking against the floor so loudly he couldn't hear anything else. He jumped down, slammed the door shut, and rounded the corner in time to see Samantha pulling herself off the ground. Jake was darting across the parking lot. The guy had decided to abandon his trailer along with the cattle and make a run for it. Landon took off after him. Jake had a head start and he was fast, pumping the air for all he was worth, but Landon wasn't about to let him get away. Not after he'd stolen Kitty's cattle. The guy was going down. Jake darted between 2 trucks and disappeared from view. Landon followed. He glanced left and then right. Nothing. He'd lost the man. Samantha's voice came from a few feet behind him. "To your left! He went under the truck!" Landon turned and sprinted that way. Yep. Jake had doubled back and he was weaving through the next row. Nice trick. This obviously wasn't the first time the guy had to lose someone in a chase. Jake glanced over his shoulder, saw Landon closing the distance, and cut through another row. Up ahead, a weathered silver Ford truck sputtered on and coughed out exhaust. Jake tore toward it. An accomplice. Since the truck was facing the other direction, all Landon could see of the driver was his blue baseball cap. No license plate. If Jake reached the Ford, he'd be gone. The truck revved its engine, telling Jake to hurry. If Landon tried to tackle Jake and missed, he'd have nothing to break his plunge to the parking lot. But if he didn't try, he'd always regret it. Kitty deserved some justice. Time to revive the old high school football moves. Landon put on an extra burst of speed and launched himself at Jake. He caught hold of the man's arms and pulled him down. Even with a guy to cushion the fall, the asphalt still slammed into Landon. His knuckles scraped against the ground and his knee stung. Jake struggled to break free, elbows jabbing wildly. Landon held him tight. The truck didn't wait to see how the wrestling match ended. It sped off, nearly screeching as it tore out of the parking lot. Landon was too busy keeping Jake pinned to the ground to attempt another look at the driver. Samantha ran up, breathless, her cell phone out. "The police are on their way." Good. They could take over. "Are you okay?" she asked. "Yeah," Landon said. "But I just realized all my football memories lied to me." Jake finally stopped struggling. He either realized his chances of escape weren't good, or he was tired. He lay there, face pressed to the asphalt, cursing and threatening to sue Landon for assault. After a solid minute of that, he took a deep breath and tried a different tactic. "You let me go now, and I won't press no assault charges. Otherwise, you're going to talk to my lawyer." "You've got my girlfriend's cattle," Landon said calmly. "I'll take my chances." "Coyote Glen's brand?" Samantha asked. "Yep." Samantha put her phone back into her pocket. "I thought she was your ex-girlfriend." Jackson or Preston must have filled their cousin in on Landon's love life. Or, in this case, lack of it. "Girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, it's the same thing." Landon meant that either way, he wasn't putting up with rustlers. "It's not the same thing at all," Samantha said, amused. "For most people, anyway." To Jake, she added, "You're bad luck, dude. Next time you steal someone's cattle, make sure you don't run into the guy who's trying to win the owner back." Landon would have chased a rustler regardless. Granted, he might not have flung himself onto the pavement quite so recklessly, but he would have still tried to apprehend the guy. Landon shifted his weight because his knee was stinging again. Did this jerk hurt you earlier? Samantha brushed the dust off her jeans. I took my eyes off him for a second, and he shoved me to the ground and took off. To Jake she added, I guess your lawyer can talk over those assault charges with mine. Who's your accomplice? Landon asked the man. Jake started struggling again, trying to push Landon away. I don't have to say nothing to you. Let me go or I'll scream for help. You want people videoing this assault? Go ahead and scream, Landon said. See how much sympathy a cattle thief gets from a crowd of ranchers. I think videoing you is the last thing that would occur to them. Jake stopped struggling. Maybe he figured he was safer not drawing attention to himself. A couple minutes later, a police car pulled up. 2 officers climbed out, put Jake in handcuffs, and took statements. Then the entire group headed back to the trailer, so the officers could check the cattle and take photographs. A phone call to the Department of Agriculture was enough to confirm that the brand was in fact registered to Coyote Glen. Jake kept insisting he'd bought the cattle from someone else, a man whose description he had trouble remembering. He didn't have an answer when the officer asked why he'd shoved Samantha and ran away. One of the policemen, a Polynesian guy named Ho'opili Kahale, had gone to school in Bisbee with Landon. Even as a teenager, he'd been able to stare down anyone, and that look had only grown more intense as he'd grown older. Are you going to take the entire rap for this? He asked Jake. Or are you going to be smart and tell us who you're working with? I guarantee it will go better for you if you cooperate. Jake kept his gaze on the ground. I ain't saying nothing till I talk to a lawyer. If that's what you want. Ho'opili gestured for his partner to escort Jake to the back of the squad car. While Jake made that walk of shame, Ho'opili handed some paperwork to Landon to sign. What's this for? Landon asked. In case we need to talk to you again. As Landon signed, Ho'opili smiled and was suddenly the old high school friend instead of the officer. What did you think I wanted your autograph for, my yearbook? Landon handed Ho'opili the form. Oh, then I guess I should cross out have a great summer and don't ever change. Ho'opili cast a look at Jake, who was slumped in the back seat of the squad car. Back in high school, I never saw a point to all the time you spent wrestling steers to the ground. But I gotta say, it came in handy today. I wish I could have gotten his partner, too. Jake will talk eventually. If my partner, Mr. Good Cop, doesn't get the information out of him soon, his lawyer will make him see sense. It's always better to cut a deal. He gestured to the trailer. We'll need to dust for prints and check the VIN, but we can't keep livestock. Do you have Miss Benton's phone number? Samantha smirked. Yeah, he's got it. Landon opened his phone contacts and handed the phone to Ho'opili. She and I dated. Ho'opili wrote down the number. I guess that explains the heart emojis after her name. Landon had forgotten about those. Preston added them because he thought it was funny to hear the car's Bluetooth announce that Kitty Heart 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 was calling. Her first name is Kitty? Ho'opili tapped the number into his phone. Kate, Landon said. Kitty is a nickname. Ho'opili's eyebrows lifted. He clearly thought it was a term of endearment like sugar or pumpkin. It's not my nickname for her, Landon clarified. She's had it since she was a kid. Everyone calls her Kitty. As soon as Landon said this, he wondered if it was actually true. Her grandparents had called her Kitty, but at the funeral, her parents called her Kate. Landon had never bothered asking what she went by in Seattle. Maybe he just wanted her to be Kitty, the Arizona version of herself. Samantha motioned to the stockyard, already heading in that direction. As much as I'd like to keep participating in this Cops episode, I'm going inside. I'll meet up with you afterward. Landon didn't blame her for going. She'd already missed the start of the auction. Hopefully, she'd still be able to find some animals she liked. Ho'opili ended his call. Miss Benton didn't answer. He glanced behind him at the trailer. One of the cows had lifted her tail and was in the process of relieving herself. He took a step further away. She really needs to pick up her cattle today. We don't have the facilities to house livestock. No point in making her come all this way. I've got a trailer with me, Landon offered. "I can bring them to her. Coyote Glen is next to my ranch." Ho'opili shook his head. "She's got a sign for them." He tried the number again and waited with the phone pressed to his ear. Still no answer. Landon shrugged. "I can have her sign the forms and send them to you." A cow stuck her nose between the bars and mooed. Flies darted in and out of the trailer. The more Landon thought about taking the cattle to Kitty, the more he liked the idea. Not only did it give him a reason to see her, it offered all sorts of opportunities for her to show her gratitude. He not only recovered her cattle, but he also tackled the guy who stole them. Let her parents try to spin that to make him look bad. Ho'opili gave up on the second call. Landon hooked his thumbs through his belt loops and considered the trailer. "Who knows how long these animals have been cooped up in there? You wouldn't want them to get dehydrated. Probably have to do all sorts of paperwork if they get sick and died on your watch." Ho'opili shook his head more slowly this time. "I can't turn them over to anyone without Miss Benton's permission." He sighed and put his phone away. "But I also can't leave stolen property sitting out here." "I'm not anyone. I'm her sort of boyfriend. You got the Hearts by her name for proof." Another cow mooed, and her neighbor joined in the mournful chorus. Ho'opili swatted a wandering fly. "Her sort of boyfriend, huh? You still having commitment issues?" Landon's head jerked back in surprise. "I don't have commitment issues. Why do people keep saying that?" "In high school, you didn't ever date the same girl for more than a month." Ho'opili dipped his chin and gave Landon a knowing look. "I remember because one of those girls was my sister. After you ghosted her, she and my mother thoroughly analyzed you." Nani Kahale. Landon had forgotten they'd done a few things together his senior year. The interest had mostly been on her side, and he'd worried she was getting too attached, so he put some distance between them, which was different than having commitment problems. "That was high school. We've all changed since then." "Yeah." Ho'opili tucked the clipboard under his arm. "I'm married with 2 kids. Nani's expecting her first. What number of sort of girlfriend are you on, brah?" Landon hadn't kept track. Not many after high school. He'd been too busy. "Okay, I admit I take my time where women are concerned, but Kitty might be the one." Ho'opili glanced at the squad car again. His partner was talking to Jake. "And why is she only a sort of girlfriend?" That subject was too complicated to go into. "We're taking a break for a few months." "Your idea or hers?" The answer was not going to make Landon look better. "Mine. But we're still, tight." After all, Kitty wasn't lingering in the church foyer to talk to anyone else. Her smiles and wistful looks meant something. "Really?" Landon held his finger and his thumb an inch apart. "We're this close to getting back together." "Well, maybe I'll get to see that for myself." Ho'opili nodded in the squad car's direction. "If I haven't gotten a hold of Miss Benton by the time I'm done checking Jake into the station, you can load her cattle into your trailer and I'll follow you to Coyote Glen. She can sign for them there." He shot Landon a parting smile. "Now I'm curious about the woman who has almost convinced Landon Wyle to settle down." Chapter 24. Landon hadn't actually expected to hear from Ho'opili again. Granted, sometimes ranch work required you to ignore your phone, but Kitty would eventually pick up. Then she'd most likely drop everything to drive down here to retrieve her cattle, probably coo and fuss a lot over them. Perhaps when she came, Landon would run into her in the parking lot. During the auction, his mind kept drifting to that scenario. In it, Kitty thanked him profusely, asked if he was hurt, and then fussed over him too. Samantha had just finished paying for 3 longhorn calves when Ho'opili called. "I'm on my way back to the stockyard. Looks like we need your trailer after all." "You couldn't reach Kitty?" Landon asked. Ho'opili chuckled. "Either that, or I just want to meet her in person. I'll let you wonder which." The man was enjoying his job a little too much today. "All right," Landon said. "I'll see you soon." "Oh, and Nani told me to give her a full description of your girlfriend. She wants to know who finally cured you of bachelorhood." Man, you ghost a friend's sister, and he wouldn't ever let you forget it. "Are you allowed to talk to your sister when you're on the clock?" "I am if I have something good to tell her. Don't worry, brah. I also let her know that you took down a cattle rustler. If you ever get tired of cows, you could get a position on the force." Well, if Landon couldn't work out the water rights for his ranch, it was nice to know he had other options. An hour later, Landon was pulling up to Coyote Glen's gate. He gave Kitty a call. Still no answer. Something might have happened to her phone. Last year, Landon's had been trampled while he'd been rotating cattle to a new pasture. Even if Kitty wasn't at the ranch, it wouldn't be a completely wasted trip. Her foreman would be around. Landon pushed the gate's call button. After a few moments, Gary answered. Landon related why he was here, adding that an officer needed Kitty to sign some forms. "She's doing a photo shoot," Gary told him, "but I'll get her." The gate swung open. Had Landon heard that right? Did Gary say she was at the cattle shoot or doing a photo shoot? Maybe she was taking pictures of the ranch. He drove to the pasture by the barn, parked the trailer, and waited for the squad car to pull in behind him. A blue Audi sat in the driveway. Kitty had a guest of some sort. No sign of anyone by the cattle chute, though. The only living things around were a few horses grazing in the pasture and an escaped chicken pecking at the ground by the barn. Landon and Samantha climbed out of his truck and ambled over to the squad car. Landon jingled his keys in his hand, waiting. No point taking the cattle out of the trailer until he knew where Kitty wanted them. Hoapili got out of the car and gazed around. "Where's Miss Benton?" "Her foreman said she was doing a photo shoot," Landon said. "I'm not sure what he meant by that." "Is she a photographer?" Hoapili asked. Landon shrugged. "Not a professional one." Perhaps the Audi belonged to the photographer. That's when Gary and Kitty emerged from around the side of the house. He wore a dirty shirt and beat-up pair of jeans. Normal ranch wear. She, inexplicably, wore a wedding dress with a full, flowing skirt that made her look like she'd stepped off a cake. Her hair was piled on her head, and a veil fluttered behind her like a filmy wave. She carried a bouquet of pink roses in one hand. Landon stared at her, open-mouthed. Samantha let out an "oh" of surprise. "Well," Hoapili said, "I guess we know why she didn't answer her phone. She was clearly busy." "No," Landon sputtered. "This can't. No." Kitty hadn't even been dating anyone else. Surely she would have told Landon about an engagement. While they spoke at church last Sunday, she would have mentioned she was getting married today. "This can't be what it looks like." "Dude," Samantha said, "I think this is a good indication that she's moved on." Kitty handed Gary the flowers, hiked up her skirt, and hurried in Landon's direction. Gary trailed after her, clutching the bouquet like some overgrown, poorly dressed flower girl. Hoapili patted Landon on the back. "I've got some advice for you, brah. Next time when you like a woman, don't suggest taking a break. You never know what she'll do during that time." No.
Landon still couldn't seem to form a full sentence. The closer Kitty got, the more beautiful she seemed. She did a pair of worn jeans and a t-shirt more than justice, and he'd gotten used to seeing her that way. But now, she was stunning. He'd never given any thought as to what Kitty would look like in a wedding gown. But he should have. The sight of her made it hard to breathe. He wanted Kitty to wear that dress for him, not anyone else. Landon scanned the area behind her to catch sight of a groom. No one else came from around the back of the house. This couldn't actually be a wedding, could it? A bunch of cars would be parked out front. Unless she decided not to invite any folks from around here. Kitty reached them, her gaze on Hoapili.
She wouldn't meet Landon's eyes. Her cheeks were bright pink, although he couldn't tell whether that was from embarrassment or hurrying. "I understand you have some of my cattle?" Landon's shock was wearing off, and anger settled in its place. Kitty could be impulsive, but what would make her agree to marry a man who she couldn't have dated for more than a couple of months? And didn't she owe Landon some sort of explanation? She flirted with him at church every week. She knew he wanted to get back together after the will was sorted out. Ho'opili introduced himself and Samantha, then gave Kitty and Gary a summary of what had happened at the stockyard, including that Landon and his cousin had apprehended the criminal. Kitty's eyes flicked to Landon, and she held his gaze for a moment. Gratitude was written in her expression. That, at least, had been the way he'd imagined in his scenario. It was the only thing he'd gotten right. Ho'opili finished his account with, "Would you like to press charges?" "Yes." Kitty's glossy lips pressed together, and her eyes flashed with indignation. The expression only made her look like she was posing for some haute couture wedding ad. "All right." Ho'opili handed her the paperwork and showed her where to sign. She scribbled her name. "How did the man get my cattle in the first place?" "We don't have those answers right now." Ho'opili took the paper from her. "We'll let you know what we find out. You'll need to inventory your livestock." Landon could make some guesses about how the cows had been stolen. "Check your fence line. The rustlers most likely cut it. You don't want more cattle wandering off." She nodded. His gaze slid over her. "Or rather, have Gary check it. You're not really dressed for the occasion." Her cheeks flushed pink again. Before Landon could say more, Ho'opili asked, "Ma'am, where would you like your cattle? We don't want to take any more of your time. We know you have—" He eyed the wedding dress. "Other things to do." Gary stepped forward. "We can put him in the pasture for now." He probably expected Landon to go unlock the back of the trailer and help him. Instead, Landon handed the keys to Samantha and kept standing there, staring at Kitty. If he stared at her long enough, she would explain all of this. A noise drew his attention to the house, the front door shutting. A middle-aged man strolled down the patio, paused when he saw the group, and then continued toward them. He had thinning brown hair, a suggestion of a potbelly, and wore a crisp Western shirt, the type tourists donned when pretending to be cowboys. His boots hadn't been broken in, let alone seen a day's real work. Landon narrowed his eyes. He'd never disliked anyone so quickly or intensely. Ho'opili told Kitty that he would contact her with a case number. Landon only half heard it. His gaze was focused on the stranger. "Call me if you have further questions," Ho'opili said. As he turned to leave, he nudged Landon and whispered, "Don't worry, brah. I won't tell Nani about this." He gave Landon a last sympathetic look, and then strode to his car. Well, this was going to give everybody something to talk about at their 10-year reunion. Landon turned his attention back to the stranger who was still making his way over to join Kitty. "Are you a photographer?" Landon called to him. "No." The man stopped, momentarily confused. "I'm staying in the house." It was true then. The guy was Kitty's fiancé. He'd already moved in. Landon shoved his hands in his pockets to keep himself from balling them into fists. She couldn't love the middle-aged man walking toward them. He was almost old enough to be her father. The guy must be rich, loaded. That was the only explanation. Landon's breaths were coming too fast. His gaze returned to Kitty, and his voice went low. "Is he here because he has money?" It was a petty accusation. He didn't actually expect her to admit to being a gold digger. She shrugged, unoffended. "I've had unexpected expenses." He nearly didn't know what to say to her. "This is how you deal with unexpected expenses?" He'd spoken too loudly. She shushed him. "He'll hear you." Landon didn't care. Blood pounded in his ears. As the man ambled up to Kitty, Landon said. "You move pretty fast for someone your age. Are you trying to rush her into this so she doesn't have a chance to change her mind?" "Landon!" Kitty coughed out. Her eyes went wide. Landon didn't even slow down. "Do you just come to a place and start throwing money around to buy people? Because anyone who buys people this fast will discard them just as quickly." The man stared at Landon in bewilderment. "I was not throwing money." He had a German accent. "What do you mean, buying people? I did not come to your country for that sort of thing." He turned to Kitty, alarmed. "What does he mean, buying people?" "Nothing," Kitty chirped. "He doesn't mean anything." Landon was about to enlighten the guy about what he meant when Kitty took a firm hold of his arm. "Landon, this is my house guest, Mr. Gunther. He and his wife are staying here while they visit Tombstone. Then they're going to the Grand Canyon. Mr. Gunther, this is Mr. Wyle from the ranch next door." He and his wife. Oh. That changed things considerably, and meant Landon had just yelled at a stranger. He cleared his throat uncomfortably. "I'm sorry. I thought that I misunderstood why you were here." The apology didn't seem to be enough, and Landon wasn't sure how good the man's English was, so he stepped over and shook his hand. "I'm very sorry, sir," he enunciated. "Enjoy your time in our country." The man still stared at him warily. Landon pointed to his cowboy hat. "I've been chasing cattle rustlers today. It's made me a mite ornery. Sorry again." Mr. Gunther edged his way closer to Kitty. "If you are done with your photos, I will ask for the Wi-Fi password." "It's Coyote Guest," she said. "One word, all lowercase." He nodded, shot a parting glance at Landon, and turned back to the house. His boots made quick scuffing noises as he walked, most likely because he was trying to get away from Landon as fast as possible. "I really did fight cattle rustlers today," Landon called after him. "That's why the police were here." Mr. Gunther glanced over his shoulder, but didn't respond. Kitty watched him go with a wilting sigh on her lips. "They're my first Airbnb guests, and now they'll probably leave me a horrible review." "When did you start taking in guests?" Knowing that detail would have saved Landon from just making a fool of himself. "And why are you traipsing around in a wedding dress?" She looked down at herself, as though she'd forgotten she wore it. "I was taking pictures for my website. I'm going to start offering Coyote Glen as a wedding venue." And now he could completely relax. No fiancé lurked around. The wedding dress was a business venture. Kitty wasn't about to walk out of his life forever. She tilted her head, a motion that made loose ringlets lay against her throat. "Did you actually think I was going to marry Mr. Gunther?" Landon waved his hand at her outfit. "You're wearing a wedding dress. It wasn't a wild assumption." Her eyebrows cocked up. "So you figured I'd marry the first guy who blew through town with a European accent and fake leather boots?" "You said you had expenses." She folded her arms. "I'm not sure how insulted I should be by that implication, but I'm pretty sure I should be at least mid-range insulted." This conversation was suddenly headed the wrong way. He put his hand to his chest. "I tackled a criminal for you today." "That's true." Her expression softened with appreciation, and her arms unfolded. "Thank you." She looked beautiful when she smiled at him like that. "Did I mention I scraped up my knuckles?" She stepped closer, took hold of his hand, and examined it. The swelling had gone down, leaving just a few red patches. Her fingers made soft, gliding motions over his skin. Made it hard to think straight. "Do you want some antibiotic ointment?" she asked. "No, just a little more gratitude." He'd missed the feel of her hand on his. She let go of his hand and hugged him, surrounding him in silk, lace, and perfume. He wrapped his arms around her. Her body against his was warm and familiar. Right. She not only looked good in a wedding dress, but she felt good in one too. It made all sorts of thoughts go off in his head. "I'm so grateful," she said, I could kiss you." She pulled away, and her smile turned teasing. "Although technically, I suppose I've already done that." "There's not a limit." He would have drawn her back to him if Samantha and Gary hadn't stood in the pasture, getting water for the cattle. Instead, Landon let his hands fall to his sides. His gaze kept traveling over Kitty. He couldn't help himself. As an excuse for staring, he said, "Shouldn't wedding photos be of a couple?" Her eyes brightened. "You have a suit? Do you want to be my groom?" A tempting idea. One that could come with all sorts of benefits. "Are you proposing?" "Wait, no." She bit her lip. "Never mind. I can't use you." "I might not mind so much." He was still thinking of the benefits. Turned out, he had a vivid imagination. She shook her head. "My parents are bound to check the website, and they might come unglued if they see wedding pictures of us." "In that case, I accept." She laughed, a sound that was light and airy. He'd forgotten how her laugh wrapped around his heart. "Hopefully bridal shots are enough," she said. "I already spent half the day dragging my tripod around." She let her eyes linger on him, still smiling. "You really thought Mr. Gunther was my type?" "Just promise me you'll never do something as impulsive as up and marrying someone without a proper engagement period." Impulsive doesn't always mean wrong. She brushed off a piece of straw that had found its way onto her skirt. "I might be impulsive if the right guy asked." She was clearly torturing him as payback for the way he'd broken up with her. And it was working. "The right guy can be patient," he said flatly. The pasture gate clanged shut. Samantha was heading over to them. The time for personal conversations was over. Kitty touched Landon's arm, drawing his attention back to her. "Thanks for everything you did." Her sincerity almost pained him. She used to talk to him like this when they'd been dating, her voice soft and intimate and full of promises of tomorrow. Samantha appeared at Landon's side. "Ready to go?" Her gaze bounced between him and Kitty, trying to read the situation. Landon wished his cousin luck in that regard. He was having a hard time reading Kitty himself. She flirted with him, and in the next breath told him her parents couldn't abide the thought of them being together. "Yeah, I'm ready to go." Landon held out his hand for the keys. "Thanks for your help," Kitty told Samantha. "It was nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too." Samantha tossed Landon the keys and headed to his truck. Landon stayed for another moment, delaying his goodbye. "If you don't find a hole in your fence, you'd better figure out how many people have your gate code. Change it anyway to be on the safe side." Probably unnecessary instruction, but he'd missed talking to her. He missed hearing those tomorrows in her voice. "I will. Thanks, Landon. Really." Landon didn't have a reason to say more, so he said his goodbyes and headed to his truck, replaying her comments on eloping. He'd always taken it for granted that she would still be single come next September, that he would have a chance to set things right between them. Now, he wasn't so sure. Chapter 25. "So you roughed up a German tourist in a fit of jealous rage?" Jackson asked. Landon, Jackson, and Preston were moving irrigation pipe from a pile in front of their barn onto a trailer. "I didn't rough him up," Landon clarified. "I just yelled at him and inadvertently accused him of human trafficking. But that's not the point of the story." Preston took hold of the ends of two pipes and waited for Landon to pick up the other sides. "Yeah, the point of the story is that you can start the day being so cool you take down cattle rustlers, but if you're in love with the wrong woman, you'll end up making a fool of yourself." "That," Landon said, "is also not the point of the story." He hefted the pipes up. "That's the point I took from it," Preston said. Jackson had just finished hitching the trailer to the back of the truck. "So what are we supposed to learn from the story?" Preston and Landon carried the pipes to the trailer and dropped them into it with a clank. "When I saw Kitty in that dress, I was willing to do just about anything to stop her from marrying the wrong man." Preston headed back to the pile. You mean the 40-year-old already married German tourist? I mean anyone who isn't me. Landon adjusted his gloves and joined Preston in carrying the next set. The next time she wears that dress, I want her to be walking down an aisle toward me. Can't stop thinking about it, in fact. And that means, despite what everyone thinks, I don't have commitment issues. At least not since Kitty moved back. Jackson wiped his hands on his jeans. That would be good news if the two of you were actually dating, and her parents didn't hate you and she wanted to stay in Arizona. He headed over to help with the pipe. But congratulations on getting over your commitment issues.
Chapter 26. Kate rode Marigold next to the fence line in the front section, searching for any sort of break. She'd changed into her jeans and boots. The only remnants of her photo shoot were the loose curls in her ponytail and her smoky eyeshadow. Gary was riding the ATV, checking a different section. She imagined a stream of cattle making their way out of a gaping hole in a bid for freedom. If they wandered onto the freeway, they could be hit and killed, or worse, they could cause an accident that injured others. Each cow was worth over $1,000. Some were worth several thousand. If more of her herd was missing, she would have to make a police report and file an insurance claim. Once, while Kate lived in Seattle, she'd had her purse stolen at an outdoor cafe. A guy strolled by her chair and snatched her purse. By the time Kate processed what had happened, he was sprinting down the block. She'd felt violated and powerless. This theft felt so much worse. She couldn't help but wonder if the accomplice was someone she knew in the community. She was an easy target, the outsider, the woman who was only ranching because she had to, the woman who would cut off the Wyle Away's water supply. Or maybe Dwayne had done it as revenge for firing him. This theft might be personal. She was so focused on considering suspects that she almost missed the spot where the barbed wire had been cut. She'd been expecting a trailer-sized hole. Instead, the fence looked almost normal. This was because someone had taken the trouble to bend the barbed wire back into place, and had even duct-taped the cut pieces together. The good news was that Kate wouldn't have to search I-80 for wandering cattle. The bad news was she could think of only one reason thieves would take the trouble to camouflage their cut. They meant to come back and steal from her again in this same spot. Perhaps they'd already done it many times. She wouldn't know until the cattle were counted, spread across different sections of 38,000 acres. That wasn't going to be a quick and easy task. The next morning, Kate, Gary, and a few hired hands set out to round up the cattle into the front and back corrals. Kate didn't have much confidence in her ability to motivate cows to run anywhere, let alone in the right direction. But Missy proved that she was worth the large amounts of dog food she consumed every day. She trotted behind the cattle, happily nipping at their heels despite their attempts to kick her. If any veered in the wrong direction, she flew toward their flanks to steer them toward the corral. The dogs seemed to think it was all a great game. Marigold also knew what to do without being told. Every time a cow considered sneaking away, she cut off its path, thus the term cutter. Sitting atop Marigold made Kate feel rather authoritative, like she actually knew what she was doing and belonged out here rounding up cattle. Maybe the trick to successful ranching was having a good horse and dog. Gathering the cattle took most of the day. Then Kate stood by the front corral gate with a clipboard and recorded the ear tags of each animal as it was let go. Gary was stationed at the back corral doing the same thing. When Kate had released about 2/3, her chest began a painful, disbelieving clench. Gary had already called her with his head count and was riding her way so they could compare lists. She'd expected that the thieves had taken more than just the 6 that Landon had recovered. She'd feared as many as a dozen could be gone, but the quantity of remaining slots on her printout and the dwindling number of cows in the corral told her the number was more than 2 dozen. Selling branded cattle was supposed to be risky and difficult. Obviously not difficult enough. With each ear tag number Kate checked off, her mind turned to other calculations. The insurance company would reimburse her for the price of cattle, but she would incur expenses buying them. Gary would have to take time off work to evaluate, purchase, and transport them. They'd need to be vaccinated, dewormed, deliced, and anything else. New cattle couldn't graze with the rest of the herd until she was sure they were disease-free, so they'd have to be penned and given feed for the first month. Time and money she couldn't afford. The last cow trotted through the gate. Kate counted up the slots on her printout. 26. More than 10% of her herd. Was that number a coincidence? Or was it proof that someone in the community disliked her enough to try and ensure she didn't succeed? The thought made her feel nauseous. Whatever the motivation, the number of stolen head was doubly damaging because her cows were all pregnant. She'd not only lost them, but 26 calves as well. Unless the thief had taken some bulls. Kate brought up Gary's text to check his list. If any bulls were gone, along with everything else on her plate, she'd have to research breeding bulls to make sure Gary didn't ruin her herd by purchasing subpar animals. He was bound to buy whatever replacements were easiest because he knew she couldn't tell the difference. It took her several moments to remember she didn't have to worry about next year's breeding. She'd be gone. That thought brought a pang to her chest she hadn't felt before. After a half hour, Gary arrived. He got out of his truck and sauntered up to her, his hands tucked underneath his armpits. He looked at the empty corral, not at her. He seemed to already know the news was bad. "How many did we lose?" The cattle weren't lost. They were stolen. 26. Her voice sounded strange, detached. "I only have 136 pregnant cows left, so even after calving season, I'll only have 272 head, plus the bulls. But that's only if all the calves survive, which they won't. I've either got to replace the stolen ones with cow-calf pairs, or buy about 40 head to ensure I have a buffer for any who die." "This is why you've got insurance." Gary cut a glance at her. "You won't lose the ranch." "How do we make sure others don't get stolen?" She couldn't afford any more losses. "I'll spend extra time patrolling the fences." That wouldn't be enough. One person couldn't keep an eye on miles and miles of fences, and what was to keep a thief from coming in the dead of night? "Can we set up cameras?" Gary took off his hat and ran his fingers through his mussed hair. "Covering the entire fence line would take a lot of cameras. Probably run thousands of dollars." More money she didn't have. "I know I can't afford it. But I can't afford to have my cattle stolen either. A theft right before September 2nd would be especially disastrous. I need cameras. I'll have to figure out how to get the money." He put his hat back on. "Don't worry. Once the insurance reimburses you, I'll find some cheap cattle. I bet I can even talk some sellers into waiting for half their payment until after September." She automatically shook her head. "I can't have outstanding debts on the books." He raised a hand to quiet her protests. "We'll do it off the books. No one needs to know." Very few legal activities included the phrase, "no one needs to know," so yeah, that idea wasn't going to work. One of Gary's men made his way over. "Anything else for us, boss?" "Nothing today." Gary pulled a wad of money from his pocket and counted out bills. The sight of them was a reminder that this roundup was another additional expense she hadn't budgeted for. "I've got to drive my Ben back to town," Gary said. "We'll talk about this later." Kate nodded. She'd already texted her parents the results of the roundup. Hopefully her father would have suggestions for safeguarding the cattle. She thanked Gary's men and trudged to the house to finish the paperwork. Once that was done, she scanned the forms into the computer and sent them to both her insurance agent and the police. Almost immediately, Officer Kahale called to ask her more questions. One of them was, "How long has your foreman been working for you?" "Since December 20th. Did you do a background check before you hired him?" She was about to look irresponsible. "No, my father hired him. Gary was one of his old high school friends." Officer Kahale made a disapproving noise. "We'll need a list of people who've worked on your ranch." She gave him the ones she had, emphasizing that Dwayne might have an axe to grind. "We'll look into these," Officer Kahale said, and tacked on, "as well as your foreman." Gary wouldn't have stolen her cattle. He was lazy and, probably an alcoholic. But he was her father's friend, and he didn't want her to lose the ranch. He was depending on that September bonus. Still, even after Kate put down the phone, the suspicion lingered on. While Kate made an egg salad sandwich, she called her parents. Missy sat on the floor nearby, staring wistfully at the food. It was like this every single meal. Kate had expected her parents to feel as upset as she did about the number of cattle missing, but they seemed almost cheerful. "This can work in our favor," her father said. "Gary says he'll find some ranchers who are willing to wait for half their payment. With the rest of the claim money, you can pay off your debts. You'll have the cattle you need, and you'll be out of the red." Kate couldn't speak for a moment. Her father was agreeing with Gary. She didn't know what to say. Will the lawyer consider partial payment for cattle staying out of the red? "Honey," her father said, "with millions of dollars at stake, the lawyer doesn't have to know." What little appetite she'd had completely left. "You want me to cheat?" "If there are extenuating circumstances," her mother said calmly, "it's not cheating. I'm sure when Grandpa made his will, he just wanted you to work hard and prove you could make competent business decisions. You've done that. It's the spirit of the law that's important, not the letter. You're giving up a year of your life for this. It's not fair that someone can take that from you." Someone being Landon. Part of Kate wanted to agree with her parents. She wanted to keep Coyote Glen in the black, just so that all the people who'd treated her like some pampered interloper wouldn't be able to smugly celebrate her defeat. Angelina, particularly. But Kate couldn't rationalize her way to a clean conscience. Buying cattle in some under-the-table agreement would be cheating. How could she ever look Landon in the eye again if she did that? She would know she hadn't really earned the ranch. That it should be his. "You raised me to be honest. Are you going back on that now?" "Honesty is important," her father said, "but so is family. And Coyote Glen is your family's land. It ought to belong to us." That argument might have had more weight if her parents wanted to keep the ranch, but they didn't. This was just about money. "It's ironic," Kate said. Ironic meaning bitter. "My worries about Landon's honesty drove us apart. You were so sure he would do something underhanded to take the ranch away from me that you made me start to believe it too. But now you want me to cheat to take the ranch away from him. You want me to become the person you warned me about." "You're blowing this out of proportion," her father said. "It's not like I'm asking you to steal." "Yes, you are." Her parents ought to be able to see that. They ought to understand what losing Landon had cost her. But they didn't, and she didn't want to keep arguing about it. "The police wanted to know if you did a background check on Gary. Did you?" A pause. Of course they hadn't. "I talked to one of his old bosses," her father said. "He gave Gary a good reference." Gary would have been foolish to give you the contact information for anyone who wouldn't. Let them think about that as they considered taking Gary's less than legal advice. "Kate," her mother broke in, "Gary aside, you've got to listen to us when it comes to the ranch." "I have, so far." Kate tossed the rest of her sandwich to Missy. And now I'm wondering if that was a mistake. Kate. Her father's voice was shocked, reproving. You don't even want Coyote Glen. Kate shot back. You don't. But I might. Silence. In all the time she'd been on the ranch, they'd never asked her if she was enjoying living in Arizona. They still didn't ask. Maybe they didn't want to hear that answer. You've had a trying day, her father said. It's best if we talk about this later when you've calmed down. She didn't contradict them, so they said their goodbyes and hung up. Calming down was going to take a long time. She didn't plan on talking to them for quite a while. She slumped onto the couch and peered out the windows. At night, the mountains formed a dark silhouette on the horizon against the stars. Such a different sky than the one she saw in Seattle. In the city, a person could barely see the stars at all. Here they were brighter than scattered diamonds. If Kate's parents had asked her if she wanted to stay in Arizona, she wouldn't have known how to answer. She loved being outside in the sunshine every day, and horseback riding, and the sunsets. But another part of her wanted to quit ranching altogether. The smell of manure, the ever-present flies, the early mornings. And the cows had pushed into her, head-butted her, stepped on her feet, and knocked her over. Could you love and hate a thing at the same time? Then there was Landon. He seemed to be as much a part of Arizona as the Palo Verde trees and Ocotillo that dotted the landscape. Her feelings for him, despite her best attempts, hadn't dimmed at all. At church, she'd barely heard a word the pastor had spoken since she and Landon broke up. She spent the entire sermon stealing glances at him. What would she be doing right now if she'd never mistrusted Landon? He'd be over here, comforting her about her lost cattle. His arm would be around her shoulder, and she'd rest her head against his chest. She'd tell him her worries that someone in the community had stolen her cattle because they disliked her, and Landon would say something to make her laugh like, "Don't be silly. There are easier ways to snub you. The folks at church are managing just fine without risking jail time." He wasn't here, though. The while away was close by. A person could walk the distance easily enough. And yet, Landon seemed so very, very far away. Chapter 27. On Friday, Kate placed Coyote Glen ads on online destination wedding sites, and then drove to town with flyers and put them everywhere she could. She'd already checked out caterers, knew where to rent tables, and had bought strings of lights, tablecloths, and vases. One of the caterers was quite friendly when Kate asked for estimates. "I'm so glad you're doing weddings," the woman said. "That's a much better idea than a Western-themed golf course." Either the woman was a friend of the Wiles, or people in Bisbee just hated golf. Kate didn't clarify that her wedding venue plans were a temporary venture. If people eased up on their dislike of her, she wasn't about to set them straight. She got a call from an interested bride the next afternoon. A woman named Cassie Coleman set up a time to look at the ranch the next Monday with her mother. Kate had meant to take photos of the wedding arches with floral garlands for her website, and decided that Monday would be a perfect day to do that. The Colemans would not only see the gazebo and the lighting, they'd see beautiful garlands too. The place would be irresistible. She mowed the lawn, pulled weeds, trimmed bushes, and strung lights from the trees to the back patio. They looked like a canopy of stars. In between those chores, she called her insurance agent to find out how long it usually took to settle a claim. Judging by the breed and age of her missing cattle, Kate estimated the check would be between $35,000 and $50,000. But she couldn't start looking for new cattle until she knew her budget. Her agent gave her a vague answer about waiting on details from the police report to start processing the claim. In other words, they weren't in a hurry. She called Officer Kahale to see how long the police report would take. "I'll look into that for you," he said. "I appreciate that." Since she had him on the phone, she added, "Has Jake given you the name of his accomplice?" "I don't have any new information I can share with you at this time. So probably not." He paused. "However, just a word to the wise, the next time you hire a foreman, you really ought to run a background check." That sounded ominous. What had Gary done? "Thanks," she said. Was thanks even the right response? She wasn't sure. She was too busy wondering about Gary's past. After Kate hung up with Officer Kahale, she Googled Gary's name. She came up with 223 million links of every Gary Williams on the planet. She spent several minutes searching through Gary's employment contract for a middle name, but only came up with the letter T. Though she wasn't sure why, that addition made the number of links go up. She added a few other search terms, including criminal record. That one got pages of ads for services that did background searches. Before she paid for one of those, she probably needed Gary's middle name. He'd gone to Bisbee High, so she might be able to find that information in an old yearbook. The school must keep copies of those somewhere. She glanced at the clock. 4:30. The schools were closed. She wasn't patient enough to wait until Monday to find out about his background. He'd lived in Arizona, Nevada, and Wyoming, so if he'd committed any crimes, they'd probably happened in those states. Although, he'd mentioned another place in Texas once, the Pico Rio Ranch. She remembered the name because she'd thought it should be the Pico Rio Ranchero. Really, if you were going to use Spanish in a name, you should commit to it all the way. Her father hadn't mentioned Texas when he'd been extolling Gary's expertise. Perhaps Gary hadn't included that ranch in his resume on purpose. Perhaps he'd gotten in trouble in Texas. An internet search revealed the Pico Rio's number and the name of the owner, Earl Hooper. Kate could pretend to be a prospective employer, ask Mr. Hooper what he knew of Gary, and see what he told her. She hesitated before dialing. For all she knew, Mr. Hooper was on good terms with Gary and would tell him a woman had called and asked about him. Gary might figure out she'd been snooping. Then again, Officer Kahale told her she should have checked his background. What if she was in danger? She needed to know if she could trust Gary. She blocked her number, made up a ranch name, and called Earl Hooper. After a few minutes, he answered. "Hello." Kate broke into her spiel about checking Gary's references for a foreman position, ending with, "What can you tell me about him?" Mr. Hooper gave a gruff laugh. "I can tell you that Gary is stupid, but not stupid enough to give anybody my number for a reference. Who is this, really?" Well, Mr. Hooper had seen through her ruse pretty quickly. In the pause of her hesitation, he added, "Are you some sort of private investigator?" "No. Have private investigators asked about him?" Because that would be an obvious red flag. "Not yet, but it wouldn't surprise me. So why are you actually calling?" Mr. Hooper didn't sound like a friend of Gary's. Kate decided to tell him the truth. "My parents hired him as our foreman, and now I'm wondering about his past. He let it slip once that he'd worked for you." "Oh," Earl said, mollified. "In that case, my advice is to find someone else before you lose all your cattle." Her stomach dropped. "You mean he's incompetent, or because he steals them?" "One doesn't exclude the other, does it?" That was not a comforting response. 26 of mine have already disappeared." "Doesn't surprise me. In the 2 years he worked for me, I lost nearly 60 head. I've had cattle stolen before, but never that many and never that consistently. I put more cameras out, did more patrols, didn't turn up anything. He knew where the cameras were, and he knew my schedule. And then one night I came home early from a trip and caught Gary and 2 others red-handed, loading some steers into their trailer. I fired all 3 on the spot." "Did you have them arrested?" This, she supposed, was what was in Gary's record. Her father definitely should have known about a charge of cattle theft before hiring the guy. I didn't have any proof they'd stolen the others. Besides, the insurance had already cut me checks for the rest, and they won't pay if it's an employee who's done the stealing. I didn't dare try and pin the past thefts on Gary, but you can bet he was responsible." When Mr. Hooper began this story, Kate had thought the most shocking thing she'd hear would be a list of Gary's crimes. But no. The most shocking thing was the phrase, "The insurance won't pay if an employee has done the stealing." If Gary had taken her cattle, she wanted justice. But if he was convicted, she would be out at least $35,000. She couldn't recover from that. She'd lose the ranch. Her stomach had gone beyond dropping. It plunged to her toes, then shot straight to her throat. The insurance premiums Kate had dutifully paid every month, those wouldn't even matter. "That isn't fair," she sputtered. "I didn't choose who stole my cattle. I didn't condone it. Of course, the people most likely to steal cattle would be the ones who knew how to work with them. So the insurance only pays if your cows are stolen by beauticians and lunch ladies?" "Your policy might be different," Mr. Hooper said. "My advice is to fire him. Take the insurance check, and don't look for evidence linking him to the crime." "Just let him off scot-free?" "Karma will catch up with him eventually. She can kick harder than a 1,000-pound bull." So far, Karma hadn't done a very good job. The only one getting kicked was Kate. The police had Jake in custody, and he could implicate Gary at any moment. He might have already done so. "Next time you hire a foreman," Mr. Hooper continued, "make sure it's someone trustworthy." That was evidently harder than it seemed. She put a hand to her throbbing temple. "The foreman before Gary told my neighbor he'd sabotage my ranch for a price. How do I find someone who's trustworthy?" She didn't really expect Mr. Hooper to answer. She was just upset, complaining, and slightly hysterical. "Do your research," he said. "You'll never be 100% certain. Important decisions always involve some risk. That's just part of life. Use your best judgment."
Her best judgment didn't have a great track record thus far. Mr. Hooper hadn't been referring to her decision not to trust Landon, but the man's words fell on her ears like a direct indictment. She'd been too afraid of the risk involved in loving him, and that had cost her everything.
Kate thanked Mr. Hooper for his time, hung up, and got out her insurance policy. It contained pages of legalese. She skimmed through them until she came to theft coverage, and there it was, the exclusion for employee dishonesty clause. Her whole body shook. She felt like she might throw up.
Gary, the man her parents had hired to help her run the ranch, had almost certainly betrayed her and stolen from her.
If she told the police what she'd learned from Earl, and they convicted Gary, she'd be so relentlessly far in debt that she'd lose the ranch. If she kept her mouth shut in hopes of getting the insurance check, her honesty meant nothing. All of her insistence to her parents that she wouldn't make underhanded deals or compromise her integrity would just be posturing.
Gary was going to have to answer for this. She called him. He didn't pick up. She texted, asking where he was. Still no answer. She searched the barn and front pasture. He must have already gone back to the foreman's cottage. She drove there, spitting gravel and dust.
She'd almost taken her rifle, but even if Gary turned out to be the sort who got violent when confronted, he wouldn't be intimidated by her gun. He knew her well enough to realize she wouldn't actually use it on him. Instead, she'd rely on the can of pepper spray she carried in case she ran into unwelcome wildlife. If he tried anything, she would happily douse him with it. She banged on Gary's door. The doorbell was insufficient to convey her feelings. The faint noise of some TV show drifted from inside.
No sounds of footsteps stirring. No answering calls. She pounded on the door again.
He might be asleep. Or dead. One of his shady associates, or possibly Karma, could have caught up to him.
Kate tried the doorknob. Unlocked, she stepped inside.
The place smelled like dirty laundry. A pair of dusty boots sprawled on the ground in front of her. Several boxes lined the walls. Most opened and their contents in a jumble. It looked like he'd never actually unpacked, but just got out things as he needed them. His open laptop sat on the coffee table, playing a basketball game. He lay passed out on the couch, one arm splayed over the back. Beer cans cluttered the ground by his feet. Drunk again. Or still. Neither would have surprised Kate.
She strode over and shook his shoulder. "Gary, wake up!"
He groggily lifted his head and rubbed his eyes. What? 26 cows. Why would you stab me in the back like that? You were supposed to be my father's friend. He sat up, unsteadily, squinting like the light was too bright. What? She planted her hands on her hips and leaned toward him. Look me in the eyes and tell me you didn't steal my cattle. His gaze shifted around the room, checking to see if anyone else was around. I didn't. Liar! She smacked him on the shoulder. You couldn't even look me in the eyes. His gaze returned to her. He cleared his throat nervously. Why do you think I took them? You don't deny the charge. You just ask what the evidence is. I deny it, he said hurriedly. What's your evidence? She shook her head and groaned. His guilt seemed so obvious now.
You're not even a good liar. I can't believe you've gotten away with stealing so many times.
He swung his feet to the floor as though he was about to get up and walk away. But she wasn't done yet. She parked herself in front of him. I just talked to Earl Hooper. Do you suppose if the police asked, Earl would be able to identify Jake? I have a feeling he was one of the men with you when Earl fired you for stealing his cattle. Gary woke up quicker than if he'd been slapped. He swallowed hard. You don't have to do that. His hands went up like he was trying to push her anger back.
Look, I didn't really steal nothing because your father promised me cattle. I just took 'em a little early. I had to.
That wasn't the deal. And you were only supposed to get $25,000 worth. I had bills to pay. The divorce is costing me $30,000. I can't pay my lawyer on the salary you give me. He was going to drop me. And I would have had to start all over again, paying a new lawyer even more. In another time and place, Kate would have felt sorry for Gary. She couldn't manage it now. Then why didn't you ask my father for a loan? Anything but this. I can't replace those cattle. Sure you can, Gary chuckled, a thin, humorless sound. The insurance will cover them, unless I get caught. Just like that, her outrage kicked up again. He knew exactly what he'd done, and the position he'd put her in. She wasn't going to let him get away with it. If you want to stay out of jail, the insurance isn't going to replace those cattle. You are. You're going to track down every cow you sold and get it back. Or you're going to buy me another one just like it, so we can tell the police and the insurance company they've been recovered. If you need to beg, borrow, and sell everything you own, including your truck and your plasma, you'll do it. If you need to get a second job, you'd better start applying for night work. I'm not going to lose this ranch because of you. Do you understand me? He gulped and nodded. I understand. No need to call the police. She wasn't sure if there was a need or not. They might already be gathering the evidence to arrest him. And if he was in jail, she wouldn't recuperate anything. Start working on getting my cattle back tonight. I want them here by next week. If you try to skip out on me, I will track you down. She'd heard Gary complain enough about his divorce lawyer that she remembered his name. Gary couldn't go completely off the grid while that was in the works. I'll get you cattle, he assured her. You can trust me. I'm a friend of your father's. Those were the wrong words to say. I don't need trust, she said. I have leverage. She held up her cell phone. I recorded your confession. If I don't get my cattle back, I'll send it to the police." After Kate left Gary, she forwarded the recording to her father's phone number. That way he'd know what sort of friends he had and what position he put her in. Her parents called a few minutes later, and Kate explained about the employee theft exclusion in the insurance. Her mother drew in a sharp breath. "We can't lose Coyote Glen because of a technicality." The sentence made something inside Kate snap. "We aren't losing it. I'm losing it. Grandpa trusted me with his ranch, and I've been the one out here running cattle for the last 6 months. And now I'm going to lose it because you insisted on hiring a felon as my foreman. I can't believe you didn't do a background check on him when you knew he would be alone on a ranch with your daughter. If I'd just trusted Landon, none of this would have happened." "Kate," her father cut in, "we're sorry we didn't do a background check. But the fact that Gary turned out to be untrustworthy doesn't automatically make Landon trustworthy." He sighed. "We're all upset now. Too upset to talk. I'll look into the insurance terms, and then we'll discuss our options." Her parents were right. Kate was too upset to talk. "They're my options," she emphasized. "I'm making the decisions now, and I've decided that Gary is going to return my cattle or go to jail. I'll tell you how that goes." Chapter 28. That Sunday, before the sermon, several people told Kate they'd seen her flyers advertising Coyote Glen. Mrs. Bassencherry and Mrs. Reynolds sat down next to her on the pew and leaned over to talk. To Kate, they were, respectively, the gossipy one who knew everyone's business and the one who'd been mean to her in the feed store. Mrs. Bassencherry's large glasses and gray, permed hair made her look like a studious poodle. "Does your venture into weddings mean you're planning on staying here after next fall?" "I haven't decided," Kate said. That wasn't quite a lie. She had moments when she envisioned herself living here. If Gary produced some cattle, it might still be an option. She'd given him a week. 2 days of that had passed. "You'll have to stay," Mrs. Reynolds announced, as though she could make up Kate's mind for her. "Some brides plan their weddings a year in advance. You can't book them at your place and then cancel come September." Kate smiled politely. "I guess I'll worry about that when someone books a date after September." Mrs. Reynolds didn't look satisfied with this answer, so Kate added, "I've really liked working at Coyote Glen these last 6 months. It's great to be outside with sunshine and fresh air. Such a nice change from the city congestion." Mrs. Reynolds nodded in agreement. Mrs. Bassencherry glanced at the pew where Landon and his brothers sat and gave Kate a knowing, meaningful look. "You've got nice neighbors, too." She was asking for confirmation that Kate liked Landon. Their weekly conversations in the foyer clearly hadn't gone unnoticed. But Kate didn't want to be the subject of talk. Vagueness was the best response. "The Wyles are very nice." The phrase might have come off sufficiently uninterested if Kate hadn't blushed while she said it. She felt her cheeks heating like she was a schoolgirl caught in an adolescent crush. Mrs. Bassencherry didn't miss this detail. The woman's knowing look grew into smug satisfaction. "Landon is quite the catch. Salt of the earth, that's what he is." Salty earth didn't sound like a good thing, but Mrs. Bassencherry's tone made it clear she was giving him the highest compliment. Mrs. Reynolds leaned in. "Cal would approve." Kate's blush went full blast. The woman's assumptions felt doubly embarrassing since Landon had already dumped her. Now people were forming expectations. When the service was over, Kate considered bolting for her car just to curb the gossip, but decided she should let Landon know what people were saying. She waited by the bulletin board, reading the same announcements that had been there last week. Landon joined her a couple of minutes later. "How are the Gunthers?" "I don't know. They checked out a day early and were speaking in German when they left." Either they were unhappy about their stay, or the German language just sounds disgruntled. Landon leaned against the wall, looking casual and handsome. Mr. Gunther should have been grateful to meet me. He wanted to experience the Wild West. Being threatened by an irate cowboy is as close as he's going to come. She smiled, despite herself. I should list that as one of the amenities. Landon nodded. Any time you want me to come yell at your guests, I'll be happy to oblige. Kate glanced around to make sure no one was close enough to overhear their conversation. Mrs. Bassencherry and Mrs. Reynolds sat by me today. I noticed. I'm glad people are warming up to you. Landon clearly didn't understand today's momentary friendliness. They aren't warming. They wanted to find out if you and I were an item. No flash of irritation dimmed his expression. He didn't seem at all bothered to be the subject of gossip. What did you tell them? Nothing. Although, now that I've thought it over, I'm going to tell them I'm madly in love with you. That way, when nothing comes of it, they'll think you've toyed with my affections and be angry at you, not me. He chuckled. Are you really? I should. Then you'd know what it feels like to get the cold shoulder for a while. I meant madly in love. Oh, definitely. But it was a fine time for him to ask her about her feelings. She was trying and failing to get over him. You broke up with me, so I don't have to answer that question. I think you should anyway. Nope. She looked upward, contemplating. When I tell everyone you broke up with me, you won't even be able to deny it. We'll see what everyone thinks of Mr. Salt of the Earth then. It was an idle threat. Everyone would still take his side. They would think he'd been too good for her. Landon leaned closer to Kate, keeping their conversation private. I said we should take a break until the will was settled. That's different than a breakup. Did he mean that? It seems like the same thing to me. She was alone every night. He had Angelina at his beck and call. We should have set parameters. Guess it's not too late. His voice was a slow, smooth drawl, and his blue eyes turned mischievous. I'd like to make a motion for occasional kissing. And I used to think Jackson was the shameless flirt in your family. Is that a yes? Or are you still taking it under consideration? Before Kate could think of a reply, Audrey skipped over to them. She glanced at Kate, pressed her lips together, and tugged on Landon's hand. Landon ignored his niece. At least you're not saying no. Kate folded her arms. Now you're making me wonder about your parameters with everyone else. Was Angelina the recipient of occasional kissing? Audrey yanked harder on Landon's hand and made a mumbling noise with her lips clamped together. He finally turned his attention to her. What's wrong with your mouth, hun? In a loud whisper, Audrey said, You told me I couldn't speak when Miss Benton was around. Landon laughed uncomfortably. I didn't mean you couldn't talk at all. Oh, okay. Audrey's voice returned to normal. Daddy said it's time to go home. In a minute. Landon dropped her hand. Miss Benton and I are having an important conversation about parameters. Audrey took hold of his hand again, leaning in an attempt to pull him from his spot. Uncle Preston said if you're going to stand around making eyes at Miss Benton, everyone else should drive to church in Daddy's truck. He said that you're... You know, Landon cut her off. We're going to return to the policy of you not speaking when Miss Benton is around. That's actually a good policy. The little girl sighed dramatically and hummed something incoherent. Well, that was one way to put a quick, awkward end to this conversation. Kate stepped away from the wall. I'll let you get back to your family. She drifted a couple of steps away and couldn't help but add, See you next week. Monday morning, while Kate fed the horses, Gary breezed into the barn to start shoeing the horses. He seemed surprisingly sober, which was an encouraging sign. He marched by her with a nod. I contacted a few people, and we'll have some replacement cattle any time now. She would believe that when the cattle showed up. Good. He kept nodding and walking. "Your head count will be where you need it. Don't you worry none. I'm taking care of it." Reassurance, so she wouldn't be tempted to call the police. Kate left him to his task. She needed to make sure the ranch looked perfect for the Coleman's arrival. More than ever, she had to book some weddings. Every deposit would help her bottom line. She might even be able to convince some brides to prepay completely if she offered upgrades. Kate assembled garlands on the arches and adorned the table inside the gazebo with a lace tablecloth, fresh roses, and some candles. Then she drove out to the ranch's entrance, cleaned off the wrought iron gate, and set it to open automatically. With only a half hour left, she showered and changed into one of her "I'm an interior designer, not a rancher" outfits. When Cassie Coleman and her mother stepped out of their black BMW, Kate greeted them ever so professionally, with a folder of wedding packages information in hand. Cassie was a thin, bleached blonde with oversized sunglasses, impractical heels, and a designer purse that screamed, "I overpay for status symbols." Her mother, although no longer as thin, mirrored the rest of her daughter's traits. She had long, pink, manicured nails and immaculately applied matching lipstick. Kate had seen these sorts of women every day in Seattle. Occasionally, she'd even been one of them. Now that life seemed so long ago, and she was surprised to find she didn't really miss it. At any rate, the Colemans were perfect clients. They obviously could pay a lot for a wedding, and if they chose Coyote Glen, they'd probably want the most expensive package. Kate took them around to the backyard. The lawn has room for a couple dozen tables with chairs, and space left over for a serving area and a dance floor. We'll use the field to the right of the house for parking. The women strolled around, discussing the view. They weren't nearly as impressed with it as Kate thought they should be. Cassie loved the cottonwood trees in the yard, but wished the hills in the background were greener. Which, yeah, didn't everyone? Welcome to the desert. Mrs. Coleman adored the rose bushes, but wished the gazebo was bigger. Cassie liked the garlands enough to take pictures of them, but complained about the way her heels sunk into the lawn. Kate smiled through it all. "I'll have carpet for your walk to the altar." Mental note: buy a carpet. Mrs. Coleman glanced over the pricing sheets. "What's this 10% discount offer?" "Since I'm always looking for publicity, if you tag Coyote Glen on your social media posts and someone books from that, you and your friend will both receive a 10% discount." Mrs. Coleman shut the information packet and turned to her daughter. "Well, I guess you need to decide whether you want an outdoor wedding or a church wedding. Churches are more traditional." Mrs. Coleman sounded like she was leaning toward the latter. Time for self-promotion. "Church weddings can be lovely," Kate agreed. "But if you go that route, make sure you have an experienced photographer who can work with indoor lighting. You know how flash photography washes people out." She gestured to the sky. "Outdoor lighting an hour before sunset is the best. And if you got married then, your guests will experience a romantic sunset as you celebrate your union." "With a church," Mrs. Coleman pointed out, "you don't have to worry about rain." Kate waved away the woman's words. "I wish we had to worry about rain more. It sure would be easier to feed the cattle. But in Arizona, there's not much chance of that." The packet already stated if rain was in the forecast, she would provide tents. She didn't bring that up, though. No one wanted to get married in a tent. "And you should see the stars out here," she added. "They're magical." Seriously, I think magical is the best way to describe the ranch. From here on out, sunsets and starry nights will always symbolize your love. A noise came from the front of the house, the hum of a vehicle coming down the drive. Kate wasn't expecting anyone, and Gary never had visitors. If Landon had decided to drop by, he would have texted her. And then she remembered that Gary had said the cattle were coming soon. This must be the trailer. It didn't sound loud enough to be a big trailer, but even a few head were great news. Gary was pulling through. She refrained from running off to check on the animals. The Colemans might not understand that sort of behavior. Her next thought was that this was a bad time to unload cows. She'd promised the Colemans a romantic and magical place, one guaranteed to make good memories. Their last impression of Coyote Glen shouldn't be a bunch of frightened cattle emerging from a dusty, manure-laden trailer, especially when Kate had just compared Coyote Glen to a symbol of the bride and groom's love. Definite point in a church's favor. It could cost her the sale. Mrs. Coleman gave the yard a last look. "Thanks for showing us around. We'll let you know our decision." The two women headed toward the side of the house. Gary had been in the barn when the Colemans arrived, and it was in plain sight from the front of the house. Kate needed to buy some time to unload the cattle so the trailer could leave. She followed after the women. "Would you like to see the inside of my home?" Mrs. Coleman stopped, unsure. "Why would we need to see that?" "In case you have to use the kitchen, or the guests need to use the bathroom. I always take clients inside." Since the Colemans were her first clients, it wasn't untrue. The two women exchanged a glance. "Okay," Cassie said. Kate took them in through the kitchen door, thankful that she always kept the place clean. Or at least, she thought she'd cleaned. Once she stepped into the kitchen, she remembered she'd left eucalyptus cuttings all over the table. The scissors and ribbons were out too, along with a can of Dr. Pepper. "Those won't be here on your big day," she said. Kate said the same thing when she showed them the bathroom. She'd cleaned it after the Gunthers left, but had forgotten to put away the bottle of toilet bowl cleaner in the Windex. They sat in the middle of the counter like a tacky centerpiece. It was obvious she hadn't planned on showing anyone these places, and the women were probably wondering why she had. "Any questions?" Kate asked brightly. Both women shook their heads. "Again, thanks for the tour." Mrs. Coleman and her daughter strolled toward the front door. Not nearly enough time had passed to unload cattle and get rid of the trailer. Kate followed after them. "Would you like valet parking for your guests?" "I'm not sure." Mrs. Coleman was still walking, but at least she'd slowed her pace. "Do you have staff for that sort of thing, or would the valets be a group of teenage boys? I wouldn't want to turn over my friends' cars to a bunch of high schoolers." Kate had planned on hiring some ranch hands to do it. "Not teenagers," she said. "You'll find everyone at Coyote Glen is respectful and professional. I only want top-notch employees working for me. The ranch hands could rope running bulls. They could handle parking a Volvo." Mrs. Coleman opened the front door and the women stepped onto the patio. "Why are police cars here?" Cassie asked. "What?" Kate hurriedly joined them. Police cars were indeed parked on either side of the barn. Worse, an officer stood pressed against the wall near the barn door, gun out, waiting. Two more officers had positioned themselves on either side of the barn. All were decked out in full gear. They looked like a SWAT operation. No, no, no. Not this. Not now. Mrs. Coleman took a step backward as though about to retreat inside for cover. "What's going on over there?" "I don't know," Kate lied. She was pretty certain the police had connected Gary to the theft, and they'd come for him. Before she could say anything else, Gary sprinted out the barn door, arms pumping. He didn't get far. 2 steps past the officer, Gary arched, screamed, and dropped to the ground, writhing, tased. Both women gasped. Mrs. Coleman put her hand to her throat. The police converged on Gary, a sea of dark blue uniforms. They cuffed him, hauled him to his feet, and barked out his Miranda rights. Mrs. Coleman's chest heaved in alarm. "You have fugitives hiding in your barn?" No," Kate said. "That's my foreman." Karma had picked the worst moment possible to catch up with him. "Ex-foreman now," she clarified. Gary dug his heels into the ground.
"You can't do this," he screamed. "I have a lawyer."
Yes, and if Gary's divorce lawyer doubled as criminal counsel, it was no wonder he was expensive. A police officer dragged Gary, who was still threatening the use of his lawyer, to the back of a squad car. Kate cleared her throat. "I'm as shocked as you are." Even as she said the words, she knew she didn't sound shocked. She sounded like someone overacting in a bad play. "But don't worry. I'll hire a new foreman by the time you have your wedding. Someone really respectable." The women turned and stared at her, mouths slightly gaping, which meant the Colemans wouldn't be booking. Kate smiled awkwardly anyway. "So, just let me know." "We will." To Mrs. Coleman's credit, she almost didn't sound horrified. "Come, Cassie." She grabbed her daughter's arm and pulled her off the patio. The two nearly raced to their Beamer. By that time, most of the officers were heading to their squad cars, so the women sat in their BMW and waited for them to leave first. Mrs. Coleman talked excitedly on her phone, her eyes wide and scandalized. Cassie had her phone out too, recording the police cars. This was definitely not what Kate had in mind when she asked for publicity. Finally, most of the squad cars and the women left. Officer Kahale strode over to the patio to speak with Kate. He told her the police needed to search Gary's house, then gave her an update on the case. Jake had turned state's evidence on Gary and named him as the ringleader behind the thefts. The police had also found Gary's prints on the trailer. They were able to match them because Gary not only had a DUI, but also a felony charge 5 years ago for stealing and selling a tractor. None of it was really a surprise, just horribly bad news. Gary had no reason to restock her cattle now, and maybe his promises had been nothing but smoke anyway. She wanted to believe him, in the hope that she wouldn't lose the ranch. A prospect that seemed slimmer every moment. After Officer Kahale left, Kate took out her phone and with shaking hands called her parents. To her own ears, she sounded surprisingly calm relaying the news. She wasn't calm, though. She was numb. Her father said, "I'll talk to Gary's lawyer. Maybe he can beat a conviction." That's what her family had come to. Her parents were rooting for the man they knew had stolen their cattle, so the insurance company would cover their losses. Her mother said, "I'll call the insurance agent first thing in the morning. It can't be legal for them to refuse to pay the claim." "We haven't lost yet," her father said. "We." Kate didn't bother to correct him. She was having a hard time believing that it mattered. She thanked them for their help and hung up. The arrest made the evening news. She knew this because Mrs. Pieroni, the pastor's wife, called Kate to ask if she was all right. Mrs. Pieroni had always been one of the friendlier people at church, someone who at least smiled and said a brief hello before she turned her attention to the other members of the congregation. Still, Kate didn't admit the dire straits she was in. She didn't want to be the subject of hushed gossip, or worse, rejoicing. As it was, Kate didn't think she'd be able to attend church on Sunday and face everyone. People would ask her questions, like why she'd hired a known felon. She thanked Mrs. Pieroni for calling, insisted she was fine, and mumbled something about soldiering on. Landon texted, "Are you all right?" She hoped he was asking because he cared about her, and not because he was checking his chances of inheriting. She texted back, "I guess time will tell. 2 more months, to be specific. If she wasn't out of the red by then, the ranch would automatically go to Landon." She'd have to hire a new foreman soon, especially since it was the beginning of March. Calving season was about to start. No one would take the job with the condition of half salary now and perhaps a bonus later. Not when her chances of keeping the ranch were so slim. She couldn't admit to herself that her chances were 0. Not yet. Not when she hadn't even heard from the insurance company. They might reimburse her. Everything might turn out okay. She'd said she would soldier on. And that's what she had to do. Chapter 29. The next afternoon, as Kate was mucking the stables, a large cattle truck pulled up. She leaned her pitchfork against the barn, took off her gloves, and began to hope. Apparently, Gary really had found some cattle for her. Maybe he had some convictions that weren't of the illegal sort. Maybe, but she wasn't going to rejoice too soon. The question now was, had he paid for the animals before his incarceration, or would she be stuck with a bill she couldn't afford? The truck parked in front of the barn, and a couple of men climbed from the cab. The driver was a middle-aged man in a Metallica t-shirt. The other man had a bushy, unkempt beard and more than his share of tattoos. A cigarette dangled from his mouth. The driver glanced at his clipboard. "I'm looking for Gary Wilson." Turns out, so were the police. Kate wiped bits of straw off her arm. "You got here a day too late." "Are you delivering cattle?" he ordered. "Yep." The driver took a pen from the clipboard, unfazed by the news of Gary's incarceration. "You Kate Benton?" "Yes." The moos coming from inside the truck were definitely calves, not cows. But every animal helped her count. The driver handed her the clipboard and pen. "You'll need to sign here." "Did Gary already pay for them?" "I'm just delivering them," the man said. "But I don't reckon they would have sent them if he hadn't." Kate still didn't sign. That's a really important detail. The man sighed, took the clipboard back, and scanned the paperwork. He pointed to a place that read balance. A 0 sat next to it. "Says you don't owe nothing." "Good." Kate signed the form. At least Gary had done something to rebuild her stock. All was not lost. The younger man ground out his cigarette, went to the back of the truck, and pulled out a ramp to offload the animals. The driver took a manila envelope from the back of the clipboard. "These are their records. You want the calves in your barn?" "Yes, it's open. Use the stalls at the front." Those were empty. He went to unload the cattle. She slowly followed him, pulling the records out. That was when dread first hit her. The first record had almost no information, just breed, sex, and... That date couldn't be right. The animal was born 3 days ago. She flipped to the next page. It held information on 2 calves, each only days old. Bottle calves. Calves that needed to be hand-fed for months. They were born on feedlots to mothers who were being fattened for slaughter, or were from dairy herds who didn't want calves taking their mother's milk. Kate had never considered buying such labor-intensive and death-prone babies. She rounded the side of the truck. The men pulled 2 bawling animals from the back. They were so small, they looked like black and white spotted dogs. A pair of Holsteins. What was she supposed to do with dairy cattle? "Wait," Kate said. "Gary wasn't supposed to buy bottle calves." The driver marched by her without any concern. "Take that up with him. We're just delivering what he ordered." She gripped the records tighter. "Have they had any vaccines? Were their mothers vaccinated?" The driver glanced over his shoulder. "I gave you their records." Then no, they hadn't. And the bull calves wouldn't be castrated either. Kate peered into the back of the truck. Dozens of bawling calves gaped fearfully at her. "How many are mine?" The noise from the calves was so loud, the driver didn't hear her. Or at least, he didn't answer. Certainly, Gary wouldn't have been foolish enough to order more than half a dozen. She flipped through the records. Each page contained at least 1 record, some 2 or 3. After she flipped through the first few pages, she stopped reading details and just counted the calves. With each page she turned, the ball of dread in her stomach spun and grew. 38, 39, 40, 40. The enormity of the number made it hard to breathe. What had Gary been thinking? He couldn't have assumed that buying this many bottle calves would somehow fulfill his debt. The ball of dread continued to spin. She didn't have room in the barn for 40 calves, but if she put them outside, they'd be vulnerable to coyotes, wolves, and mountain lions. She didn't have time to feed and check 40 calves multiple times a day. A large amount would get sick, and her vet bills would be huge. The men returned to the truck and hauled out the next unwilling creatures. 2 more Holsteins. "Look," Kate said, "is there a way to exchange these for older calves? I understand I wouldn't get nearly as many, but—"
"Nope."
The man cut her off.
"We can't take them back. Travel stresses them out too much. I guarantee a bunch of them will get diarrhea just from this trip."
Well, that was encouraging news. Kate trailed the men into the barn. "But I don't have the facilities to—" The men deposited the second set of calves into the stall with the first.
"They're probably hungry," the driver said. "You should mix up some milk replacements for them soon."
Her grandfather had kept some milk replacement around in case he had a calf who wouldn't nurse. But not a lot. She certainly didn't have 40 bottles. The men strode out of the barn, clomped up the ramp, and picked up 2 more calves. The creatures mooed in protest. "Who is your manager?" she asked. "I really need to talk to someone about this." The driver scoffed at her request.
"They came from the sale barn. The number is on the paperwork."
She flipped through the records again, this time looking more closely at the animal's information. She needed to know exactly what she had before she spoke to someone about it. The group consisted mostly of Holsteins and Jerseys, with some Hereford and Angus thrown into the mix. 24 bull calves and 16 heifers, none older than a week. While she searched for the sale barn's number, the younger man paused on his way to the truck.
"Won't do you no good to call. All sales are final. If you don't want them, your best bet is to feed them for a few months and sell them."
"I don't know how to take care of bottle calves," she protested. "They'll end up dying." The driver only shrugged.
"Lots do. That's why they're so cheap. Gary only paid about $100 a head. You won't be out much."
The cost wasn't the point. They were living creatures, babies who'd just lost their mothers. They deserved proper care. She was without help, and she didn't have the knowledge or the time to take care of them. As the driver passed by, he said,
"I'll put the rest in the barn and let you decide where you want them."
meaning he knew she didn't have enough stalls, but that wasn't his problem. Kate's phone rang. For a wild, optimistic moment, she hoped someone was calling to tell her Gary's order was a mistake. But no, her insurance agent's number lit her screen. Even then, hope didn't completely flee. Her parents might have convinced the insurance company that her claim had merit. She answered with much more cheer than she felt. "I wish I had good news for you," the agent said. "I spoke with your folks this morning and wish I could help. Unfortunately, after reviewing your case, our adjusters have denied the claim." Her head went light, and she had to lean against the barn door. She'd expected this news, so it shouldn't have been so painful to hear. Somehow, it still was. That one sentence was the negation of every hour she'd worked here, every callus she'd formed, every morning she'd dragged herself out of bed at the crack of dawn. This moment felt like proof that she wasn't good enough, that she was a failure. The agent said more, but she hardly heard it. None of it mattered. At some point, he stopped talking, said he was sorry, and hung up. She stood there holding the phone, numbly staring at the men as they loaded more calves into the barn. She didn't want to talk to them anymore. Her throat felt tight, and she was afraid she would cry. Finally, she revived enough to go search for the milk replacer. She sorted through things in the storage room. She found 6 bottles, 4 buckets, an electric stirring stick, and several Ziploc bags full of powder that her grandfather had labeled calves' milk. No instructions, no expiration date. One of the men yelled, "That's all of them." The barn door clanged shut. Soon after, the truck engine started, and the hum of wheels announced the truck's departure. She hauled the supplies out of the storage room and set them by the sink. Calves wandered around the barn, bawling. The driver's prediction about the animals having diarrhea had already proven true. She couldn't tell which one had been sick because several had trekked through the mess. Panic was growing in her chest, pushing its way through her. This was too much. She couldn't do it. She was going to hyperventilate, which was a bad thing to do in a barn that smelled like diarrhea. Something brushed against her leg. A little spotted calf nibbled on the knee of her jeans. A black one licked her hand and tried to suck on her fingers. The poor babies. Regardless of everything else, she couldn't just stand around and let them suffer because her life was spiraling out of control. She checked internet videos to see where other ranchers kept their bottle calves. Most put them in individual pens or kept them on leashes inside the barn. She wasn't sure if the animals were separated to keep track of feedings or to keep disease from spreading. Or, she thought as she spied a calf trying to nurse on its neighbor, maybe they had behavioral problems when together. Kate tried to think logically about what to do first. The stalls needed straw for bedding, but she'd have to herd more of the calves together first. Otherwise, when she opened the barn door to bring in straw, some would escape. The rest of her chores would have to wait. She had to get more food in town, and buy a lot of rope. And also bottles, vaccines, and probably a bunch of other things she didn't know about yet. Her father would know. He'd taken care of calves. On the way to her truck, she called him. He didn't pick up. She left a rushed message, then considered calling Landon. But he'd already told her he wouldn't help with any cattle problems. It wouldn't be fair for her to ignore that dictate. She'd have to do this on her own. She sped all the way to the feed store. It carried milk bars, which were large plastic tubs sectioned into 6 parts, each with its own drinking nozzle. Although, maybe they were just for feeding calves once they'd passed quarantine and weren't going to pass any illness to their neighbors. When Kate asked the sales clerk if milk bars could be used on bottle calves straight from the sales barn, the clerk hemmed and hawed and told her she should use her best judgment. So, was that a yes, a no, or an "I'm not going to help you because you're the golf course lady"? She stared at the milk bars for several minutes and then bought 2. Apparently, her best judgment could be swayed by packaging that promised easier filling and cleaning. She also bought nearly every bottle the store had. She would return what she didn't use. Milk replacer came in several different types with varying protein content. The bags cost around $60, and hurried math told Kate she would go through 2 a day. This was going to be so expensive. She piled a variety of bags into her cart, enough to last her a couple of weeks. $2,000. Gone. In line, Kate read the directions for the milk replacer. It said calves should be fed approximately 10% of their birth body weight daily. Was she supposed to weigh them every day? It also said she needed to watch for bloating because it could kill calves quickly. Then there were the vaccines to figure out. She'd watched Dwayne give them to the cattle in the chute, but that didn't mean she could do it. The calves were so little and skinny. If the needle went too deep or not deep enough, it might affect the vaccine's potency. Paying a vet to come to Coyote Glen to administer them went at an extra expense, and she had to watch her costs.
Plus, Angelina would treat her like she was stupid for taking on 40 bottle calves when she had a ranch to run, no help, and calving season was on the horizon. Should Kate even bother explaining that Gary, her soon-to-be convict foreman, had ordered them without telling her? The entire town would no doubt talk about her for years to come. The girl who thought she could waltz in and run a ranch. Kate paid for her things, loaded them into the back of her truck, and drove to the vet's to pick up antibiotics, electrolytes, and vaccines. She couldn't bring herself to ask for help giving them. She'd figure it out. Hopefully. As she drove toward Coyote Glen, guilt pushed into her. Her pride shouldn't matter as much as the calves' lives. She was already in debt. What did another vet bill matter? Once she got back to the ranch, she should call Angelina and ask her to send someone out. No one would arrive for a while, which was just as well because she had to find space for the calves, put down straw, feed them, and clean up the mess they were making in the barn right now. And after that, she'd have all her regular evening chores to do. And Gary's, too. Kate gripped the steering wheel and wondered what it felt like to have a nervous breakdown. Her breaths were coming too fast, and her insides were thrumming. This was too overwhelming. Taking care of the calves wasn't a job that ended today. It would be every day for months, and she could barely manage the livestock she had. If she tried to take on 40 babies, too, she'd fail miserably and they'd all die. The only sound in the truck was the noise of the road passing beneath her wheels, but somehow she heard the discordant chorus of the frightened calves mooing in the barn. The memory of their large brown eyes staring at her would be stuck in her mind for a long time. It would be the defining image of her failure as a rancher. She was going to lose everything. She needed help. So badly. Her phone rang, and her father's number came up on the screen. Finally, as she went to answer, she hesitated. Her father was 1,600 miles away and hadn't taken care of cattle in 25 years. He'd also given her some less than stellar counsel when it came to running Coyote Glen. Landon, on the other hand, lived next door, had run cattle his whole life, and might possibly still love her. She didn't need to answer the phone to know her parents would tell her not to trust Landon. But then again, her grandfather had trusted Landon. Maybe it was time she started listening to him. She declined her father's call with a message that she'd call back later. Landon had told her he wouldn't help her with her cattle. It seemed so presumptuous to ask him anyway, and yet, instead of continuing down the highway past the Wyle away, at the turnoff, she pulled into their drive. Landon might not help her with the calves, but he'd at least give her some advice. And right now, she wanted to see him. Needed it somehow. She texted him, "I'm at the gate. I have to talk to you."
A moment later, the gate swung open. Her phone buzzed with a text from him. "I'm in the barn." Her mind and heart were too jumbled to think how to put her request. Words spun away from her like dry leaves in a wind. All she wanted to say was, "Everything is horrible, and I can't do it anymore." His truck sat in front of the barn, white and sturdy, with dirt rimming the bottom. She parked next to it and went to find Landon. Before she reached the door, he came out. When he caught sight of her, his eyes grew concerned. "What's wrong?" And still, her words tumbled uselessly in her mind, unable to string themselves into sentences. She didn't know where to start. So many things were wrong. He stepped closer. "What's happened? Who's injured?" "I am," she wanted to say. All of the work she'd put into the ranch, the time, the love, it seemed to be laid out bare in front of her like an open wound. "I've got 40 bottle calves, and I don't know how to take care of them. I know you said you wouldn't help with my cattle, but this isn't about inheriting the ranch anymore. This is about a lot of calves dying if I don't get help." "Wait." Landon cocked his head. "Why do you have so many bottle calves?" Kate told him, in a semi-coherent manner, how she'd threatened to turn Gary over to the police unless he retrieved her cattle or bought more. "A truck delivered them a couple of hours ago. I figured they were older calves, weaned ones.
I was so focused on making sure I wasn't being charged. I didn't look at them before I signed.
Landon listened to the story with only a flex of his jaw muscle to show he was angry. Most likely because she'd come to him with cattle problems despite knowing it put him in a bad position. Instead of mentioning that, he said, "I bet Gary still found a way to pass the charge on to you. A zero balance just means you didn't have to pay anything on delivery. Check your credit cards and any other accounts Gary had access to." And the day just kept getting worse. Landon was right. She might end up with a $4,000 bill. He still hadn't said whether he'd help her. Maybe he hadn't decided. "I've already lost the ranch," she said. "I realize that. But I don't want these calves to die. They're so young and vulnerable." Tears sprang to her eyes, and it was all she could do to hold them back. "Can you please help me?" Without a word, he pulled her into his arms and held her as though he could give her some of his strength that way. She hadn't realized she was shaking until she felt his chest, strong and unmovable, against her own trembling one. "Don't worry," he said. "It's going to be okay." Did that mean he would help her? Or was he just telling her she shouldn't be upset if most of the calves died? That had been the driver's attitude. Losing a bunch of bottle calves wasn't an excessive business expense. This wasn't about the money, though. "They're so frightened," she said. "I know." Landon's voice was slow and soothing. He kept his arms around her. "Take some deep breaths. They don't have anyone else." "I know." "They need you." She wasn't talking about the calves anymore. "I know." He murmured the words into her hair. Maybe he realized she wasn't referring to the calves. She stopped herself before adding, "They miss you." She lifted her head to see his expression. "Will you help me? I have vaccines and antibiotics in the truck, but I've never given them before. I don't even know where to put all the calves, or how much to feed them." Landon placed his hands on her shoulders. "Move your horses into a pasture, and use their stalls until we work something out. I'll come over to help you get the calves sorted, fed, and vaccinated." Relief swept through Kate. She wouldn't have to do everything alone. "Thank you." He dropped his hands from her shoulders. "You'll need to hire a replacement for Gary as soon as possible. Do you want some leads, or are you relying on your dad to come up with someone again?" Landon's tone made it clear he thought the latter was a mistake. She lowered her eyes. He let out a cough of disbelief. "You're still going to trust your dad's judgment over mine?" "No." She met his eyes but found she couldn't hold the gaze. Admitting the truth was too humiliating. "I don't have the funds to hire a new foreman." Landon didn't speak for a moment. "It's that bad?" She wasn't sure if his surprise was a compliment or an indictment. He was either surprised because he'd thought she was more than capable of running a ranch successfully, or he was surprised that she'd run through Coyote Glen's assets so quickly. By way of explanation, she added, "The insurance won't pay for my missing cattle because an employee stole them." She attempted a shrug. "I told you I probably already lost the ranch. I've been in the red for a month." Her eyes flicked to his. She was afraid his expression would be triumphant. Instead, his eyes were soft. "I thought you were exaggerating." She shook her head. Pushing words through the lump in her throat was too hard. "You might find a way to get out of debt before the 3-month period ends, and September is nearly 6 months away. You shouldn't count yourself out yet. Your grandfather's will didn't specify how old the cattle on the ranch had to be, just the number. You've got 40 more now." It seemed ridiculous that Landon, a man who wanted to inherit the ranch, was giving her a pep talk. Even if she managed to have enough cattle, she'd need a miracle to put Coyote Glen in the black in time to meet the will's provisions. The milk replacer would cost over $7,000. She hadn't even researched what the calves' feed would run. "You've got to hire some sort of help for calving season," Landon said. "Otherwise you'll run yourself ragged." "I guess I'd better get used to ragged then. I might be able to come up with the money to feed the bottle calves, but not if I hire help." Landon let out a sound that was half sigh, half outright pity. "I'm sorry." She didn't want pity, not even from him. Or maybe, especially not from him. She forced a smile she didn't feel. "Just help me get the calves situated and teach me how to take care of them. I'll worry about the ranch's bottom line later. Right now, I need to take care of the cattle." That's what her grandfather would expect her to do. Work until she fixed the problem. Landon nodded, and even that motion seemed to be filled with sympathy. "I've got a milk bar you can use. Let me get it for you." While he went into his barn to fetch it, Kate regarded the Wyle away's fields and barn. Things were so calm and orderly here, so peaceful. Must be nice to have brothers helping you. Nice to always have someone to count on. Landon returned a few minutes later and put the tub in the back of her truck. "I'll drive over in about an hour. Sooner, if I can get things tied up here. Leave the gate open for me." "I will." That was an easy request, because she hadn't remembered to take it off automatic after the Coleman's visit. "I really appreciate this." She wanted to hug Landon goodbye, but suddenly felt shy. She wasn't sure whether he was coming to her aid because he felt sorry for her, or whether his help was a sign of his feelings for her. He did have feelings for her, didn't he? The flirting at church meant something. She started to ask, and then decided against it. If the news was bad, well, her heart couldn't take more disappointment today. "I'll see you soon," she said, and left. Chapter 30. The calves had made a stinking mess of the barn. In the time Kate had been away, all 40 seemed to have relieved themselves on the floor. She pushed, pulled, herded, and dragged them into stalls. 4 lay listlessly on the floor. She put down straw along the wall by the storage room and tied them there so Landon could look at them when he came. Then she cleaned up the mess and rinsed out bottles. By that time, Landon arrived. She'd never seen anyone look as handsome, self-assured, and amazingly competent. Competency was hot. Competency was the new rich. If she wasn't too exhausted at the end of all these chores, she was totally going to throw herself at him. With Landon helping her, the process of feeding the calves went a lot faster. He hung up bottles and guided bawling animals to nipples with a practiced hand. Sometimes the calves had to be redirected several times in order to understand that the bottle was a food source. But when they started drinking, they wagged their tails like happy puppies. The sight was precious. He gave the first shots to show her how it was done, then held the animals still and made her do the rest. After the first few, she was so fast that the calves didn't even cry out from the prick of pain. She and Landon went back to the calves who hadn't eaten to see if they would give their bottles a second shot. They still refused to drink. He checked their noses for dehydration and their ears for a sign of temperature. "They're not too bad right now, and hopefully the antibiotics will help, but a calf can go downhill fast. They might need to be tube-fed or given some intravenous fluids." He paused and glanced at her. "Don't try that by yourself." Like sticking a tube down a calf's throat was an option she would consider. "You know how to give calves IVs?" "After you've been ranching for a few years, you do a lot of your own vet work." Those words shouldn't have stung, but did. She wouldn't be ranching much longer. She petted one of the calves, running her fingers through its smooth black coat. The animal hardly seemed to notice her touch.
You'll pull through, she murmured. Everything will be all right.
She stopped herself and stood up. This is a new feeling. I'm lying to cows. You're not lying. You're being optimistic. The barn door opened, and a female voice called, "Hello?" Kate turned to see Pastor Pieroni and his wife Brenda stepping inside. Kate inwardly sighed. She'd never had a social call while she'd been at Coyote Glen, and this seemed like the worst possible day for her first one. The barn smelled of antiseptic and diarrhea. The calves were raising a racket, sadly mooing for their mothers. Kate didn't have time for pleasantries. She still had questions for Landon, and despite his insistence that she'd be fine with the calves, just the thought of him leaving made her want to whimper. Kate smiled at the pastor anyway. "Hello. What brings you here?" Instead of answering, he called over his shoulder, "Come in, girls. She's in here." Great. Children were involved in this visit. 2 preteen girls slipped through the door and took their place beside their mother. They wore jeans, pigtails, and cautious smiles. Kate strolled over. "I'd shake your hand, but I've just been checking calf tails for signs of scours, so I'd better pass. What can I do for you?" The pastor gave her a look of friendly concern, the sort of expression he used while delivering sermons. "We've wanted to drop by since we heard about your foreman to see how you're doing." Brenda's expression matched her husband's, gracious and worried. "I still can't believe that man stole from you. Your father's friend. It's so horrible. So low." The pastor and his wife were both waiting for Kate's response, but she couldn't just lay out the wreckage of her life during a social visit. "It's been very upsetting," she managed. She should say something else for politeness' sake, assure them that she would be all right, but the words weren't there. "And then, to stick you with so many calves." Brenda shook her head. "When Landon told us you needed people to take care of them, we came right away. The girls raised a calf last year and had a great time. We told them they could pick one for each of us." Kate blinked at her. What had Landon told them? Her eyes went to him for an explanation. He scratched the back of his neck, a gesture that was meant to look casual. "I forgot to tell you that I called a few folks about your predicament. I figured you wouldn't mind if people helped out. You'll still pay for the food, and people will just take care of the calves at their places until they're weaned." "We want to do it," the pastor insisted. "The calves will be a lot of fun for our girls." He placed his hand on his youngest daughter's shoulder. "Isn't that right?" Kate realized why Landon hadn't told her what he'd done until now. He'd worried she'd be too proud to accept help from anyone in the community, so he waited until 2 eager girls had shown up. Kate wasn't too proud to accept help, though. The family's offer was touching. A very pastory thing to do. The youngest girl craned her head around the barn. "Do you have any brown Swiss or Holstein?" Kate gestured to the stalls. "I've got lots of Holstein bull calves." The girl took her father's hand, nearly jumping up and down. "Can I pick mine now?" The pastor looked to Kate for that answer. "Of course," she said. "Take whichever ones you'd like." No doubt any calves they brought home would be spoiled. "I've got sacks of milk replacer in the back room." The pastor and his family moved past Kate and went to peer into the stalls. Kate nudged Landon. "That was a sweet thing to do. How many people did you call?" "Just a few." The barn door opened again. This time Mrs. Reynolds and Mrs. Bassencherry swept inside. Kate's mouth nearly dropped open. The woman who'd been rude to her in the feed store and the gossipy church lady had come. They were the last people Kate would expect to help her, and even as they traipsed toward her, she wondered if they were here for some other reason. "We heard what Gary Williams did to you," Mrs. Reynolds said as though all of them were old friends.
I always knew he was trouble. He graffitied the high school back when I worked there, and they let him off with a hand slap. If they'd given him a proper consequence back then, maybe he wouldn't have kept breaking the law."
She paused for Kate to comment. "I didn't know about the graffiti," Kate said, or the fact that Mrs. Reynolds had once been a teacher.
"Well, now he's done worse," Mrs. Bassencherry said. "I hope they give him a long sentence."
Mrs. Reynolds nodded, a motion that made her double chin jiggle.
"They ought to make him work off the money he stole. That would be justice."
And the day just got even more surreal. Kate found herself nodding in agreement with Mrs. Reynolds. Mrs. Reynolds tucked her purse under her arm and peered around the barn with an inspector's eye.
"I can take 6 calves. I brought my trailer."
"I really appreciate it." Kate gestured to the stalls. "Choose whichever ones you'd like, and I'll help you load them." As Mrs. Reynolds made her way to the first stall, Kate called, "Bags of milk replacer are in the storage room." Mrs. Reynolds paused and turned back.
"I don't use just anything off the shelf. I'm particular about nutrition. I'll buy my own and send you the bill."
Well, some things about this day were still normal. Without even checking the brands in the back, Mrs. Reynolds had assumed Kate had gotten the wrong kind. Mrs. Bassencherry laid her hand on Kate's arm to draw her attention.
"I'll take 3. The ones that are faring the worst. I don't like to brag, but I have a way with cattle. Scours, bloat, I've brought calves through it all. I'm not promising anything, mind you. Sometimes there's nothing that can be done. But at least with me, the calves'll have a chance."
Meaning they didn't have a chance here at all. Kate was too grateful to be offended. "The ones against the back wall have been listless." For the next few minutes, the barn was noisy with the sounds of people examining calves. Kate felt some of the stress of the day leave. She would be left with 26. It was still a huge number, a run-yourself-ragged number, but at least she knew that 13 of the calves would be in good hands. Mrs. Reynolds decided on 6 calves that had been in the same stall.
"Might as well keep 'em together," she pronounced. "They've already been sharing germs."
Landon carried a little black one out of the pen. "We'll load them for you." Kate went with him, guiding a mottled red one who seemed to be considering making a break for freedom. She had to keep one hand on him. The sun had set, and the last thing she wanted was for the calf to disappear on the ranch in the dark. When she got outside, she followed Landon to a nearby white trailer. Landon carried the black calf inside and came back for the red one. Kate was still in a bit of shock from these unexpected visitors, from this gesture of kindness, and her mind was stuck on that instead of paying attention to her surroundings. So it wasn't until she turned back toward the barn that she caught sight of the road leading to her property. 3 sets of headlights headed her way. 3. All of them had trailers. She stood staring at them stupidly like they were a vision that might disappear. "Wow. How many people did you ask?" Landon joined her. "Just a few." While they watched, another set of headlights turned onto the road behind the other 3. They made a trail of light coming toward her. Landon brushed his fingers against hers. "I told you, ranchers help each other. You just needed to give them a chance." Kate had kept tears at bay all day, but now they came. She broke down and cried in front of Mrs. Reynolds' trailer. Big, sobbing tears. She'd hoped Landon would help her, but hadn't even been sure of that. This parade of Good Samaritans was a gift she'd never expected and couldn't repay. Everyone was going to see her crying, and maybe that was okay. Maybe they should know that hers wasn't just polite gratitude. "Kitty," Landon said soothingly and gathered her into his arms. A comfortable place to be. She was getting used to it. "I told you everything would be all right." She finally felt that at least in some ways, it would be. 2 of the trucks belonged to people in the church congregation. The other 2 were men who'd been her grandfather's friends. All of them asked her, since they were already here, if she had any eggs for sale. She gave them away, practically emptying her fridge. As the last of her visitors were leaving with their animals, Jackson pulled into the ranch with a trailer. He and Preston sauntered into the barn, dusty from their day's work. By then, only 8 of the calves remained. Jackson surveyed the group. "So we're loading the rest up?" "You want to take 8?" Kate asked. No one else had taken more than 6. "I can't burden you with that many. You're all busy." "No trouble," Jackson said. Preston strode over to the closest stall and picked up a black calf. "You don't need to take all 8, Kate insisted. "They're my responsibility. I ought to at least take care of some of them." She couldn't ask people to do work for her that she herself wasn't doing. "You've got the rest of the ranch to run," Jackson said, but he looked at Landon for direction. "Leave a couple," Landon told him. "You know how Kitty likes to mother cute furry things." Jackson nodded, and he, Preston, and Landon went about putting the rest in their trailer. Kate carried a bag of milk replacer to their truck and returned the milk bar. They'd be needing that next feeding. She was afraid Landon would get in his truck and leave with his brothers. Instead, he strolled back toward the barn with her. That was good news. He was staying longer than kindness required. He joined her at the barn sink and washed his hands. She needed to clean the horse stalls so she could bring them back in, but she didn't want to do that right now. Not while Landon was here. "Can I interest you in some fresh air?" She wandered toward the door. Landon followed her. "Only if it comes with a sky full of stars." Kate stepped outside and waited for him near the door. "Thanks for all this. It's the nicest thing anyone has ever done for me." She wanted to reach out and take his hand in hers. She hesitated. Perhaps that was too forward. She didn't want to ruin the moment by making him uncomfortable. Landon looped his thumbs in his pockets. "I didn't do much. Everyone chipped in." "They came because you asked them to." "They came because they knew you ended up with a raw deal. They want to help." A couple of moths were determined to throw themselves at the light by the door and kept swooping near Kate's face. She moved a few feet away and leaned against the side of the building. Her shoulders ached, and she hadn't even been lifting much. The pain was from the tension of the day. "I'm surprised people are willing to help me. Aren't they worried that helping me might cost you the ranch?" Landon didn't speak for a moment. "I told them my family would make you another offer for Coyote Glen. I guess they figure you'll take it." "Oh." She went a little limp. Even he didn't believe his earlier pep talk about not counting herself out. Everyone was counting her out. The people who came tonight were really helping you by taking the calves. They knew they'd end up being yours. The warm feeling that had surrounded her the last hour dulled, disintegrated, and left her hollow. She'd been stupid for crying in gratitude in front of everybody. She'd even hugged them goodbye. None of their kindness had been for her. "Don't say that," Landon muttered. "They didn't come because 40 bottle calves will make a difference to my bottom line. They came because they respected the fact that you cared so much about those animals, you were going to exhaust yourself trying to take care of them. That makes you one of us." He let out a low sigh. "I just wish you could see that." What did it matter if she saw it? She was going to lose the ranch. Her chest felt as tight as violin strings. "When will you make your second offer?" The words came out with more bitterness than she'd intended. Any offer on his part was generous. He could just sit back and wait to inherit. He reluctantly pulled a folded check from his pocket. That fast. It seemed like an eviction notice. Well, I guess I should have let Jackson take the calves after all. Landon tapped the check against his palm. He looked as unhappy as she felt. I talked with my brothers about your situation before I came over. The offer isn't as much as our first, but we think your family should have some compensation. Cal would have wanted that. Kate swallowed and folded her arms. At this point, she'd be a fool to turn down even a low offer. But she didn't reach for the check, and he didn't hand it to her. He just kept grimly scowling and tapping it against his palm. You'll have enough to cover the startup costs of a design business. That's what you want, isn't it? She was glad she'd moved away from the light. She was afraid she'd start crying again. She wanted Landon, but she couldn't tell him that. He shoved the check back into his pocket. I don't think I can do this. Her gaze shot to his. He'd changed his mind about offering her even a low amount? There wasn't indecision in his eyes, only pain. Earlier, you said you couldn't win, but as I see it, I'm the one who can't win. If you don't inherit Coyote Glen, you'll leave. If you do inherit, you'll leave. I just want you to stick it out for the rest of the year in the selfish hope that you'll change your mind about us. His voice dropped and went low with whispered earnestness. I love you. If you don't believe anything else, will you believe me about that? He loved her. She did believe him, and those words changed everything, were everything. They were warmth and hope handed back to her. The tightness in her chest vanished, replaced by lightness. She didn't answer. She just flung herself into his arms with a sound that was half gasp, half sob. He wrapped his arms around her and leaned his head against hers. Kitty, don't leave. I know Arizona will never be as green as Washington, but... She didn't let him finish. She stood on her tiptoes and pressed her lips against his. He seemed quite willing to kiss her instead of finishing the conversation. His lips were eager, then insistent. His hand traveled the length of her back, and the heat of his fingertips left her breathless. She didn't want to ever let him go again. After a few minutes, his hand wound up at the end of her French braid. He slipped off the elastic and loosened the braid, strand by strand, all while dropping kisses on her mouth. Her hair came undone. So did she. The feel of his hands tangling in her hair sent shivers down her spine. His lips moved to her earlobe. You haven't said that you love me. Her lips had been busy until now. I love you, she whispered. I think I've loved you since the first day you came over to help me. She felt his mouth smile against the skin on her neck. You haven't said you'll stay. I'll stay. After all, leaving before September would be hasty. I might still inherit the ranch. His lips returned to the spot of skin underneath her ear. You know, there's another way you can get Coyote Glen. Forming coherent sentences was taking a lot of concentration. What would that be? You could marry me. Then we'd own the land jointly. Her heart beat faster. Are you suggesting I marry you just so I'll still have the land? Well, there would be other perks, too. He kissed her again, long and deeply, in case she wasn't clear about what those perks were. When he lifted his head, she lazily opened her eyes. I can definitely see the benefits. He threaded his hands around her waist and pulled her closer. You ain't seen nothing yet. He lowered his head, but she didn't let him kiss her this time. So is this an actual proposal or a theoretical exercise? She was fully prepared to call him out for leading her on with more talk of marriage and pigeon sanctuaries. Wasn't I clear about that? Okay, let's do this properly. He stepped away from her, took her hand, and peered around. I'd always planned on proposing in a more romantic location. Sunset on a mountain ridge somewhere. He scanned the ground. Or at least someplace I wouldn't accidentally kneel in manure. Her eyes widened. Wait, are you actually proposing? He squeezed her hand. Well, I've got to do it before the next German tourist in fake leather cowboy boots comes through town. Don't want to take a chance of losing you. Kate wasn't sure how to respond. Landon was teasing, and yet he wasn't. The thought of herself as his wife, of being with him in real life and not just in those Sunday fantasies when she was ignoring sermons, it left her a little speechless. Perhaps Landon misread her shock for reluctance. His teasing expression faded. I know this is fast, but I've already waited for you longer than I want. I understand, though, if you need more time. She didn't. In the time it took him to speak, she'd already thought it through. Making any big decision was a risk. But this was one risk she wanted to take. She knew what sort of man Landon was. She loved him, and she wanted to share her life with him. And besides, he made a compelling case for the perks of marriage. Really compelling. Still holding his hand, she pulled him away from the barn. My grandmother's gazebo. What? It's the perfect place to propose. He grinned and strolled beside her toward her house. I'm guessing you'll want to get married at Coyote Glen. You've been promoting it as a wedding venue. I can't let all those decorations go to waste. You've already got the dress. We could do it next weekend. He apparently hadn't been kidding when he said he didn't want to wait. A reception takes time to plan, she pointed out. We'll have to see when the pastor can officiate, order invitations, send them out, hire a photographer and a caterer, choose colors, flowers, centerpieces, and bridesmaids' dresses, find places for out-of-town guests to stay, and make your brothers wear tuxedos. It will take at least a few months. She bit her lip. And I'll also have to break the news to my parents. Landon walked for a few moments in silence. They'll try to talk you out of marrying me. He was right about that. Despite all indications to the contrary, they would think Landon wanted to marry her so that if she inherited the land, he could coerce her not to sell. They would also worry she was rushing into things. They didn't know Landon like she did. They'll come around, eventually. By her 10th anniversary, at least. Although certainly not soon enough to save Kate the drama of their disapproval. All the wedding preparations would be tinged with it, and that would pretty much suck the joy out of the process. Would they fly out immediately to try and change her mind, or just call her incessantly? Her mother would probably cry. A lot of fights would ensue. Both her parents would look stricken in the wedding photos. Hopefully they wouldn't say anything insinuating during the toast. The day was bound to be an exercise in patience, and Kate really didn't want it to be that way. Kate and Landon reached the backyard. While they walked by the side of the house, Kate flipped on the strings of lights that ran across the lawn to the gazebo. Instant ambiance. The place dripped with romance. Landon led her up the steps and paused in the middle. Holding her hand, he got down on one knee. Kitty, marry me, and I promise to not only love, honor, and cherish you, I promise not to kill all the pigeons that find their way into our barns. Think of them as you answer. Only he could make her swoon and laugh at the same time. Yes. Almost without a pause, she added, and we should elope. And keep it a secret. Or wait until after you inherit Coyote Glen to let people know we're even a couple. That way my parents won't think you have ulterior motives for proposing. Landon stood, his fingers still intertwined with hers. In that case, I vote to elope and keep it secret. Okay, Not waiting had definite advantages, and most of them involved spending time in Landon's embrace. After the will is taken care of, I'll say I want to stay in Arizona and do some interior design here. We'll sit at church together and mention that we've started dating. A few months later, we'll announce an engagement. Then we'll have an official wedding ceremony where we invite our friends and family. The wedding will be much better that way because no one will be gnashing their teeth in family photos. At least, not either of us. You want to live in separate houses until then? Landon clearly didn't. Kate ran her thumb across his hand. You can come over every day. You've got a vested interest in seeing to this ranch. He nodded. I'm not going to bring up any problems I see with that plan because I don't want to wait. What problems? There aren't any. We'll just hope no one ever asks to see the date on our wedding certificate. And my brothers will have to wonder why I'm over at your house late every night. Vested interest, she repeated. You're very diligent about that. He looked across the yard, already making plans. Let's drive to Marana, so we don't have to worry about being recognized at the Bisbee courthouse. I'll hire some men to handle your ranch while we're gone. She hesitated, suddenly second-guessing the entire idea. Is eloping too impulsive? You were the one who said I shouldn't marry anyone without a long engagement period. Turns out I was completely wrong about that. She didn't respond, because he began dropping kisses on her lips again. With each kiss, the idea of eloping seemed more and more reasonable.
Chapter 31. You are a horrible liar, Jackson said, his hands on his hips. What are you talking about? Landon didn't meet his brother's gaze. He'd come into the den to go through the filing cabinet for his Social Security card, and Jackson had followed him. Jackson looked him over. You just showered, shaved, and doused yourself with aftershave. You expect me to believe you're about to run some mysterious half-a-day errands when we both know you only wear aftershave to see Kitty? Landon flipped through the file of family records. It's not a crime to wear aftershave. You put your suit in your truck. One of my errands is dropping it off at the dry cleaners. Jackson wagged a finger at him. See, if you'd admitted right off that you and Kitty were going somewhere, I wouldn't have been suspicious. But the fact that you went with vague, lengthy errands means you're hiding whatever you're doing. The problem was that Landon didn't like lying. It rubbed him the wrong way, so he tried for ambiguous omission when he told Jackson he'd be gone for the rest of the day. I don't have to report everything I do to my brothers. Landon found his Social Security card and plucked it from the folder. I'm allowed to have a private life. Jackson straightened. Your Social Security card? Why would you need that sort of ID for a date with Kitty? Landon should have waited until Jackson had left the room to go through the file. One of my errands is getting my passport renewed. In a suit? Right. Besides, you and I got passports at the same time, which means yours doesn't expire for another 3 years. Don't try to BS on this. I'm too good at lying not to be able to spot it. Jackson's gaze landed on the top of the desk where Landon had left their mother's black velvet jewel case. What's the emerald necklace doing? His eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. Wait, are you eloping? Landon held up his hands in a motion of surrender. He really couldn't keep up the lie anymore. Okay, you're right. Kitty and I are eloping. We aren't telling anyone because we don't want her parents to find out. After I inherit Coyote Glen, we'll let them know we're dating, then eventually announce our engagement and have a regular wedding ceremony. That way they'll know my motives are sincere, and they won't freak out. Or at least they won't freak out as much. Jackson nodded. It's sort of convoluted, but okay. After I inherit, I think we should still give Kitty's parents a modest payment as compensation for the land. You know, just to be fair. And to buy their approval. Exactly. Glad you understand. Landon slipped his Social Security card into his wallet. I'll need you to keep this all a secret. Jackson tilted his head back to call down the hallway. Preston, Audrey, get your shoes on. We're going to see Lennon and Kitty get married. He turned back to Landon with mock innocence. What? I never claimed to be good at keeping secrets, just at lying. Besides, you need witnesses. Might as well be us. He pulled out his phone. I better get Dylan out of work. He's not gonna want to miss this. Landon blinked at him. You expect Audrey to be able to keep this to herself? Yes, because when the two of you were dating, she never told anyone about it. And after your breakup, we had a long talk about her not saying anything relating to you and Kitty. You don't know how bad she felt about that. Now she'll finally stop worrying you'll die alone. Audrey was worried about that? Well, maybe that was just the rest of us. Jackson tapped his finger against his phone screen. Too bad there isn't time to fly Ethan in. Yeah, Landon had always expected his older brother to be at his wedding. And now that the rest of the family was coming, he felt a pang that Ethan would be missing. But then missing had been Ethan's new normal since he'd moved out. He would come home for the formal ceremony. That would have to do. Jack stared down the hallway, calling to his daughter. You can't wear your evil villainous gown to a wedding. Go put on a regular dress. Well, the elopement was already not going as planned. Kitty probably wouldn't be too upset. She realized what sort of family she was marrying into. Pushy, bossy, and sometimes villainous, but always loyal.
Chapter 32. Kate expected a wave of nerves to hit her on the drive to the courthouse. It didn't happen. Instead, she and Landon discussed the details of their life together, and she felt a soaring sense of happiness and relief. Landon loved her. She had absolute proof of that now. If he'd just been after Coyote Glen, he would have dumped her once it became clear she wouldn't inherit the ranch. But instead, he was marrying her. Staying with him in Arizona seemed like such a lovely future. They'd already decided that after the will was settled, they would combine the ranches, and since she no longer had to worry about keeping Coyote Glen in the black, she could hire help immediately instead of trying to do everything on her own. Her parents couldn't even be mad at her for losing the ranch. They'd been the ones who'd doomed her efforts when they'd employed Gary. Once we combine the ranches, Landon said, you can help out when you want, but you should think about starting your own design business. It was so nice to be able to consider those sorts of things. She had options. All the pressure of the last few months disappeared, evaporated like water in the desert. Perhaps she could partner with someone in Tucson and do design work online. Or perhaps she could carve out a boutique business in Bisbee. She discussed those ideas with Landon, but kept another to herself. Maybe she would just concentrate on renovating Coyote Glen and the While Away. One of the guest rooms would make a lovely nursery. As Landon pulled up to the courthouse, he said, I have something to confess. He paused, clearly reluctant to get on with his confession. Turns out, I'm a bad liar. That doesn't sound like a particularly bad thing. Kate would have been more shocked to find out he was a good liar. He parked the truck and explained that Jackson had figured out they were eloping and had insisted on bringing the rest of the family. Sorry it won't be a secret. Landon slid the keys into his pocket. I waited until now to tell you so you'd be less likely to call off the wedding. He gestured to her hair. You can't waste a fancy updo. Of course, Landon would want his brothers to be witnesses. She should have realized that before and suggested it. I think it's nice that they'll be here, and it'll be easier not to have to hide our relationship from them. You can move into the While Away right away, or I can move into Coyote Glen. A definite bonus. She grabbed their clothes from the back seat and handed Landon his suit. When we hold the official wedding ceremony, your family will have to pretend it's the only wedding they've seen. Shouldn't be a problem. They're all better liars than I am. Well, except for Audrey. But if she slips up, people probably won't believe her. She also claims to have spotted the Easter Bunny. Landon got out of the truck and came around to help Kate out. Instead of walking toward the courthouse, he held her hand, keeping her by the truck. "What?" she asked. "I need to practice kissing the bride. I've got to make sure I get it right." In her opinion, he was the sort of kisser who didn't need improvement, but she didn't protest. Practice was never a bad thing. Finally, he lifted his head. "Ready to take my name?" She nodded solemnly. "I've been doodling Mrs. Wyle on my notebook paper. I think I have it down." "Good. Ready to take on a few new brothers and a niece? Fair warning, children can be intrusive, tactless, and whiny. And that's just Preston, not Audrey." Kate nodded again. "We'll get along somehow." "Ready to..." She stopped his next question with a kiss. "Yes." Jax's truck revved into a spot near them. Preston's window was down, and he was half hanging out. "Are you two gonna get hitched or just stand there making out in the parking lot?" Landon took Kate's hand. "Welcome to your new life." "I'm ready," she said, and walked beside Landon to the courthouse. Epilogue, May. Kate had just finished lunch with Landon when she got the warning email from the lawyer. Coyote Glen had been in the red for 2.5 months. If the debts weren't resolved in 2 weeks, Landon would inherit the ranch. She sighed and read the email to Landon. He just shrugged. We knew it would happen. They had, after all, been doing the books together. Calving season had come with its own expenses, and even though the other ranchers came to Coyote Glen to help Kate at no charge with branding and castrating the calves, she still had been in the red. "Yes, but now my parents will expect me to move home. They'll start bothering me about it. Tell them you fell in love with the desert. Can't be helped. They know I love trees and flowers. They'll be suspicious." Landon stood up from the table and took hold of her hand. "You look stressed. You need a shoulder massage." She let him lead her to the couch in the family room without protest. He was right about being tense, and she was never one to turn down a massage. She sat in front of him, and his hands went over her shoulders, kneading her muscles. She hadn't realized they were so tight until they started to relax. "Everything will turn out fine," he said. Her head lolled to the side, leaning into his hands. "You're good at this. I'm good at many things." "True. Very true." His thumbs pressed into her shoulders, tracing her muscles, loosening them. Such strong hands. She might have to ask for this treatment on a daily basis. She was wearing one of his old button-down shirts over a halter top, open and tied in the front. He pushed away the collar and kissed the base of her neck. Once. Twice. Longer. "I thought you were giving me a shoulder massage," she said. He stopped kissing her long enough to say, "I am. I never said how I was going to massage your shoulders." Perks of marriage." Her phone rang. "Ignore that," he said. "I can't. It's my dad's ringtone." He must have read the email, too. Better get this over with now. Landon sighed and leaned away from her, but kept his arms wrapped around her. She answered the phone, trying to switch gears from kissing my husband mode to speaking with my parents mode. No easy task. It required a couple of deep breaths. "Did you see the lawyer's notice?" her father asked. He was on speakerphone, which meant her mother was nearby. "Yes," Kate said. "I just read it." "We can't let this happen," her mother said. "There must be something else you can sell to pay off the ranch's debts." She'd already sold off everything she could, and the bills kept piling up. Landon had been right about Gary. He'd charged the bottle calves to Coyote Glen's account at the sale barn. A dip in beef prices had made her financial matters even worse. She'd sold most of the horses and chickens. Landon had bought Marigold and Daisy from her. That way she could still ride Marigold when she was at the While Away. Her grandfather's will had set limitations as to how many cattle she had to keep during the year in order not to forfeit the land, and she'd already reached it. "There's nothing left to sell," she told her parents. "At least, not anything that would make a difference in the outcome. I'm sorry. I know this isn't how you wanted things to turn out." Kate must have tensed. Landon went back to massaging her shoulders. Her mother sniffed. "So this is it then? We're going to lose the ranch." Yep, the inevitable was happening. Kate shut her eyes, feeling her muscles warm under Landon's touch. He could have made a living as a masseur. Landon's offer to buy the ranch still stands. I suggest we take it. Her father grumbled. It's nearly half what his first offer was. And yet, still better than nothing, Kate pointed out. She held the phone a little away from her ear so Landon could hear her father's response. After a pause, her father said, "Do you think you can get him to sign a contract before the 2 weeks are up? If he knows you're about to lose the ranch, he'll probably rescind the offer." Landon leaned close to her ear and murmured, "I bet you could convince me to sign. Wear something persuasive tonight." Honestly, how did he expect her to concentrate on the phone call when he said things like that? "I'm sure we can work something out." Landon's hands were moving down her back, pressing into her skin through the fabric of her shirt. "I don't think he'd rescind, even if he knew our financial situation. Landon has told me all along that he thinks our family should receive some compensation for the land." She was always trying to put in a good word for him. That way her parents wouldn't be quite as disapproving later on when she told them the two were dating. Landon's lips grazed her earlobe. "I might rescind. You'll have to be really persuasive." "Talk to him, today," her mother said, "and let us know how it goes." Well, Kate would be skipping over most of the details of that negotiation. "Will do," she said, and pressed the phone to her ear again. Her mother said, "You don't sound as upset about this as I expected." There was a hint of suspicion, or at least surprise in the words. "That's because I've seen this coming," Kate said. "I pretty much knew it would happen after the police hauled Gary away." She tried and failed to keep the accusation from her voice. She'd already yelled at them for Gary enough. "I gave the ranch my best shot anyway, because I didn't want you to say I'd thrown in the towel or quit trying. Seriously, Scarlett O'Hara didn't work as hard to save her family's land as I have." Landon whispered, "Didn't Scarlett marry Rhett for his money to save her land? Should I be worried about that comparison?" She waved for him to be quiet. This wasn't the time for literary analysis. "If you had trusted Landon and let him help me choose a new foreman, things would have turned out differently." Her father huffed. "Maybe. We don't know that." "I know it. And it's time you started trusting my judgment." She'd said too much. Didn't want to raise more suspicions. If they knew she and Landon were together, they'd always wonder if she'd really done her best to save the ranch. Still, Kate couldn't help adding, "He's been nothing but helpful since I came to Coyote Glen. Without him, all my bottle calves would have died." She'd told her parents about the incident after it happened, and they'd grudgingly admitted that he'd been magnanimous, which was small progress, but still progress. Landon's hands left her back and circled her waist to pull her closer. He whispered, You're beautiful when you're indignantly defending me. We know we were wrong to hire Gary, her father admitted. Let us know how things go with Landon so that we know when to buy your ticket home. Home. Funny how that word had changed. About that, Kate said, I've been looking into opportunities to work with design firms in Tucson. Some look promising. It wasn't a lie. She'd looked, and even though none would pay what she'd make in Seattle, they were promising because they were close to Landon. Don't bother with a ticket. I think I'm going to stay here for a while. In Arizona? Her mother asked. Why would you want to stay there? I've fallen in love with the desert. Kate's gaze cut to Landon. I know that's surprising, but the, landscape just takes you in with its rugged beauty and charm and warmth and... She stopped before adding, it gives great massages. I can't see myself anywhere else right now. For the next few minutes, her parents tried to get her to visualize living in Seattle again, but Kate didn't budge. You can live rent-free with us, her father pointed out. If you stay in Arizona, where will you live? I could find an apartment in Tucson. Or, she tried to make it sound like the idea had just occurred to her, since I'll be negotiating the sale of the ranch to Landon, maybe I'll throw in the proviso that he has to let me live at Coyote Glen rent-free for the next year. I bet he'd go for it. It's not like he needs the house for anything. Well, her father said, resigned. At least that would be some compensation for the bargain he's getting on the ranch. I don't know, her mother said. This is such a big decision. Leaving everything in Seattle, leaving your family, and starting again in Arizona. She had a family in Arizona now. A great family. Her parents would see that eventually. They'd love the Wiles as much as she did. It would just take a little time. Remember, you're going to start trusting my judgment, she reminded them. We do trust you, her mother said, but there was a sigh lingering in her voice. Don't worry, Kate said. I'll come back and visit when I can. She wouldn't take after her grandfather in that regard. If you're sure, her mother said, then we'll, of course, support you. Good. That made all of this easier. Progress was progress. I'll talk to Landon. They said their goodbyes, and Kate slipped the phone back into her pocket. Landon shifted on the couch to better see Kate. You're in luck. He gave her a slow, considering grin. I believe I'm predisposed to let you stay for the year. Or longer. Longer, she agreed, and kissed him.
This has been The Cowboy and the Girl Next Door, a sweet enemies to lovers romance, While Away Ranch Book 1, written by Jeanette Rallison, narrated by Katie Caruso and Kevin Liberty. Copyright 2021 by Jeanette Rallison. Production copyright by Jeanette Rallison.